the knights, one of them was in the corner. We can refresh you on how we got.
As he deploys his queen on the nice a4 square, both sides develop their knights to g3 and g6. Hikaru grabs space on the king side with this Dutch move f5, then developing his bishop to e7. Nepo continues to expand on the queen side with b5, sort of delaying the development of his bishops. An interesting approach, and goes after the pawn on a7. Clearly, Robert, Nepo has not had his breakfast today because all he cares about is winning that a7 pawn, and all Hikaru cares about is going for checkmate on the king side. Look at this, f4. The knight drops back to e2. We have a trade on e3, and Hikaru's last move was c7, c6, adding a little bit of dynamite, a little nasty on the queen side. And this is the current position with Jan Nepomniachtchi to move. It's move 11.
Yeah, and what a move c6 is, because the point, everyone, is that if white were to take this pawn on c6, that knight on d8 that's sitting at home will jump out to c6, protect that weak a7 pawn, and all is looking better in black's camp. Now, Danya, something that's easy to forget about is that white can still castle kingside, and likely will. That will just take some time. You need to move your knight out of e2, develop your bishop. Oh, knight d4 is a good start. Once the bishop develops to a square like d3, then white can, in fact, castle kingside. So that would protect the f2 pawn, although it might leave the g2 pawn a little bit vulnerable down the line.
And black could try to exploit that with a well-timed knight sally to h4. That queen on a8. Don't fall asleep on the long sort of diagonal moves in Fischer Random. Robert, we have seen so many blunders where players miss moves and ideas because of how unconventional they are in the context of regular chess. So castles certainly does not solve all of white's problems, but the ball is now in Hikaru Nakamura's court. He has to decide what to do with this c6 pawn. He has to take action, because if you don't do anything, then white's going to take on c6 and permanently ruin black's entire queenside structure. So my guess is that Hikaru is either going to take on b5 or play c5. Which of these moves does your instinct point to, Robert?
Oh, gosh, really tough call. And I'm just also looking at the clock of Jan Nepomniachtchi up, going on 4 minutes. Typical Jan Nepomniachtchi. Oh, actually, sorry, it's even in this game. My apologies. I was looking at the time in a different game. But here we see that the c pawn has its choice. I do think that c5 makes some sense. We actually have the wrong camera. So I think from Reykjavik, we have Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Magnus Carlsen camera. So we would like to switch to Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi when we have a moment. But I think you're right, Danya. It's all about the c-pawn right now. And I would go with c5. I think it looks more in the style of Hikaru, having dynamic chances. And
look at that. Listen, I was going to say I'm going to go c takes b5 precisely because Robert Hess would go c5. That's literally my only motivation. I did no other thinking. c5 knight f3 is on the board, but I interrupted you. Explain. How would you follow this up? Bishop f6?
I like bishop f6 with the pin. I mean, if you're getting ultra defensive, at some point you might play the move like rook b7. I don't like the look of that. So I think this position is much more in Hikaru's style, where he's getting his pieces active. He has this pawn mass in the center, a c, d, and e pawn. You might see d7 to d5, d5 to d4, and the position will explode open, and only one side has a king in the center. That's Jan Nepomniachtchi's king sitting in the middle of the board, and that can fall victim to a swift attack.
It most certainly can. And right now, of course, Jan has to defend this knight on c3, which is hanging with a fork. Bishop b2 looks a lot more natural to my eyes than bishop d2. Bishop d2 doesn't actually solve the pin. Rook to a3 by Jan as he tries to take care of everything in one fell swoop. But Robert, the obvious drawback of this move to me is that you are relinquishing the threat of queen takes a7. Had you played bishop b2, Hikaru would have had to address the threat of queen takes a7, which not only wins the pawn, but in this particular instance, forces the queen trade. Now, Hikaru can take care of business in the center, and there's your d5 move. It's already on the board.
Right, and just to put this show, and bishop e2 was quickly played, it looks like. Oh, no, sorry, not in this one. I'm getting lost between games. We have still have 4 matches going on. Let's set the table for everybody. This is the championship match. This is where our attention is going to be. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru, Nakamura. But Magnus Carlsen is still playing against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We have Fedoseev taking on Wesley So. We also have Matthias Bluebaum taking on Hjorvar Stein Gretarsson for the different prize fund in different places. So that is happening all at once. Our eyes are darting from place to place, but focusing in on this position, Danya. Queen takes a7, not possible as you highlighted because the knight on c3 is loose. The rook is going into overtime, protecting the queen and the knight. Unfortunately, you can't defend both at the same time in this position. So that just means that a7 is defended tactically. Now, what I was going to add is that this move d5 takes away the e4 square from the knight. That knight could move. It can move because the rook left the pin, but now it has nowhere good to go. So d5 is just such a good move, expanding in the center, potentially even going up to d4, but taking away vital squares from white's pieces.
And on top of that, you've opened up the very kind of nice defensive possibility of shifting the rook up to f7, which does the exact same thing as rook b7, but without the attendant awkwardness, right? Rook b7 blocks in the queen and the bishop. Rook f7 is a very unobtrusive, kind of nicely coordinated defensive move. And once you take away the pressure on a7, that begs the question, okay, well, Jan, he's done all of this stuff on the queen side. He's gotten his pieces to the a file. What does he really have to show for it? Because what Hikaru has to show for his play is excellent central control, good piece coordination. What does Jan have to compensate for that on the queen side? I kind of like black's position, and now bishop e2 is indeed played on this board.
Yeah, bishop e2. I can't say I predicted it. It was just a mistake looking at a different game, but bishop e2 has been played. Now white can castle, so that's the good news. The bad news is, even if white does castle next turn, putting the king on g1, sliding the rook to f1, black still has this monstrous center. And this pawn on a7 can be defended by a move like rook f7 or even rook b7. Rook b7 is a little bit awkward for the moment, but if that rook on b8 lands on f7, Danya, we can see the making of a kingside attack just swinging over to the other side of the board.
That's a really interesting point. The one thing I would caution against is playing e5 too quickly. I think a lot of players would be tempted by this move. And the reason that it doesn't work isn't because of queen takes a7, then black can take and play e4, but rather because of knight takes d5, poking holes in black's center, and queen takes d5 meets with bishop c4. So Hikaru has to play a lot more methodically than that. And that is precisely what he does. I stand corrected. Rook b7 is on the board, and I think he is heading precisely for the f7 square, piling the pieces up and preparing for a kingside attack.
There is a way this turns from potentially tactical into strategic. The move e3 to e4 for Jan Nepomniachtchi, because if black responds with a very natural d5 to d4, that cedes control of all of the light squares. So you have to be very careful if you're Hikaru, because that could just be a long-term just devastation waiting to happen as you give up literally all the light squares.
Yeah, and then we mentioned that the knight doesn't have too many good squares. Well, it can drop back to b1, but not as a final destination, rather en route to this juicy outpost on c4. So I'm totally with you. I think e4 is one of white's kind of biggest assets in this position. Nepo starts by castle and kingside, so now his king is safe, and the sort of center of the battle has, I think, now shifted to the center. I think we are very likely going to see something like e4, perhaps even on the next move.
Yeah, no, it looks like a must for Jan, because as you look across his pieces, the bishop on c1, not in a promising spot. Black has good control with the c5 and d5 pawns. So e4 is borderline pre-movable, honestly, Danya. Like that, I don't think black has a move that will stop e4 from being played. If you play knight to f7 or rook to f7, e4 still seems like the logical reply. So queen b8 played. Now e4 a little bit less tempting because that knight on g6 can land in the f4 square. I still think it's a viable option.
And I think I'm on the same page there. You have to calculate knight f4. I will just add that an additional benefit of queen b8 is that it prevents this nasty idea of b5, b6. Had black rushed rook f7, he would have had to reckon with this additional resource of b6. Probably not that impressive, but it's definitely annoying. And Hikaru kind of playing with an abundance of caution here, shifting his queen to b8, aiming at the h2 pawn, and getting f4 under control. So big moment now. Robert, Jan could take it slow. He doesn't have to play e4 immediately. He could play a more neutral move like rook d1, maybe vacate the f1 square for the bishop. But this is a big decision. He has to decide on sort of the tempo of his play.
Yeah, no, rook d1 is just a waiting move saying, what is your plan, Hikaru? And that's a good question to ask, because if Hikaru had a free turn right now, I'm trying to figure out what his move. Likely bishop d7, just develop the pieces. That doesn't create a devastating threat, at least not yet. So it's not like Jan is in danger of losing on the spot if he dilly-dallies. But you see what's happening. Bishop d7, knight d8 to f7 to d6, going after this b5 pawn. The knight on c3 can be removed from the board at any moment. So it's not like Jan has all the time in the world. And speaking of time, Danya, I haven't seen Jan down on the clock in pretty much forever.
Yeah, I mean, especially not yesterday. He adopted this insane strategy of going with his instinct, playing so quickly, building up at times a 10-minute advantage against the world champion. And that strategy passed with flying colors. It was an amazing victory for Jan Nepomniachtchi. But yeah, taking his time, hesitating. This is a difficult position. Robert, I have a trivia question for you. What real chess or what regular chess opening does this structure remind me of?
The Blumenfeld?
Excellent.
Oh,
we are on the same page as usual. These pawns on d6, d5, and c5. I wish I could show the Blumenfeld, but the starting position is different. But, the chat can do their own research. This is actually a position which could be confused for a regular chess position. At this point, none of the pieces are truly placed all that unconventionally. Okay, maybe with the exception of the knight on d8.
Although we could justify that as well. The knight went to c6, white's pawn went to b5, and the knight just went back to d8. So you're right. This resembles a chess position that could come from the regular starting setup. And all right, Jan thinking here. He is spending a lot of time, and Hikaru has a good position thus far. You can understand why Jan is taking this time, but that feels abnormal. Like, I'm almost worried about Jan's position because of the fact that he's down on time. Now, that's maybe a distraction more than a reality, but with 15 moves to make and only now 11 minutes and 50 seconds counting down here, it's going to be difficult for Jan to figure out the right path forward.
And there's the sort of sunk cost effect where you sink so much time into your move, and then if you don't play a move like e4, if you end up defaulting to something slow, you start getting annoyed at yourself. I mean, why didn't I play that move faster if I'm not engaging my opponent tactically? So with every second that Jan thinks, I think the likelihood of him playing a move like e4 increases because you've already made this big time investment. You might as well have something to show for it.
Right. Give me those light squares. I need something for my pieces. And what else is he considering? Let's talk about move candidates. The queen on a4, rook on a3. They're staring at a pawn that's well defended. In fact, the rook on b7 covers it by itself. So that queen on b8 may jump into the middle of the board, queen d6, things of that nature. So e4 is our, I think, most prominent candidate move. Is there a justification for like an h4 or some kind of play on the king side?
h4. That is quite the move. I mean, you're trying to push this pawn up to h5, dislodge the knight from g6. I think in another reality, Nepo would consider that move. But between e4 and h4, I think he's got to prefer e4. I would say the other candidate move, or at least another candidate move, is rook f1 to d1, or maybe rook f1 to e1 if he wants to play it slow. Or something like bishop d2. Just some sort of semi-neutral developing move that tries to toss the ball back into black's court.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think another idea that I'm now thinking about is if you could play c2 to c4, and he does play e4 right away, that would have been another way to break in the center, but you'd had to move your knight first and then play c4. It was too time consuming. So d4, the immediate response from Hikaru Nakamura. And then the question is, where is this knight going? I think back to b1, as you were highlighting earlier, but that pawn on b5, is it just going to be picked off when black plays bishop d7 soon?
Yeah, bishop d7 is nasty. Knight d2, knight c4 takes a long time. And as you're pointing out, when the knight reaches c4, that slices off the connection between the bishop and the pawn. I think that Nepo has to seriously consider the pawn sacrifice e5, carving out the e4 square, but he goes for the more conventional knight d1, as you predicted. And I do think that it's very likely Hikaru parks his bishop on d7 or plays knight f4.
Well, I think I know what Jan is going for. He's going to play this pawn to c4. So we would love to put a piece on c4, but because the pawn on b5 is going to be hanging, you need to protect it. So c2 to c4. If black takes en passant, white is very happy about that. That opens up the board for the rest of the pieces. And if black does not take en passant there, then black has this protected pass pawn on d4, but white can easily blockade it. As you're indicating, a knight is the best piece to blockade a pass pawn. And with the knight on d1, this is why Jan Nepomniachtchi, or one of the many reasons why he's in the high 2700s, almost 2800 in classical chess, is because he understands where the pieces belong, and that knight is very likely going to end up on the d3 square.
I think that's great thinking by you. I agree that c4 is likely. Now, it's important to point out that losing the b5 pawn does not end the game. You could argue that this is not the most important pawn on the board. And in fact, after c4, which has just been played, I was going to make these moves to illustrate the sample line, but they're making them for me. If black is only thinking about material gain, Hikaru can take en passant, knight c3, bishop takes c3, bishop takes b5, and it's time to pop the champagne bottles. Except it isn't, because here you're missing the forest for the trees. You've won a pawn, but look at what you've done to your own pawn structure. Look at what you've done to white's pieces. And after a simple move like bishop e3, white's probably going to recover the pawn, and only white can be better in a position like this. So for Hikaru, it's very important to see the whole picture here. I don't think he's just going to blindly grab the b5 pawn at all costs.
And what that position looks like that you have on the analysis board, it looks like you're happy about hitting 7 pins in bowling, but what you're left with is pins all over the place, right? You are not going to hit that with that split. So that is not what you want if you're Hikaru Nakamura. But then the question is, do you want this position with the knight going to b2 to d3 in the future? You kind of think, well, wait a second, my happy pass pawn, it ain't going anywhere. And that a7 pawn is a long-term target. White will develop the dark square bishop that's been sitting at home. The rook on f1 will land over on a1. And maybe that pawn on a7 will not last for too much longer.
You want to hear about a ridiculous idea I came up with? The move rook f7. And if knight b2, then I was thinking a6. Now, obviously can't take with a pawn. Looks like a blunder. But after queen a6, I think I have bishop takes b5. And if cb5, rook a7 traps the queen, I believe.
Yes, but maybe white gets a pawn on a6.
I can leave the queen on a6 and say, here, take it. I don't care. I'm going to make a new one with my b5 pawn. Yeah, you can park the knight on c4. Maybe there's a more accurate move, but I agree. This is a little bit too outlandish. And Hikaru, he actually does take en passant. And will he take again on c3?
Wow,
or is he going to stick a knight on f4?
It's a bit surprising that he would take en passant, but
what an idea!
Oh my gosh. Yeah, your idea is playable in this exact position. Hikaru Nakamura with the tactical brilliance. The point, everyone, is what Danya is showing. The rook is distracted once again from the a file. Rook a7 traps the queen over there. And you know what? To my eyes, Danya, like after rook takes c5, rook takes a6 here, funnily enough, this doesn't look completely lost for white. Like white has this pass pawn protected from a bishop on e2. You have a rook and 2 pawns for the queen. That's actually 7 points compared to 9, and that pass pawn is worth something. So I would say that if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi and you don't like the alternatives, the queen sack is really a legit try.
It absolutely is, especially because I don't really see any alternatives. If you give up the b5 pawn, black connects 2 passed pawns on the queen side, and those passed pawns are just going to tear white apart. A takes b5, and then you're immediately threatening a fork with b4. Robert, I don't know if Jan has another option. I think he has to go for the queen sacrifice, and I totally agree. The position there is more complicated than it may appear. No question that Hikaru is probably objectively winning, but this is right up Jan's alley in terms of how he likes to defend. But a6, let's take a moment to celebrate the brilliance of this idea. Hikaru's level of tactical sharpness in this tournament is just out of this world.
And Hikaru is celebrating. He's got that drink in hand. It's a non-alcoholic beverage. Don't you worry, everybody. But Hikaru, he's leaned back in the chair, appreciating his idea. And Whoa.
Whoa.
E5.
It is. Well, I
What
guess
is-
Jan has found an alternate defense.
Okay, I see what he's going for, right? He is trying to distract black's pieces away from the queen side. So if he can do that, then the a6 pawn will be hanging. So black in the current position can take this pawn on b5, although the bishop on f6 is hanging because the queen is under attack. So, well, we're seeing just a takes b5. Well,
Does he want bishop takes b5?
I think he has to. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi has to take the pawn with the bishop.
Yeah, we can show why that is. So currently the queen is hanging. If you move the queen, then clearly your whole strategy has failed, and then you've simply given up another pawn on e5. If you play knight takes b5, then black isn't obligated to take the knight immediately. Black can start by snapping off the pawn on e5, and you're going to lose the knight. And so Nepo, that only leaves the move bishop takes b5. If bishop takes, then you take back with the knight, and at worst you're going to lose a pawn. And if black plays rook takes b5, then you can take the other bishop, and funnily enough, there is no effective discovery because the bishop on d7 is undefended.
Really good point. You know, this loose piece on d7 does not allow you to exploit the bishop and queen on the same diagonal. And if bishop takes b5 right now for black, white simply takes back on b5. And I think Hikaru will take this pawn on e5, go up a pawn, but it still is the point you mentioned earlier. e6 and c5 are isolated pawns. You're a healthy pawn ahead, except wait a second. I think those pawns need a trip to the doctor because they're not very happy to be split from each other.
But you're not just one healthy pawn ahead. I think if we extend the line after bishop takes b5, knight takes b5, knight takes c5, white is experiencing logistical problems with his knights. The knight on b5 can drop back to c3, but that allows knight takes f3. And if you trade first, then your knight is hanging, and suddenly the h2 pawn is hanging as well. So I agree that a visit to the doctor is required, but at least there's likely to be 2 extra pawns rather than 1. And this is happening as we speak. Knight takes c5 is on the board.
Oh, gosh, yeah. I forgot about the h2 pawn there. Good call. And I guess after knight e5, bishop e5, there's this move f4 to throw in, but then you have to factor in king safety because the rook on f8 will land on f1, trading off those rooks. I mean, just to go down this line a little bit more as the players are sitting and calculating. f4, even rook takes b5 here, f takes e5, like rook f1, king f1. There's a king out in front of the open here. But you can't move your rook
b1 though.
There it is. Queen e8 mate, which means rook b3 is actually kind of a threat if white had a free move.
Oh, that's a brilliant idea. Rook b3 would win the game on the spot. But black can use this free move to create some luft for his king or to shift the knight off of d8 in order to protect the e8 square with the queen. Something like knight f7 comes to mind. But I'm with you in general. I think Jan most certainly has serious drawing chances here, even after a move like queen a8. If Jan could get this into an endgame, I could envision a situation where even with these 2 extra pawns, black has a very hard time coordinating his pieces and winning.
Yes, no, that's the problem with having isolated pawns. Difficult to protect, hard to push up the board because the squares in front of them are not going to be defended by another pawn. So this is what Jan Nepomniachtchi has to go for. Something like this, hoping that he holds. And maybe in the current position, he's thinking about retreating the knight, and he does just that to c3, accepting weakened pawns on the king side. That's a compromised structure. For that compromised structure, the double F pawns, the rook on a3 is perfectly placed to keep them safe. The e6 pawn is a potential target. The c5 pawn is a potential target. And black does not have an attack. That's the most important thing. If you have to move pawns in front of your king, it often exposes your king to checks and attacks. But what attack? There's not even a single check that black can use at the moment, except for queen takes h2 or queen g3, which loses the queen. So the point is the king on g1 is actually decently safe for the time being, and the c5 and e6 pawns are targets for the long term.
You bring up a great point. A lot of people look at the pawn structure and just automatically assume it's going to be checkmate in 3 moves. No, in order to create checkmate, you need to make a checkmate threat. You need actual pieces on the king side. And one way that Hikaru could try to deploy his pieces is with the rook lift. Rook b4, hit the queen, and then swing the rook over to h4, and that does create a mate threat against h2. So my instinct is to play rook b4, but there are a lot of enticing alternatives. You could stick the bishop on d4, nice central square, open up an attack on the f3 pawn. You could work on getting your knight into the game via f7. So Hikaru kind of spoiled for choice here, but Robert, in a way that could actually be a good thing for Nepo. I think it's very important if he wants to save this game to equalize the time situation to get this into some sort of a time scramble. Right now, he's got 5.5 minutes, and I'm still pretty pessimistic about his saving chances here.
And you can look at Jan's. I mean, we don't want to read too much of the body language, but he's usually pretty relaxed at the board. He is not relaxed right now, right? He was hunched over the position, trying to figure out his moves, and rook b4, and that looks like queen a6. Quickly, the response from Jan Nepomniachtchi rolls up his sleeves a little bit there. The e6 pawn is tender. We keep talking about these isolated pawns. Knight f7, not so fast. e6 is hanging. If you swing your rook to h4, you just highlighted the move f3 to f4, shutting off that queen.
Only move.
H2 squared. Only move, but a very easy move to spot. And not only is it a good way to block the checkmate, that rook on a3 may swing over to g3 in the future. So knight e4, rook g3. So rook lifts, you always want to consider where they're going. The rook on b4 wants to swing to the king side, but so does that rook on a3 eventually.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The line that I was calculating here is rook h4, f4. You could try the cheeky bishop g5 saying, get off of f4. And White's going to say, no, no, no. White can drop the knight back to e2, carrying out your idea and preparing to bring White's own rook to the king side and lending further reinforcement to the f4 pawn, which is completely ruining the coordination between Black's pieces. So a frontal assault against White's king, Robert, doesn't quite yield the desired result. I think Hikaru will have to demonstrate a little bit more finesse if he wants to convert this material and positional advantage into actual victory.
And it's a truly awkward moment for Hikaru. And the reason why is the e4 square is a kind of outpost for White's knight. So you don't want this knight to land on e4, but you simultaneously don't want to take on c3 and give up your bishop. And you don't really want to put your rook on h4 if it's going to get shut off with f3 to f4. So are you really going to stop knight e4? And if not, is White just going to have happy pieces? So it's a difficult choice right now for Hikaru. He sees his options. Rook h4 is natural. Knight to f7 eventually, but the e6 pawn is hanging. Taking this knight on c3, don't really like the look of that. Bishop can come to d4 at some moment, opening up the f file. So there are all these options. They all come to mind. But do you want to allow this knight to situate itself on e4 is the essential question.
And Hikaru sort of answering that question, and he says, no, I don't want to allow knight e4. And the way he's going to not allow it is by threatening the h2 pawn. Bishop e5 is on the board. Guess what, Robert? I would not rule out knight e4 here. I think it's the top priority for White has to be to maximize the coordination of his pieces, and that almost might be worth another pawn. If Jan passively goes h3, then the rook would have swung to h4, and you would no longer have the move of 4. And look what's happening. Jan has played knight e4, and he has sacked the pawn on h2. He's now 3 pawns. No, he's 2 pawns down. Did major in math, sorry.
That is a big decision there. Like, to give up the pawns, and now he is down 2 pawns, but I like it. He has more activity for his pieces. For example, right now, a move like queen to a8 or queen a7 comes to mind. They're trying to trade off the queens. If the queens come off the board, Black's 2-pawn lead, this is actually counterintuitive, right, Daniel? When you're ahead, you want to trade. But actually, in this position, the 2 pawns that Hikaru is up, they are vulnerable. The c5 pawn's already hanging. I don't want to take that pawn when my king is exposed. If you take on c5, there could be like a rook f5, rook g5, things of that nature. Bishop takes c1, queen coming in. So let's get those queens off the board ASAP. And once those queens are gone, then I can go pawn hunting.
Very instructive moment. So many people, when they're learning, they become dogmatic when it comes to trading pieces when you're down. They automatically rule out these queen trades. But I think what you're highlighting here is a set of factors that supersede the general principle. Yeah, in general, simplification favors the side up in serial. In this particular instance, the queen is kind of what I would call a glue piece. It's, it's defending b4. It's protecting f4. It is directing things from a distance. And if you trade it off, Black just doesn't have sufficient coordination to really hold on to both of these pawns at the same time. I think queen a7 is the best move here.
And I think if you're a car, you're like, nope, not trading those queens. I'm bringing my queen to e5. And another good thing about this knight on e4 is eventually it's going to go to g3. It's going to shield the white king with a bishop trade on f4 at some point or on c1. The point is the dark square bishops are coming off. That knight will go to g3. So Jan, I think instead of queen a7, he just brought his rook to the center, rook d3. Can't fault him for that choice. The engine doesn't love it, but I understand it. He is just going to an open file. That knight on d8, he wants to target it to get the e6 pawn loose. But I think that for Hikaru right now, he can take on c1 if he wants, just to give the f4 square to his queen, or he can start by bringing his queen to the center. With queen e5, the threat is rook takes e4.
Yeah, queen e5 looks like a very sensible move here because it takes the sting entirely out of any exchange sacrifices on d8. It centralizes the queen, eliminates the near-term possibility of a queen trade. Queen e5 is a very Hikaru-esque kind of solid move. I was also contemplating a move like rook d4, but then I think white could potentially snag the pawn on c5. And if you can trade a pair of rooks, then white's king gets out of danger. That seems to be an eminently drawable position for white.
Yes. Now, this is a situation where it's an uphill battle, but there are clear chances where Jan is looking, this is the trade I need. This is the type of position I need to get. And Jan, he's looking everywhere except for the board. Now he's back looking on top of it. But Hikaru Nakamura, he recognized that this is his moment. So, Danya, bishop takes c1 with the queen landing on f4. It makes a lot of sense to me. But as I mentioned, that knight on e4 is such a good defensive piece. It covers g5 checks. It can slide back to g3. Rook on d3 is perfectly placed, covering the f3 pawn just in case. So I just feel like the knockout is really difficult to find. Hikaru had to show Nakamura's knockouts back in the day. He is going to have to relive some of those happy memories.
Listen, if there was an easy knockout, Hikaru would have found it 2 minutes ago. He's investing a lot of time. The time situation now a little bit more concerning for black, although still plenty of time. We remind you that when move 30 is made, an additional 5 minutes are added to both players' clocks, and a 5-second increment comes into effect. So you get 5 additional seconds after executing each move. This is black's 28th move, so Hikaru 3 moves away from getting those additional 5 minutes. But he understands the gravity of this decision right here and right now, because a move like queen e5, move like bishop takes c1, everything here is committal. He needs to commit to a particular attacking approach, and commit he does, and queen e5 is on the board, and I really like that move. It's patient, and it just accumulates the pressure and tosses the ball right back into Nepo's court. And the shot clock shows 3 minutes to make a decision.
And if any player doesn't need a shot clock, it's Jan Nepomniachtchi. He is as quick as they come. But right now, the decisions are not easy. Queen d6, trying to trade those queens, comes to mind. But I feel like trading on d6 is not the desirable outcome. That's a weird square to trade on. The bishop and queen lined up over there. And I guess black kind of has to trade queens, actually, after queen d6, right?
Yeah, but black could essentially do it on his turn. Black could trade and then play c4, for example. But to answer your question, I think... Wait, queen d6, rook takes e4?
Oh, rook e4. Oh, God. Wait.
Oh, does that work?
Bishop f4, maybe? That's weird. I blundered.
Such a trippy position. Look at this position. The rook is hanging, so after queen f4, white grabs e4, and the rook still protects the queen. So I guess here, black has to play like rook f takes f4. Then the knight is saying with check. I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, no, I blundered rook takes e4, honestly. So luckily there's bishop f4, but it looks like rook d1 was played, just going after the knight, and that was a mistake. And when I see the bar drop that much down, it must mean rook takes e4.
Rook takes e4. It has to be rook takes e4. Nepo might have overlooked an important detail. If he grabs the knight on d8, there is a forker-ruski on g5, exploiting the vulnerable position of white's king. And if you take the rook on e4, then white's king is even more wide open, and I guess black's queen just goes to town. And perhaps after rook e4, fe4, you just take on c1.
Yes, your winning pieces, queen g5 check, protects d8 and covers the c1 square. So rook takes e4. Hikaru just played that move. We can show it on the board here. I saw him grab that knight in the center. Fe4 loses. The bishop takes c1. Queen g5 check protects the knight and the bishop at the same time.
And the bishop. This is so rare. Whichever minor piece you take, it's the same. The fork is given on the same square. Rook c1, queen g5, and rook d8, queen g5. And there is, most importantly, no way to give up the rook on d8 and win both of black's minor pieces. White cannot recapture either piece. And that means, Robert, black has 2 pieces for the rook. White's king is in shambles. This game is over.
It's done. And Hikaru, he's like, yep, ready for the next one.
Yeah,
and a win with black is meaningful. We won't deny that. Just a win in general in this format. However, what happened yesterday? Magnus Carlsen took down Jan Nepomniachtchi with black in game 1. Jan stormed back with 2 wins of the black pieces in a row. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, he needs to find his footing here in the championship match because he did not come out with a hot start. In fact, Hikaru Nakamura, from the outset of this game, seemed to outplay Jan. He just seemed to have a better handle of the dynamics, getting that Blumenfeld gambit type of position. And Hikaru Nakamura, is he wearing the same shirt as yesterday, by the way?
I was going to make that point, and that is entirely unacceptable. It is, in fact, it should disqualify him. Yeah,
I mean, maybe when you sweep somebody 3-0, you're like, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to buy another one of this shirt. Keep on wearing it because chess players, they can be a bit superstitious, but superstition, magic, none of that will save Jan Nepomniachtchi in this position, and his look says it all.
Yeah, Chad is not going to forgive Hikaru for this transgression. And Hikaru, yeah, he just seems bored, but that face, of course, isn't the face of someone who's bored. It's the face of someone who has everything under complete control. In addition, he has made move 30. He's got 9 minutes on the clock to react to whatever Nepo throws at him. This is a really impressive game 1, Robert. And I made this point yesterday about one of the positions that Nepo has. This is the kind of game that we would often see him playing with black. Having the position he did with white is just not something that he's comfortable with in the least.
No. And what does he calculate here? Queen G5 check, picks up.
What does he want to do?
D8?
I think I understand his idea.
Oh, back rank checkmate ideas?
But black has the h4 square. So let me show this. King f1. Rook takes d8. Queen takes c6. Now, king f8 might be the clinical move to avoid any back rank shenanigans. The point is that king h8 meets with rook d5. And of course, you can't take because of back rank, but queen h4.
No, that's very straightforward tactical line. Nice. Queen g4 is a funny move. Yeah, please, come on, grab that one.
Listen, even queen f6 I think is winning, but just queen h1. And here you can just move the rook to g8. Worst come. Ooh, maybe not.
Rook h5.
Rook h5. Oh! Oh, the queen is trapped. Oh, look at this position. Oh my god, look at this position. It's not even that there's some mate idea. The queen on h1 is trapped. So black has to only play the rook to e8 in order to attack e4. Insane. Chess is just so unforgiving.
That was really funny. You know, you're like, any move is good. And then, you know, rook g8 and the queen's trapped over there on h1. Rare thing to see, by the way. But that's not happening yet. It looks like the pawn on e6 was just grabbed by Jan, and Hikaru's thinking, do I have to go to h8? And the reason he wouldn't want to go to f8, so king f8 eliminates back rank checkmates, but it does walk into like rook trade and queen f5 check takes c5. Now that's completely winning for black. You have an extra bishop. There's no risk there. But if you don't want to give up that pawn, and if for some reason that may lead to more drawish tendencies, that would be the reason to avoid king f8. And king h8 might be more accurate. And if there's a player that's precise, his name is Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, Hikaru trusts his calculation regardless of whether there exists a safer option. He is going to try to make the objective move. He's going to try to avoid any uncertainty when it comes to conversion. And that is why he's taking his time. He has his head in his hands. He knows that if he makes the right decision here, the game ends immediately. He can sense it, and there's no need to rush it. He's got plenty of time on his clock.
No rush at all. 5-second increment is added after move 30. We are now move 33. So even if he milked this clock down to a few seconds left, he can rebuild that time. He is in no danger whatsoever. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he looks like a guy who wants to resign, but he's willing himself to play a few more moves just to create a challenge here or there. But Hikaru sitting, calculating still, showing all the new players to chess what you should do even in winning positions. Don't take your foot off the pedal. Continue calculating. He plays king h8. Jan Nepomniachtchi takes a drink of water. But Danya, I think you would agree that while that typically means the player is happy when they take that water during a game, right now I think it's just to try and wake himself up for the next game.
Listen, maybe he feels some false hope connected with the rook d5. He's got to try rook d5. That line we might see reproduced on the board. I think that was entirely forced. Rook d5, queen h4, queen g4, etc. Of course, after queen g4, maybe there are alternatives, but Jan might as well exhaust every last resource. You might be wondering, why doesn't he resign? Well, you can resign at any moment. No reason not to make a couple more moves. we've seen crazy things happen in chess. The problem is those crazy things almost never happen to Hikaru when he's up a piece.
Right. And Hikaru, he knows he's got this.
Oh,
I mean, what happened?
I just wanted to point out really quickly, sorry to interrupt you, but after
You're
queen
good.
g4, I think an even simpler move is just queen back to e7. And if you come back to e6, whoop, and whoop, queen g8, blocking the check, and black emerges with the extra bishop. Sorry, continue.
No, it's a really instructive moment. That back rank checkmate only works if a piece can't block that check. And the queen blocking on g8 would mean that it's just a trade of all the pieces. And when you're ahead by a bishop and one pawn, you definitely enjoy yourself some trade. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's jittery in game one. Hikaru Nakamura, he has been on fire this entire event. He has not lost a single game. And we should note that Jan Nepomniachtchi, this is his 17th game here in the Fischer Random World Championship. He has 0 draws. Hikaru Nakamura, it's his 17th game. He has 0 losses. So Hikaru just will not lose in this format, in this event. And if he keeps it up, he will be the Fischer Random World Champion.
I mean, his form is just absolutely unbelievable. And I guess maybe Jan's play in the opening was not objectively all that bad. This whole b4, a4 stuff, but it just didn't seem, and I hate to use these generalities. Oh, he didn't play his style. He didn't get the kind of position that suits his style. These players are all universal. They can play any position. Positional, tactical, dubious, objectively sound. But it just seemed like Jan wasn't all that comfortable in a position where black is the one who's got central control and black is the one who holds the cards on the king side.
Right. And Jan right now, he's leaning in and I don't know what he's looking for because there really is
nothing to be found.
I'm somebody who always likes to give chances until the last moment. If they are available, there are no chances here. It is a clear extra bishop and pawn for Hikaru. White's king is not any safer than black's king in the corner. As long as you avoid back rank checkmate, you can just bring your pieces back, enjoy the extra material, and then win the game from there. So Jan, I'm just trying to wrap my head around his feelings right now. He must be pretty annoyed, but he does have yesterday to look back to and be like, wait a sec, I lost to Magnus, and then I came back, so I can do it against anybody.
Yeah, Jan is obviously not going to tilt. He's not going to lose hope. And he's feeling a little bit of deja vu, but unfortunately for Jan, Hikaru has consistently demonstrated far, far superior form throughout this tournament than the world champion. I mean, Hikaru's number of one-move blunders, I think, not only can be counted on one hand, I think have been limited to something like 2 or 3 throughout the entire tournament. And in a rapid time control in the Fischer Random event, that is nothing short of amazing. And Nepo spending his final seconds looking for something that isn't there, and I think he's going to resign perhaps after one more move.
King G2 play.
Really?
It threatens nothing.
What about H6?
H6 looks pretty good. Don't see a problem with that. Creating some luft for the king. And Hikaru looking like he's ready to move.
He has the all right, Jan, let's let's get some rest and finish this game kind of face on. Rook takes c5. Jan's still trying, but he is down a full bishop, and at this point he has relinquished all hopes of tricking Hikaru on the back rank.
Yeah, and even though we are stating quite clearly that the position is hope. Oh my goodness.
Oh, bishop e3. That is a dagger.
Can't take it because rook lands on d2 check with checkmate on the next turn. So that is nasty. That is Hikaru Nakamura flexing his tactical muscles. And now his bishop can just retreat now that the rook went back to c2, and you're up a clean bishop with an attack going. So Hikaru, even when he's well ahead, when he can just coast to the finish line, he says, no, let me find the finesse. Let me find the correct continuation. He is playing perfect chess.
Yeah, he's leaving nothing to chance. The rook is coming to f8 when possible in order to launch the decisive attack against the f2 pawn. Quite simply, black has more attackers than white has defenders because, well, I believe that black is up a piece if I'm reading the position correctly. Nepo still clinging on to this game. Queen drops back to f5, making it difficult for black to play rook f8. I don't think that we can fault Nepo, Robert. I think you'll co-sign this point for playing on. This is the final. There's a lot of money on the line. You can resign whenever you want. Why not exhaust all of your chances? I think we should commend Nepo for playing in a position that's kind of very nasty to play. He knows that he's going to lose this game, but he wants to win. He's still trying his best. Nothing wrong with that.
I agree with you. He definitely should be commended, because if you resign or you lose, you still get 0 points. So that would be the same outcome. He might as well give himself at least a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of hope by playing on here. And Hikaru has 6 minutes remaining. So Jan, he's not even looking at the board right now. He is an objective chess player. He knows he's completely lost. Queen e7 seems to be Hikaru's choice, just retreating, keeping everything defended, all these pieces in the dark squares. And one thing that Jan could pray for is if the queens and rooks get traded and somehow black loses the g7 pawn, then it's the wrong colored bishop with the pawn on the h file. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, the
going to
g7
win this
pawn
game
is
well before that moment.
It's kind of well defended by about 1,000 pieces. Nepo playing move f4. Of course, on the previous move. Oh, actually, it is. That was a mouse slip. And he's played it. Oh my God, that's hilarious. I swear that was a mouse slip. I just clicked on that square by accident. And it's the only piece that could land on that square.
Because if the queen moves anywhere
but
my
G6, gosh, it wins the game.
You lose the e4 pawn and your rook. And if you take, you get your queen lost. Resignation. Hikaru Nakamura, a 1-0 lead at the start of the Fischer Random World Championship Finals.
What a game. I mean, it was so smooth. It almost seemed like from the very opening, Hikaru was the one posing problems. He was the one asking questions, getting control of the center, and then seamlessly converting his strategic advantage into a tactical plus, and then into a material advantage, and then taking that material advantage and expanding it, going up a piece, and converting without giving Nepo a single chance at anything resembling a successful resistance.
No, what a finish there. And with a key moment, if we just dial it back, was that moment where Jan overlooked this rook takes e4. The defensive task was maybe insurmountable anyways, but allowing rook takes e4 with the queen coming to g5, defending the knight on d8, and covering the bishop on c1. That's beautiful geometry, and that's a beautiful first-round victory for Hikaru Nakamura.
It most certainly is. Had Nepo grabbed the bishop on f4, maybe even with a move queen d6, he would have granted himself better chances for a defense. But honestly, given his time situation, given the fact that Hikaru was up 2 pawns, I think it almost seems like the win was never really in question. But rook takes e4, a beautiful resource to finish off the game. What a great start for Hikaru in the finals.
Let's go on over to Magnus Carlsen against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That is the fourth place matchup. And in this match, there is, I believe, $15,000 at stake. So $40,000 for fourth place, $55K for third. So a lot of money here. And as I look at this position, black is up a pawn, but white with that very active rook. So Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he's keeping black's pieces at bay for now, but it's the endgame wizard. It's Magnus Carlsen. Are you concerned at all for Nodirbek's chances, especially given he only has 1 minute remaining on the clock?
Yeah, and I have no question that Magnus will whip up something. He will not simply shuffle his rook back and forth and admit to a draw, especially, I think, given Magnus's psychological state. He's got absolutely nothing to lose. Rumor has it that he played more than a couple of blitz games on Chess.com yesterday to blow off some steam. Hey, nothing wrong with that. My friend Nika Theodora messaged me. He played a long match with him. So in a way, Robert, perhaps Magnus is a little bit more relaxed. And when the world champion is relaxed, he tends to produce some pretty good chess. At this point, the difference between third and fourth place, it's a significant sum of money. But for the world champion, it's peanuts. So I think we're going to see a relaxed Magnus Carlsen. And maybe we're going to see a Magnus Carlsen who blunders less than he has throughout this tournament.
Well, Magnus, he needs to will himself to care sometimes. And in this position, oh my gosh, is there knight takes g4?
Oh! Wait, rook f8, and then you run to g5?
Yeah, king g5.
Oh, what a tactic. Because and he missed it.
Went back.
He missed it, and you caught that immediately. Let me show that really quickly. Knight takes g4, paving the way for a discovery. e5 and he takes d4, and black goes up 2 pawns. And if white gives a check on f8, Not king e7, Robert, because of knight g6. But no, you have opened up the g5 square. Unbelievable. Another miss for the world champion. But knight f7 still looks very nasty from a practical standpoint. Okay.
If e5, I guess there's like knight d5 check holding on. Well, if I'm just transparent, the only reason I saw it was the eval bar went crazy, right? Like the bar just dropped completely.
Give yourself some. I'm trying to give you some credit. Accept
I appreciate that, but I like being honest. It's important. But in this position, rook a5 played. And maybe if Magnus realizes that shot was there, he'll go back to e5. Nodirbek will play rook a8 again, thinking we'll just make a draw by repetition. And then knight takes g4 will be a cold shower.
Except I feel like Nodirbek wasn't born yesterday. Magnus should... Ooh, and e5 has been played after knight d5. Is he... Wait a minute, Robert. King g5, knight drops back to c3. And wait a second, there is a mate in 1 threat.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my lands.
Knight c3
Did Magnus overlooked?
Yes, he did.
Did Magnus overlook this retreating knight move?
You saw his eyebrows raise. He's like, uh-oh, didn't see that coming. And
you can just tell immediately.
Does he have a move here?
And it's not just a mate threat, Robbie. You can stop the mate threat by eliminating the pawn on g4. The problem is that there sits on d6 a rook, which is going to get forked after knight takes e4. Is black losing here?
This looks really bad. The eval bar hovering on the 5th rank to the left side of the screen. So clearly there's some kind of wild defense.
And I think that wild defense is indeed bishop takes g4. I think he has to bite the bullet, give up the exchange. And then at the end of the line, miraculously, black has the move g5 to cover the check. But oh my God, what a transformation. And now Nodirbek, the only one with any winning chances.
That's crazy. And, while we were just talking about how Magnus, he needs to, force himself to care almost because he always wants to win a world title. Nodirbek needs no motivation. He wants to defeat Magnus Carlsen. He is the Olympiad champion. He's the world rapid champion. And can you imagine how crazy Uzbekistan will go if Nodirbek Abdusattorov beats Magnus Carlsen in a match?
Oh, and it doesn't matter in what context. It doesn't matter where. Nodirbek is all guns blazing. He's upset after yesterday's match, but he has a amazing chance to redeem himself. But can he pull this off with only 7 seconds? He's playing on increment. And Robert, I have no idea what the evaluation is if the knights come off the board.
Right, that's the big question. And Magnus trades quickly.
No, rook b6.
Brings his king back.
So I guess white's going to push the pawn up to e5. There's no...
Wait, the bishop's trapped. Oh my gosh. And Nodirbek knows he won. Look at that. The hand is out. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the teenager from Uzbekistan, takes down world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Rook c6. Look at this final construction. The king and the rook. It's something straight out of an endgame study. It dominates the bishop. Had Magnus had the pawn on h5, he would have had the g4 square, but he doesn't here. Robert, what a 180. This is insane.
Oh my gosh. And Magnus Carlsen, he resets some of the pieces. He laughs to himself. But he's just laughing because otherwise, and is in that kind of last couple days, the #1 rated player in the world. And what an achievement for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Teenagers are saying the young, vicious Magnus Carlsen has found out in many different events. And Abdusattorov, the legendary Uzbekistan player who's still in his years, takes down Magnus Carlsen.
He is vicious, and he is viciously resilient. That looked like an endgame Magnus would win 9 times out of 10. Nodirbek playing on increment, the world champion up upon missing the tactic with bishop takes g4. And by the time he did play bishop takes g4, it was already too late, and he was losing his exchange. What a start for the Uzbek youngster. And of course, what an amazing start for the finalist Hikaru Nakamura.
For sure. Well, we have the results in the... Is it the 5th, 6th place matchup? We saw that So and Fedorsev drew in the 7th, 8th matchup. Hard to remember what places they're for. Matthias Bubaum beats Gretterson there in game 1, but all eyes will be on Hikaru Nakamura and Yoshi, where Nakamura won game 1. The names are reversed, but we know Hikaru with the American flag, he won game 1. So we will fix that going forward. Apologies, everybody. But we would not be able to do this coverage without the presenting sponsor, Brave. So shout out to Brave. Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster. It means 35% life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth. For Android, iOS, and desktop, get the browser for gamers and creators in 60 seconds at brave.com/. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more coverage of the FIDE Fischer Random World Championship brought to you by Brave.
Run for my life. Okay.
What's up, man?
Hey, just solving some puzzles. Get my coffee. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
Which one is that? Is that our new one?
Yeah. I can't get this one, man. Oh, shoot. What's wrong with you, man? Oh, this is hard.
You sure you're feeling okay?
1. Got it. Ah, shoot.
Fischer takes me one. I understand. 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7. a7's falling.
It is. E4 pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy. Takes a knight f1.
Knight f1.
Like knight f4.
King e4. 91. Move. Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
E1. Move the rook.
I was gonna say king c2 and run the king. Knight g3.
E4. Takes it. Takes an a7.
Take it. Oh my gosh.
Takes it right.
Danya,
c2 was
Danya,
winning.
but there was checkmate in 1 for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was made. And instead he played here, and he's now losing on time.
Oh my gosh.
A7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any
return here to Chess.com's coverage of the Fischer Random World Championship, brought to you by Brave. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess with Grandmaster Daniel Daradzitsky. Danya, in the championship matchup between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura, it was all Hikaru in game one.
It was, and the word that comes to mind is control. He was in control of the game from the very beginning. He never let Jan steer the game in his direction. The strategy that Jan adopted yesterday against the world champion fell by the wayside as Nepo fell behind on the clock, something we don't say every day. It was a masterful display by Hikaru, consistent with the kind of form and the level of control that he has exhibited throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, I don't know. Something about a 4-0 run in the last couple of days, beating Nodirbek Abdusattorov with a clean sweep, now up 1-0 against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Something tells me he's hungry for this title. He's always wanted to be a world champion. Why not in Fischer Random? But Jan Nepomniachtchi, we know what kind of competitor he is. Yesterday in the semis against Magnus Carlsen, lost game one with the white pieces. Then he was able to strike back 2 games in a row with black.
And Jan has to continue trying to adhere to his strategy, playing intuitively, playing quickly, trying to steer the game in a very tactical, chaotic direction. But sometimes when you're facing somebody who is in as good of form as Hikaru is, you just feel the sense of hopelessness. You feel like whatever direction you steer the game in, your opponent is going to outthink you or outcalculate you or outstrategize you. And Jan has to avoid getting in his head in that way.
Yeah, it's hard not to be down on yourself after that kind of defeat, but Jan Nepomniachtchi, he knows he can hang with anybody on the planet, and he's had tough defeats before. He went through a world championship match, okay? And then he came back and won the candidates once more. He knows what it takes to be at the very top, so he needs to find that form right now. But what is the format here in the final day of the Fischer Random World Championship? The players are duking it out for first, third, fifth, and seventh, as mentioned earlier. Each match is 4 games, as it has been in the semis. First to 2.5 points wins. This is the second game. It's kind of like 2 little mini matches of 2 games within the 4-game match, because you have the same position in games 1 and 2, then a totally new position in games 3 and 4. So the time control, 25 minutes, no increment to reach move 30. You also gain 5 minutes at that juncture. So, Danya, I love the rapid pace of things. I think the world's rapid champion, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, has shown that it's a format to his liking as well.
It most certainly is. I think it's a very, it's a good compromise where you don't get flat out time scrambles. You have that additional 5 minutes after move 30. You have the increment, because the point here is not to win by flagging, as much as certain commentators like to win games by flagging. We won't mention any names. But the time control, it caters to high quality chess, and yet time pressure enters the equation as it should, raising the entertainment value for the young kids. Nodirbek, he loves this. And of course, Hikaru Nakamura, with his blitz and rapid pedigree, feels right at home as well.
That's true. We see the live shots. The players are getting seated. We can see that in the playing hall, Magnus Carlsen, he is already in his chair. And somebody who needs to recover fast is Magnus.
Dude.
Yesterday, he lost 3 games in a row to Jan Nepomniachtchi. He has now lost his 4th game in a row, this time to Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And, he just doesn't look like a person who's happy to be sitting at a chessboard.
What do you mean? He looks absolutely thrilled. Just his body language, the way he's sitting. He looks like he's at his birthday party surrounded by friends and family. And, he's enjoying every moment of it. No, but and of course, there is nobody more furious than Magnus himself. We can criticize, but I can tell you that what's going through Magnus's mind is probably, how on earth is this happening? Why is this happening for the first time in many years? What's going on? He's got to push all of that away. He's got 3 more games to play. And given Nodirbek's result yesterday, he showed some signs of weakness. So let's see if the world champion can muster up a little bit of motivation and a little more control in his play.
Right. And in that third, fourth matchup, we have 2 world champions, Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, and we have Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the world rapid champion. Here, we're going to have a world champion for the first time in Hikaru Nakamura or Jan Nepomniachtchi. So it's an exciting day for these two, probably a ton of nerves. And both players have their chances. Nakamura out to the 1-0 lead. But unlike in classical standard chess, having the white pieces has not necessarily led to an advantage here. In fact, if we think about the matches from yesterday, we saw that Jan Nepomniachtchi, he won 2 games in a row with black, and then Magnus Carlsen won the first game with black. Hikaru won this game with black. He won 2 games yesterday against Nodirbek with black. The black pieces is almost an advantage, it seems like, in this format.
It's absolutely crazy, and the gong has sounded. We saw a little bit of applause there, and the game has kicked off, and it's already taken on a somewhat different tenor, a somewhat different tone from the previous game. But if Hikaru pushes his pawn up to a4, then we will indeed get a very similar structure to game 1.
Yes, we saw that pawn break, trying to open up the A file. And Hikaru, when you win with the black pieces in that kind of line, you may be like, I don't want to do this. I won with black. I liked it from that side of things. So it's going to be interesting to see how Hikaru develops. And I'm most curious, Danya, about how quickly Jan plays.
Yeah, and so far he's been blitzing out his moves, but obviously he's just copying what Hikaru plays. And these moves are pretty straightforward. When you have a knight on h8, you literally only have one option for its development. And the ball in Hikaru's court, and there's our answer. No, he will not play a4. In fact, he does the opposite, Robert. He safeguards the pawn on b4, keeping the queen side closed. And I think the reason he did that is to ensure that the pawn does not hang after he fianchettos his bishop.
Right. It's an important pawn to keep defended for the long run.
But I don't really think he's preparing c4. I don't know.
C4 is one of those moves that you actually really have to weigh in such a position. And already for Jan, he plays a6. So both sides refraining from a4 or a5. And now I do like the look of c4. I think it's just a good move. You're going to develop your bishop from f1 right out there. You're going to open up the position a little bit. So I don't see the drawback.
Yeah, I can definitely see a case be made for c4, but Hikaru starts with a more flexible approach, bishop c1 to b2. That doesn't prevent him from playing c4 on the next move, and I think there's no reason that Jan will not do the same. And when will be our first deviation, Robert? Are they just going to copy each other forever?
Well, I don't think I would mind that. Copycat chess is always funny,
Yeah.
But I think here is that moment, and f6 was played. Just shutting down the queen and bishop on the long diagonal. So blunting the force of that battery there. And now I'm starting to, think about things from a broader perspective. For Hikaru, is he going to play c4? And if he does that allow black to strike in the center? For instance, c4, you chop on c4, white will take back, then you play d5 quickly, and maybe c5 is a quick follow-up. And I feel like black is just gaining a ton of space.
Yeah, black is definitely getting control of key central squares here. And the move f6 works really nicely in terms of building harmony among black's pieces. It also vacates the f7 square for the knight, which is a very nice defensive spot, controlling squares on both sides of the board. So I'm with you there. I think c4 has lost a lot of its luster now that f6 is on the board, which begs the question, okay, well then how does Hikaru develop his control over the center? I'm looking at a move like f4, maybe doing the same thing that Jan is doing. And he literally does the same thing that Jan does. He plays f3. And the copycat chess continues.
Never play f6. Never play f3.
Never
Always
play f3.
Retreat. Ben Feingold somewhere chirping at these players. But the difference, I would say, between the two is now the light square bishop for black, not on b7. And it may never want to go to b7 because the pawn's in f3. So I'm not sure about the configuration of pieces, but if Jan wants to shut things down, he can play d5 himself. No more c4 for you, and the bishop on c8 may eventually go on its initial diagonal, e5, and develop maybe to e6.
I really like the move d5, and the drawback positionally of that move is that it weakens the c5 square, but that's kind of a hypothetical weakness which can't really be exploited in the near future, especially if black, let's say, parks the dark squared bishop on d6. Anytime white's knight gets to c5, that takes a while, and the bishop can just snap it off the board. So I think after d5, if I had to choose a side here in the early going, I would probably actually prefer black. Nepo takes a more developmental approach. He shifts the knight over to f7, and he keeps d5 in his pocket. I think we might see this move very shortly, unless, of course, Hikaru counterstrikes with c4. No, he does not. He plays the
knight
same.
f2. Just a little bit more of copycat chess. And it's interesting that black has the advantage here. And perhaps the reason why is because there's this bishop on c8, not yet developed to b7. That leaves the rook on b8 as a happier piece, right? There's no bishop in its path. And so if these files start opening up, the rook is well positioned. And I think that, it's hard to criticize people in Fischer Random, right? You just don't know what objectively is best. And knight e5, it looks like maybe not the single most accurate move, but very logical play from both thus far.
But I'm a little bit puzzled at this move. So let's say white responds with something nonchalant like bishop b2, and that is indeed what Hikaru has played. Where is this knight going? You're not really going to c4. It can be snapped off the board. And even after like knight c4, bishop c3, that knight isn't all that impressive. Nepo seems to be prioritizing the improvement of his knight. But what's the ultimate destination, Robert? What's going to be his follow-up?
Maybe we'll just leave it there, although f4 for white seems to strike me as a good idea.
Yeah, exactly. And then bishop f3, perhaps.
Exactly. So he plays bishop b7, so he does eventually bring his bishop to that diagonal. And you see the eval bar creeping a little bit up in white's favor because we have essentially the same position, and Hikaru can't play knight g3 to e4. I don't think he should just copy what Jan is doing, right? He doesn't need to do that at all.
I'll bet a silver dollar that he keeps his knight on g3 for the time being. I don't see anything wrong with short castles. Now, some of you might be worried about a sack on f3, but that pawn is incredibly well defended. Black has not nearly enough firepower to generate any serious threats on the king side. Maybe in some cases, the other knight could jump out to g5. But Robert, the word that comes to mind to describe all of this is artificial. This is just not how you defeat Hikaru Nakamura. Knight g5 runs into f4. And I think after castle short, the landscape of the position has really shifted. I just don't like this strategy associated with knight e5, but maybe Jan will change my mind in the next couple of moves. We'll see.
Right. And for now, Hikaru, we were talking about f4 pawn pushes. You do not want to push that pawn anymore. That opens up the long diagonal for the queen and bishop. So you see Hikaru, he's like, I'm going to castle. He kind of made that clear, and then grab the king and move the rook. And these two have a history, right? There was a game, I think a blitz game. Is that right, Danya? Where
where they're castling with the separate hands.
With the separate hands, and that was a whole to-do. These players have the utmost respect for each other. They're not trying to create any controversies. So Hikaru said, I'm castling. Let's just let that be. And bishop e7 is the response from Jan. So white's made the king's positioning clear. Jan simply develops, likely will castle to the same side. Or there is the possibility that Jan wants to go for a kingside attack. So maybe we could put those positions on the board, Danya, just the moves, I should say, with castle and bishop e7. But is there a chance that Jan tries to play like g5 and get aggressive on the king side, or is that just begging to be punished?
No, I think there absolutely is. It would be pretty consistent with this provocative placement of the knight on e5. And there's a couple of questions that have to be answered before we figure that out. First of all, does white want to play the move d4? From a positional standpoint, it blunts and blocks in the bishop even further, but it chases the knight off of the central square. Maybe in some cases, white will want to reopen the queen side with a4, but I doubt it. To answer your question, though, I definitely think Jan is eyeing the possibility of g5 and maybe just g4 to reopen this battery and aim at the g2 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a must-win game, but he must win a game to catch up to Hikaru. You start thinking about these sort of possibilities, and Jan is a little bit ahead on the clock. That is some very good news for him and for the people who are supporting him, because in game one, he was a little bit too slow. It didn't feel like he felt comfortable in the position. Now he's making very logical moves. His position is absolutely normal, and Hikaru is the one who has a slight deficit on time.
And one instructive line, I'm not entirely convinced that this is objectively accurate. Should white play d4? After knight c4, I think a lot of people would rule this move out because after bishop c4 bc, black has seriously damaged the structure, and you seem to yield white better control of the center. But now with the light squared bishop gone, Robert, this g5, g4 idea, not to be a broken record, but now it acquires a different level of strength. If you get your pawn to g4, you carve open the long diagonal. White has simply nothing to defend it with. So I think that makes d4 a lot less appealing. And Hikaru Nakamura puts his own knight on e4.
Right, shutting down the diagonal.
Virtually a symmetrical position. The only difference is the placement of these two knights that I've highlighted.
and the castle for.
Oh,
white.
yeah. What is... Yeah. Where's Waldo? Identify the difference.
That's probably the most important element of the position. Not that black wants to castle queenside now. If you castle queenside, you're going to get in huge trouble. White will just open up that side of the board. But at some point, black can just shuttle that king, limousine service over to c8, and then the rook will enter the center of the board and shuttle over to the king side. So I think right now it's a big moment for Jan. He can castle king side, keep everything nice and steady, or he can make a move like you were pointing out. Knight c4 comes to mind because white doesn't really want to give up that light square bishop.
Yeah, it's so interesting that the center, you can't even really say that the center is closed. The center is open in the sense that neither side has tried to control it too intensely with their pawns. They've left real estate in the center to be occupied by the pieces. I think knight c4 is a very interesting decision. Jan has to avoid kind of forcing it, but I think we're going to see him take a couple of serious positional and maybe even tactical risks in the next couple of moves. And knight c4, I think, is a good example of a calculated risk that introduces an imbalance into the position without, making permanent structural weaknesses among black's ranks.
Really tough decisions in Fischer Random Chess. Jan Nepomniachtchi still up 45 or so seconds. He needs to come up with an idea right now. I'm honestly looking at h5. I mentioned that idea half jokingly earlier. I was like, oh, can I throw my pawns forward? But the knight on g3 defends the knight on e4. So it's a pawn for a pawn in a sense. So h5, if you take it, I believe black can just take twice on e4.
Yeah, and as emotionally painful as it is to part ways with your light squared bishop, I think your point, Robert, is that the queen is actually virtually unassailable. And not just that, it's attacking c2. White's pieces are kind of relatively uncoordinated. You can't play d3. So I think h5 is very much in the mix. Jan instead pushes his d-pawn up to d6. Not the most aesthetically pleasing move, but I think he's preparing f5.
He certainly is. Only one king has committed itself. Hikaru's king on g1, it's not moving to the other side of the board. So that is something to take advantage of as Hikaru plays d3, protecting his knight on e4.
I'll have what she's having.
Yeah. And if you are a Key and Peele fan, I'll have what I'm having. It's from one of the skits. But Hikaru now leaves the board. And I'm wondering if Jan needs to leave the e5 square with his knight. I feel like the center is just very clogged for now. And I want pawn pushes of sorts. Like, can you move the knight, play e5 and d5 and things like that? I guess the e6 pawn is necessary to remain put, because if that pawn moves from e6, that knight on g3 will land on f5. So it's really hard to figure out even the subtleties of a simple pawn move.
Yeah, it's such a weird position because it's so amorphous, right? There's no actual definition in the center. What does that create? It creates a situation where there's like 6 or 7 plausible moves. Either side could push either of the central pawns forward. And so the players are largely relying on their intuition here. It's so hard to actually calculate these positions out. Jan follows through on his idea, pushes the pawn up to f5. And I would have said that even a move like f4 is not out of the question, except it is, precisely because black has refrained from castling. Here we see Jan concretely reaping the benefits of his more flexible approach.
And where's that knight going for Hikaru? It actually can go to c5 right now. I was about to say there's a pawn d6. You can't hop on over there, but knight c5 is both legal and quite decent because the pawn on d6 is covering the black knight on e5, an overloaded pawn. So knight c5, if dc, bishop e5, then c7 is hanging, g7 is hanging. And if you take my bishop in the center, my queen lands there, just like in the variation you showed earlier, Danya, with the e3 pawn being loose. Here it's e6 and c7 and c5. I think white is very happy.
This position is totally out of the question for black. It looks like his entire position collapses. So after knight c5, there's 2 points at which black can make a choice. You could refrain from taking the knight. You could potentially drop your bishop back to c8. Yuck. That allows white to reposition his own bishop to the long diagonal. If you don't want it, I'm going to get it. And if you play bishop d5, Robert, this bishop is not exactly the picture of stability. It can be pushed away right off on the spot with a move e4. Wait a second. Is white just claiming the initiative and the advantage after knight c5? Did Jan miss this move?
I initially was like, it's not possible. And I was like, wait a sec. Overloaded pieces.
It is very much as possible.
what does Jan have as a way out there? I mean, it's the eval bar still hovering towards the center, so it's not that bad for black. But just the way the position is unraveling, it would seem that Jan has to be extremely careful because his position could collapse in any moment.
And Hikaru does not go for it. He drops his knight back to d2, which, of course, is also a totally reasonable move. White remains solid. But I guess there was something about knight c5 that Hikaru didn't like. And Jan follows up with g7, g5, a move that we've been talking about for a while. And now it is on the board, not mincing his words, nor leaving his actions up to interpretation. He wants to get this kingside attack going ASAP.
And I feel like I'm watching a Nakamura game from black or a repeat of yesterday's win for Jan over Magnus, throwing the pawns up the kingside. He may sacrifice a pawn in the near future to open up files. The queen and bishop lurking on the light square diagonal. If g4 happens, you've been asking for that for a long time. Watch out for the g2 pawn. How do you stop that? You can play e4, shutting down the diagonal, but allowing black to push forward with f5 to f4. In the style of a King's Indian, it's not a defense at this point. It's a full-on attack.
I'm almost never skeptical of King's Indian related ideas, but I am here. And the reason has to do with this move, knight h5. If white sticks this knight on h5, it's actually very, very safe. It's virtually unassailable. You actually can't get to this knight. And g4, while it may appear imposing, let's not forget the black's own king bears the brunt of this move. F takes g4, white's pieces are perfectly poised just to tear this king apart. So, Robert, as long as white keeps the queen and bishop out of commission, the effectiveness of black's attack on the king side is going to be severely limited. I really like the move e4. I think that's a classy defensive move, and it has some serious questions.
He went knight h5, so he almost like reverses the move order by putting his knight there. So if we hop the knight to h5, is g4?
In g4? I don't quite understand.
Is f4? What's the? Ugh.
There's almost knight f3. Does knight f3 work?
I'm just wondering about that too.
So, oh my gosh, there's intermezzos connected with the move knight g7 check, but where do you throw that move in?
Like bishop f3, gf3, knight g7 check, something like that?
I guess you have to do that. And the crazy thing is that the sacrifice might look so enticing. Oh, I have a pawn on g2, but white uses that pawn as an umbrella, and black's attack kind of fizzles out after rook f2. And knight h5, g4 is on the board. Let's refresh and get to the live position, and let's see what Hikaru has in mind here.
I would imagine f4 was his plan, because you don't want to take on g4, then the knight simply takes back. You're going to get mated on g2. e3 is hanging. So this is a huge moment for Hikaru.
Now, it's important to point out that after f4, black is under no obligation to sacrifice anything at all, but maybe he should sacrifice, but not with knight f3. Rather, not with bishop f3 either, although that is a move which should be considered, but bishop takes g2. And after f takes e5, you can take the rook. You could even try to set up some sort of a mating net with knight g5 and knight h3. Robert, this gets really serious really quickly. What do you think about this idea?
Gosh, because knight h3 is checkmate. And if you go knight f4 to stop the checkmate, I think you could still even think about knight h3.
And you open up the g file. And if white tries to run, no, get back to g1 where I'm going to checkmate you literally on the next move. This is actually just checkmate.
Wow, this is actually
but Jan rushed it. He went knight f3 immediately.
One of those moments where Jan should have spent a little bit more time to calculate his options. He knew bishop takes g2 is available. Maybe didn't see the exact follow-up with that knight g5 sequence. Knight f3, so tempting, but bishop takes and knight g7 check. Jan will have compensation, but Hikaru is spotting the tactic.
But I feel like this is a little bit of naivety coming from Jan. I mean, does he think that Hikaru missed knight f3? And if the answer is no, then wouldn't it have been worth it to, at the very least, double check and make sure that you're not missing any other promising candidate moves? But again, I have no doubts that black has serious compensation. Maybe, Robert, after knight g7, the most prudent approach is just to play king d7 and keep both of your rooks alive. But never mind, because Hikaru has played the move g3 instead.
Ooh.
Okay.
So he wants to just surround that pawn, right? Like leave that pawn there. You use the term umbrella pawn. That still is one, right? If white can play rook f2 and just shut down that side of the board, then he can play in the center. Maybe rook a to e1, rook b to e1, and pawn to e4. Just close off the diagonal, and then eventually win this pawn f3. So Jan needs to operate quickly. He does not have all the time in the world. I would, at first thought, play knight h6 to bring my knight into the game. That knight is dominated by the pawn f4, 3 squares away. So knight h6, knight g4, and I'm not sure what I'm threatening, but it feels like it's heading in the right direction.
Yeah, that is definitely an idea, as is a timely f3 to f2 check, chucking the pawn in order to reopen the diagonal for the queen and the bishop. I wouldn't play that move immediately because I don't see any clear follow-up. And the third thing I'd point out, Robert, is that the prospect of black castling queenside has increased. I mean, that's like the great relief of, staying in a 1-star hotel after camping for 2 weeks. Not that I've ever done any of that. But we mentioned earlier that castling queenside is associated with a lot of risk. I think it still is. I think white can still try to open up the queenside. But keeping the king in the center, especially in the context of white opening up the e-file, looks a heck of a lot more unappetizing.
So we might see castle queenside. Still a legal move for black.
Yes, it is.
Dart that king on over to c8. The rook will go to d8. And then looks like a normal queenside castle. I don't know if I would do that right now. I feel like having that in reserve is generally useful. But white is kind of threatening knight g7 checks or knight f6 checks.
Whoa.
Things like that. So you need to keep it in mind.
I feel like... Okay, maybe I shouldn't be reading the chat because chat is saying something about Magnus. But I'm going to ignore it for now.
Okay. Well, I just see Jan ignored all the moves we suggested and played rook g6. So he brings that rook up to g6.
Interesting.
And what is his plan with that move? I guess he's protecting e6, which is useful in many situations. That's part of it. Maybe there's a rook h6 in the future, or he's going to castle queenside and then bring his second rook to g8. And so he's ready to seize the initiative.
I think that's more plausible. At first, I thought he might want to dislodge white's knight with rook h6, but the knight has options, so much so that Hikaru goes to f6 voluntarily, and he does it immediately, trying to fish out black's dark squared bishop, which he does. And after bishop takes f6, you cannot castle just yet, but you can play king d7 if you want to involve the rook.
So this is a moment where we should mention that they're opposite colored bishops. Now, having those opposite colored bishops is very useful when you're the attacking side. That is good news for Jan Nepomniachtchi. The reason why the bishop on f6, inherent to how bishops work, can only stay in the dark squares, cannot fend off the attack on the light squares. So Jan should be feeling pretty good about his chances right now. Not that he's with an overwhelming edge. We see the eval bar say slight advantage for black, but I just think logistically speaking, knight h6 to g4 looks even more promising. You're hitting the bishop on f6. Rook b8 to g8 looks enticing. Maybe there's a rook sack on g3 leading to a checkmating attack. So I feel like Jan should be thrilled to be in the position that he is, and I'm not sure how Hikaru is going to parry the many threats that Jan is building up.
And Jan is still up on time. Hikaru at 12 minutes. The time not yet a deciding factor. Perhaps it's time to implement your idea, rook be1 and e4, trying to whip up counterplay along the e-file, because as long as the center remains closed, black's king is virtually on the safest square in the entire chessboard, surrounded by this ridiculously solid defensive pawn cocoon, which control c5 and prevent the white knight from getting to c5. And I think that is exactly what Hikaru is thinking. He says that if I don't create counterplay right now, it's really only a matter of time before I get torn apart on the king side. The eval bar, not the biggest fan of that move, but from a practical standpoint, Robert, I think Hikaru is doing what he has to do in order to muddy the waters.
Right. Rook e1, trying to play e4, shutting off the light squares. But
ooh, Nepo.
Look at Jan. I mean, he's just not thinking. He's playing with his intuition, which is fantastic. But it's a moment where he had the advantage, and now it's all of a sudden better for white. And the move is obvious, right? You're pointing e3 to e4. So I don't know.
Sorry to interrupt you, Robert. I think knight h6, knight g4 should have been what Nepo starts with, because that's the maneuver you have to play, and that's a more concrete threat. Now he's given Hikaru the chance to play e4. and there's no sack on g3. There's no effective check. Queen a7 can be met with bishop d4. What does Jan have in mind here?
Rook sack on g3. Does it work? I mean, we know it doesn't work.
I don't think it does.
See the well, I'm curious. Make the move. Let's see how the eval bar reacts. Oh.
Whoa, it's actually not going as crazy as I thought it would. I guess because of queen g8.
So king f2, right? I think you have to go that way. Rook g2 check, or queen g8 first. King e3.
Can you go knight h6 now?
If you took an f3 there, the knight was hanging on d2, right? So that's at least a bunch of material for black with a pin. That looks like a nice chance, even if white is better.
Yeah, because the attack continues and the material advantage has been diminished. King e3 is obviously the principal move. And the move I can't get out of my head is knight h6 and knight g4, but perhaps white has some way to zigzag to finagle the king, evacuate it out of the center. I don't know how exactly.
So maybe your queen g8 idea is just the way to go, just to keep it, the pieces active and go for it.
At which point?
Any point. I'm not sure.
Like here after king f2?
Yeah, queen g8 now or after rook g2 check both seem to be enticing. And I mean, there's a king on e3.
Yeah, there is. And you can't play rook g1 because there's always this fork.
Oh, that's mean.
Exactly. Perfect sound effect. And it's amazing. Like, white is up a full rook. White has 2 rooks and black has 1. But like you're saying, it's not easy to get the king out of the woods. And I can guarantee you that is precisely what Nepo is calculating. He's actually thinking, Robert, which is, I know, a shocker. But he knows that this is the last jumping off point. The ship is going to sail if you don't take on g3 here. White could even finally eliminate that pawn on f3. And you're going to forfeit your opportunity once and for all to rip open the king side.
He played e5, it looks like.
Whoa. e5. My lands.
My goodness, the whole position is just wide open.
It's exploding anarchy and chaos. And he's slicing off the battery, the queen bishop battery, and maybe setting up queen a7 check, which is going to be a heck of a lot more enticing if there's no bishop d4.
He just played it, queen a7 check. So fe5, queen e7.
Okay.
Queen a7 is on the board.
The moves.
King h1 by Hikaru. And wow, the eval bar is like jumping up, seesawing, getting a little more depth there.
Well, the problem for black is that this e4 pawn is ridiculously well defended. It looks like, oh, there's an x-ray, there's going to be a discovered check. But no, how are you getting rid of this e4 pawn?
That's the $1 million question, or in this case, the $150,000 question to determine who will win this event. So the good news for Jan is that capturing on f5 is out of the question. So he knows that that's not going to happen, at least for the foreseeable future. But you're right. Actually taking down this e4 pawn is not happening anytime soon.
And I would amend the statement about taking on f5. It might not happen under the current circumstances, but I think there is a threat of e6 check, drawing the king to e6, and then you take on f5 with a discovered double check. And if the king moves back to d7, you could get forked, and later on, white could block f2 check with knight e4.
Okay, very good point. So there's some tactics that you have to keep an eye out for if you are Jan Nepomniachtchi. You can take this pawn on e5 directly, but then the bishop on f6 will free itself by stealing that pawn. And the king on d7, let's not pretend like that's a safe king either. I mean, as the position opens up, the king can be caught in the crossfire.
Well, I jinxed him. I said the king is on the safest square on the board, but how could I have known that the position is about to explode? The center is about to get dynamited. And Hikaru, for a change, the one getting up from his chair. Usually we've seen Nepo be the only one to do it. It just seems like Jan is getting confused again. I think he's gotten lost in the complications, and he doesn't have a follow-up in mind.
It looked to me like he was about to play f2. Like the way he was, the part of the board, he looked like his hand was hovering over. I sort of felt like he was going to go f2. It's possible because the queen covers the square that would force white's hand to play rook e2, and the pieces are just all over the place here. I mean, the king on h1 is one check away from being mated. Just getting that check is the hard part.
Whew. Best way to start looking at this position is by taking 2 Advil and, guzzling down some coffee. how on earth do you do any calculation here with this level of chaos? But that's precisely, Robert, where I'm so concerned for Jan, because for Hikaru, he's got a pretty straightforward course of action. You want to eliminate f3, you're threatening e6. I feel like White's threats and White's plans are so much more clearly defined than Jan's attacking chances.
I agree. I mean, the thing is, Hikaru's goal is clear. Don't get checkmated. Jan's goal is let's go try to deliver a checkmate, but actually doing that is very difficult. So in some ways, Hikaru can just react to the immediate moves that Jan is playing. And that's typically not how you want to play chess. You want to create ideas of your own while taking into account your opponent's moves. But here it is the type of position where Hikaru is focused on his king safety that's currently tucked in the corner. So let's think about options for Jan. Taking on e5, pawn to f2, both come to mind. Maybe like a rook e8 type of move, just trying to open up the center and have your rook stare down to e4 as the pieces start capturing one another. It's a difficult moment. Even rook takes g3 can't be completely discounted.
And in the same vein, a move like f4 is in the mix as well, trying to open up the g file. Rook takes g3, I think you should almost start with, because after the trade, Black is threatening a hidden mate in one. Rook h3 is checkmate. Don't forget about that queen on a7. But I'm very, very skeptical about this. I think even the straightforward rook takes f3 immediately repels any potential mate threats, and White wins the game. So what do you think about this f4 idea? Maybe combined with f2. Like f2 and f4?
Oh,
f4
that's
and
actually a possibility. I think f4 right away, that White will take on f3. So steal that with the rook. Rook takes f3, I think, is good defense. And then your e6 check is coming to mind. I don't know.
Queen a2.
Yeah, and then
at least
d5, I take and double check again.
Woo! There will be hell to pay for the Black King. No, this is not an option. So perhaps starting with f2 makes sense then, to keep the f file closed as long as possible and to force White to capture the pawn on a less desirable square.
Right. In f2, you have to play rook e2 and then f4, trying to pry open the g file. It's all getting
here, here, and here.
So I guess you still take on f2 with the e rook, maybe?
God, the Evo are doing all sorts of acrobatics. There's still e6 check, but then queen a2 is a lot less effective with the bishop on f6 actually hanging.
Well, it looks like
it's all a moot point.
Yeah. Well, it's important to calculate these things. So Jan was calculating just those type of lines. He takes on e4 after all. And now Hikaru is thinking, do I take back on e4 with what piece? And he goes knight takes e4.
He didn't think for long. And Nepo's suddenly down to 6.5 minutes. You've got 7 moves to make in a position this chaotic. The time has become a serious factor here.
For sure. Because with only 6 minutes for 7 moves to play, this is something that Jan is going to need to figure out quickly. So what moves come to mind? Oh, 8 moves, right. It's White's 23rd move. Now Black is on the clock for his. F2, still a possibility. D takes e5, still available. Rook e8 type of ideas, trying to take on e4. Get rid of the pieces on that diagonal is another option. For example, I think after rook e8, if you play e takes d6, I think Black will be able to play like a knight takes d6 at some point, and not here, maybe, because
maybe first f2, yeah?
Yeah, f2, just open up the diagonal, and then knight takes d6. Great.
Ooh.
And things are getting dicey.
And this is where your point was so prescient about opposite colored bishops favoring the attacker. You can see why that is so clearly here. White has nothing with which to contest the long diagonal. The king is stuck on h1, and Black's attack rages on. So should Black play rook e8, Hikaru needs to try to keep this pawn on e5 as long as possible. But what does he play instead? Does he take on f3? Does he chalk the pawn with e6? I don't know. It's played.
He's going to answer that question himself. Rook e8 by Jan Nepomniachtchi. And this is another moment where we should say the eval bar suggesting that White is just a little bit better clearly indicates that Black has a ton of compensation. Black is currently down 1 pawn. The e5 pawn might be gone soon. The f3 pawn is hanging in many positions. I don't know if you want to take it. But the ultimate point is neither player knows what the number is next to the evaluation. They're like, this looks very complicated. It looks like either side can blunder in a single move. So if a blunder is to happen, it's hard to fault the players. It's such a complicated position.
So far, I have to say that they've been handling it quite cleanly. Neither side has made any significant blunders. As Nepo captures the pawn on e5 with his knight, I would say that the smoke is beginning to clear, but it really isn't. In fact, the position is filling with even more smoke, but we do have a couple of trades. Bishop takes e5 is played. A knight versus bishop scenario has unfolded, and a check on f7, Robert, is available to Hikaru. Does he want to save this move for a rainy day, or is it time to start hunting for Black's king?
It's raining somewhere, so rook f7 check is certainly
I think it's
tempting.
probably raining in Reykjavik. It usually is.
It often is. That's true. I think something to keep in mind is while you want to open up this diagonal, the move d5, not now, not in probably the near future, but if you're not looking carefully enough, just to kick that knight out of there could be disastrous for white. So white needs to come up with a plan. I'm already looking at ideas like to try to get my king to safety. So moving my h pawn and playing king h2. So here I think h4 followed by king h2 is something I would consider. The eval bar
Lovely defensive
seem
idea.
to hate it. Phew. Okay, I thought it was like a huge blunder for a second. Nope, not the worst thing in the world, but just trying to get the king off the diagonal.
I think that's a great defensive idea. Hikaru starts with a check on f7. Now, that does not exclude the possibility of h4, but I think it does make it more unlikely because then you will have to reckon with rook takes g3. The rook on f3 was fulfilling a very important task of defending this pawn. I think Hikaru has taken a more aggressive approach, but what is his follow-up going to be? Jan slides his king back to d8. For the time being, Black has all of the bases covered. Does anything come to mind for you, Robert? Rook ef1 maybe? But then there's rook takes e4.
Oh, and you get in trouble.
Oh, there's no queen h8 because
Oh,
the rook
show
drops
that.
back.
Show that. You should show
What a
that.
beauty. So this looks like checkmate. Not only is it not mate, Black is the one who basically delivers checkmate with rook e8 dropping back with a discovery.
Wow, what a complicated
Okay.
position this is. And I was going to make mention that rook f8 checks. So I'm thinking, let me just keep checking this king, make a draw. The king can go to e7. Like the knight on e4 is pinned. So it's not like there can be some immediate check that the king has to deal with. No rook trades. And yeah, rook takes e4. There is no
Black wins.
mate for white.
The king zigzags its way out of trouble. Back it goes to d7. And again, the fact that Black can step back with his rook, delivering his own check, completely devastates White's attacking options here. So you're right. Hikaru can't simply bail out with a perpetual check. He has to engage Jan in these complications. How is he going to proceed? I think a quiet move might be what the doctor ordered here.
I was going to say, as a Warriors fan, you know all about that devastating step back. Steph Curry shooting that one. But rook back after taking on e4 could catch a player by surprise. Not Hikaru Nakamura, though. He is way too tactically alert. He's been in great form throughout this event. But this is not an easy moment. Maybe he'll bring his queen closer to the king. So a move like queen d1 or queen c1 to f4. It comes to mind, right? Just a way to get your queen active and closer to the king's defense. But I do think that if you play queen c1, trying to end up on f4, Black may bring his own queen towards the middle of the board. Maybe there's queen d4 teaming up on this knight on e4 some more. I don't know.
Yeah, something like this, merely adding tension to the board. Hikaru takes a very similar approach. He shifts his queen up to c3, attacking c7. Jan instantly responds with bishop d5. Not only does he defend c7, but he plays with tempo, hitting the rook on f7 and forcing it to decide where it wants to live. Does it want to stay on the 7th rank? Do you want to give that check on f8 and let Black's king out of the cage? This is a very, very tough question that Jan is asking Hikaru here.
And Hikaru may look at that h7 pawn and say, that looks delicious, but I would not grab that pawn because if the rook takes h7, that allows the rook on g6 to slide to f6. And the knight on e4 is pinned. That's very important. And if that rook gets to f6, maybe it'll go down to f2 or somewhere along the line. It just feels like there are all these threats in the air. And he does, in fact, take the pawn. I thought that it might be poisonous, but Hikaru says, no, no, no. I am enjoying my 2-pawn lead. And the eval bar still hovering around the center. So I like the look of rook f6. Keep getting pieces in the attack.
Ice water in Hikaru's veins, and he is just investing all of his defensive resources. He is banking on this knight on e4. This knight is the only thing that stands between him and checkmate 7 ways to Sunday. The knight, and of course the pawn that is supporting it, and the rook on e1. That is the final member of the supporting cast. And rook f6 is on the board. You didn't have to ask Jan twice. He says, give me that f-file. Give me that only avenue to white's king. And in addition to rook f2, Robert, there's even in some cases ideas of playing rook f1, distracting the white rook, and then grabbing the knight on e4. I can't quite find a way to make that work, but I think you see what I'm saying.
Oh, for sure I do. And also king g2, that may look like a move that helps your king. In fact, you get your king in more trouble because queen f2 check. Queen f2 is a peripheral threat that you can't play because the c7 pawn is hanging with check. But if the king walks into the fire there, the queen comes into f2 with check. You can't run away to h3 because bishop e6 is probably made, and queen f5 wins the rook at the very least. But there are problems galore for that white king. So watch out at this moment here, because Hikaru, his king, may look sheltered for now, but if he doesn't find some accurate responses, rook e to f5 is on the table as well.
I agree with the point that rook takes h7 was probably over-optimistic. I think Hikaru having the wrong priorities here, grabbing that pawn and underestimating the impact of black getting control of the f-file. I don't really see a move for white. I don't see a way for white to solve the problems inherent in his king position. Maybe you can try a move like h4 to open up a little bit of luft, but again, that just puts a band-aid over the problem. It doesn't solve the issue of black infiltrating and of the sacrifices on e4. Hikaru, I think he's found a way to bail out, though. I think he's found a way to bail out.
But can't the king sneak
C8?
its way to c8 and then b7 if you keep giving it checks?
That is a totally valid question. I honestly missed that. I think it most certainly can.
Oh, goodness.
I think it most certainly can.
We want to remind everybody, this is about to be Hikaru's 30th move, so he has plenty of time to make that one move. Well, he'll gain 5 minutes in a 5-second increment. So that sounds like a lot of time, but in a position like this, with your king, it seems okay, but it's actually quite exposed on h1 with black's pieces streaming in. This is dangerous territory for Hikaru Nakamura.
Now, this is taking a turn for the worse ever since Hikaru took that pawn on e4 with his knight and now grabs the pawn on h7, and he is hoping against hope that Jan is going to repeat moves. I don't think he is, and Jan doesn't even think about repeating with king d8. He runs toward the queen side. King c8 is on the board, and just to show everybody, if Hikaru keeps checking, the king runs all the way to b7, where it is the safest it has been, Robert, in many, many moves, and that is terrible news for black, because once the king gets, for white rather, because once the king gets safe, queen f2 is now in the cards, and all it takes is one move like this for white's king to be permanently devastated.
Oh my gosh, and it may not seem like black has any threats, but a huge threat is rook e5 to f5. The knight on e4 is still pinned because of the bishop, with the rook on f5, rook f1 check, followed by queen flooding into g1. That could end with a checkmate, or f2 as you're pointing out. So the king on h1 is about to fall victim to an attack. And what is the move here? Hikaru, it seemed like he was going to grab his rook on h7. Okay, he's still calculating. It looks like rook e7 is the idea. Based on the way he's trying to grab the rook, I think he's trying to go rook e7 and swap off some material.
And after, okay, the move makes sense because rook takes c7, there's queen takes f6. What white wouldn't give to trade one pair of rooks here? How much would that relieve the pressure on white's king? But my question, after rook e7, could black stick with your idea and position the rook on f5, simply ignoring the white rook's entreaty?
I think so, because rook e7, we can just show quickly that rook takes e7 is met by queen takes f6 here, which apparently is not the end of the world for black, but that's trending in the wrong direction. So instead of trading rooks, keep more pieces on the board. You're the one attacking. Rook ef5, and then rook f1 check. I mean, how is white dealing with this threat?
Yeah, no, it's crazy to say that this is almost an unstoppable threat, but it basically is. And I just want to highlight the incredible multi-purpose role that is played by the black queen. It's protecting c7. So it is what stands between black and checkmate, but it also could potentially be the piece that delivers checkmate to the white king, keeping white's king confined on h1. Rook e7 is on the board, and rook e5 is virtually forced.
And Jan is away from the board right now, but if he were seated, like he's going rook e to f5. He's not trading rooks.
No.
And he comes back. Let's see how quickly he makes the move, because there's no universe where the attacking player wants to trade pieces. White is up 2 pawns, but it's not just about when your head trade material. It's about creating threats. Rook e to f5 threatens rook f1 check. And Don, I think the way Hikaru's going to deal with that is by pushing his pawn to d4 to shut the queen out, but that loosens the defense of that knight at e4. So you solve one problem, but you create another one in a really nasty looking way.
That is a dark and dangerous path, but it might be the necessary path. What you're saying is that after d4, the queen is sliced off, the king breathes a little bit easier, but now the knight is like, hey, what the heck? I needed that pawn. Black can even shift the king back to the danger zone in order to dislodge the rook on e7, and then set up some sort of battery against the knight on e4. I get that the eval bar is showing zeros. I totally get that white probably has some path where he can walk on hot coals for 10 moves and secure the draw. But does Hikaru have it in him to find whatever this line is?
Wow, king d8 is a nasty move. If we just show that really quickly, because our instinct as chess players after d4, king d8 is to move the rook away somewhere, and you can't stay on the e file, so you go rook g or h7. But then your knight is in huge trouble, because you can bring a rook to the e file and win that piece, or there's
queen
b7 like you're showing, and I think that piece is falling with rook f1 check available as well.
I think white might have to play. No, I guess rook h7 isn't the move either. What on earth is the move here? No, this is insane. I mean, the eval bar is showing equality, but how do you get yourself to go for this line? I think Hikaru is in mortal danger here, because if he doesn't play d4, rook f1 is a mate threat, right? That is not just an attack on the king, something open-ended. Does it actually lead to mate? I guess that's an important question to answer here.
It might, but not. And
yeah, because the king somehow runs to h3, and this rook on e7 is nicely positioned to prevent a potential check on e6. d4 is played.
Wow. Big move for Hikaru. Apparently a good move. But if Jan Nepomniachtchi plays king d8 here, now is where Hikaru proves his mettle. Like, what is the follow-up? There is a rook simply hanging on e7, and if the rook slides over, the eval bar already showed us that there's a win for black. I'm guessing some kind of rook f1 check, distract the pieces. Oh, actually, that might just be it. That if the king d8, if the rook moves to anywhere on the e file, there's rook f1 check, distracting white's pieces. So maybe bishop e4 check after rook takes f1, and
and you win a piece. Yeah, and this is probably one of several options. You could maybe take an even slower approach. Now, I did, with the corner of my eye, spot this idea of king g1 in order to unpin the knight. But the reason I thought it didn't work is because after king takes c7, there aren't that many effective discoveries. You basically have to take the rook. Black takes on f6, and black is up a piece, but somehow the eval bar isn't changing. So maybe there is a way to hunt for black's king with a move like queen e3, creating some serious threats of queen e7 and queen h6. Wow, and Jan, he plays the move rook f3. He doesn't play king d8.
So he's going queen hunting. He said, your king.
Whoa.
Maybe it's okay for now, but after queen d2, he's going to play rook f2. So I actually completely understand what he's looking at here. He wants his rook on the second rank, and he's trying to do so with tempo. That king d8 move, I mean, that looked like it was a good option, but not easy to spot, especially with the time control the way it is right now. Queen d2, rook f2 is like my immediate feeling here. Let's bring that rook to the attack.
Somehow Hikaru seems to be surviving this for the time being. Yeah, rook f2 is so natural, opening up the pin against the knight and forcing this queen, tossing it around the board. So after rook f2, it is on the board. The eval bar creeping up in white's favor. Where is Hikaru going to position the queen? What is the optimal defensive square?
You're asking the wrong person. I have no idea.
Well, we're just tossing the question around like a hot potato. Let's toss it around to Hikaru.
Well, queen g5 looks viable because it attacks the bishop on d5, but it drops d4. So as you're highlighting here, the queen needs to stay in touch with that pawn on d4. If you drop that pawn, you're crushed. Your knight is loose. Your king is never going to find a safe zone. So I think the move queen d1 just to cover f1 and not give the rooks an attack against the queen.
Queen d1. The reason that's a hard move to play is just because it relinquishes any aggressive intentions that you might want to express with your queen. But what you're saying is that you need all hands on deck. White is up 2 pawns. White has the advantage that he needs. Right now, the goal has to be to repel all of Black's immediate threats.
I just feel like the position's easier to play for Jan now because the queen for Black can go up to b6 and over to c6 as well to pile up on the pinned piece, attack the c2 pawn. So I feel like while White is 2 pawns ahead, the material is good. The Black king is much safer heading to b7 later.
But 2 observations. After queen d1, White is only 1 move away from shifting his king up to g1 and unpinning the knight. The same observation goes here. Hikaru moves his queen up to d3. But the drawback of this move is that Jan can slide the other rook into f3 and push the queen once again back to d1. And maybe that's what Hikaru wants.
Yeah, I mean, there's no attack on either rook because the knight is pinned. So queen b6 is just a useful looking move to try to get queen c6 next, hitting the c2 pawn. That is a loose pawn in the position. It's not just about the knight on e4, the pin, the king safety. If you can win that c2 pawn, you're cutting your material deficit in half and creating more threats as well. So in combination with rook f3, as you're highlighting, I feel like there are many, many threats, and Hikaru is down several minutes on the clock. He has enough time. He's absolutely one of the best blitz players in the world. How many title Tuesdays has that guy won? But this position feels so dicey for that king in the corner.
It most certainly does. And Jan, he has a decision to make here. He can keep the tension. I love the move queen b6. It's such an effective way of playing in the opponent's time pressure, making these slow, quiet moves where you're kind of masking your intentions. But Jan, I'm also positive that he's going to spend some time calculating the move rook f3. I don't quite see the follow-up, though, after the queen slides back to d1.
Why would you allow that tempo? That's the big question. I guess after rook f3, there might be rook e3, just trying to... Oh, then the c2 pawn is loose as well.
God, this is terrifying. Rook f1, somehow the king slides its way to h3.
Yeah, that doesn't
look at this line. And suddenly the king is perfectly safe, actually.
And knight takes d6 is a new threat. Right,
no,
there's too many threats.
Black can resign.
Okay, so giving the checks maybe
he's played
misguided. You had rook f3. So what is Hikaru's response? And I don't see why he wouldn't play queen d1 immediately unless his plan is here to go rook e3.
No, he definitely sees the possibility of rook e3. Another point in Jan's favor, Robert, is that after queen d1, yes, technically the knight is unpinned, but you really still can't move it because in this particular instance, I think the discover check would be devastating. And rook e3 is on the board. A trade on e3. And Jan goes for your line. He just grabs the pawn on c2, says, give me that. Give me that pawn.
Why not? The king is safer for now for Black, but Hikaru plays king to g1, slides that king over, and after queen b6, the knight is at long last free to move.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. And where is it going to go? Where is it going to go? Do you drop it back towards c3, dislodging the bishop from its dominant central square? Oh my God, Robert, after knight c3, Black has to be very careful not to get forked with some sort of rook e8 and queen e4 action.
Oh my gosh, so after knight c3 is the forced move like queen c6 or something like that, but that might trade material.
So is there a better way to execute the same idea? Maybe knight f6, but then still, worst comes to worst, Black has queen c6?
Well, there is a queen trade available, right?
Like there is.
Wait, that actually might be bad for Black. Let's go through that line very quickly. Knight f6,
so let's say
c6.
Or knight c3, yeah.
Sure. We can check on e8 first or second, doesn't matter. Or queen e6. I was trying to trade somewhere, right? So if we trade queens, White has these two unopposed passers on the king side. Is Black in time? The white king cut off from the help. The a3 pawn would likely fall, but this feels like, practically speaking, it should be really good winning chances for Hikaru.
And this is wildly unappetizing given the position that Jan has just had. Now to defend an endgame where he is on the cusp of allowing promotion is the last thing that he wants to allow. Knight f6 is on the board by Nakamura, and that is once again the top move. This is just unbelievable level of accuracy by Nakamura. And after queen c6, are you telling me that there is an even better option than taking the bishop on d5?
I feel like knight 65 is automatic if there's a queen trade, but that's the big if. Now that I look at it, after queen c6, Knight takes d5. There's rook c1 check. Where is the white king going? If you go to g2, there's queen takes d5 check and no forced queen trade.
Oh my God, you were right, Robert. You have to give this check on e8 first. And the reason precisely consists in this move rook c1. Now, after king g2, queen takes d5, you slide the queen up to e4, perfectly timing it with the placement of black's king. The queen trade is forced. The black king is as far away as it gets. And I think white wins the game with these connected passers.
Is there like king c6 though in this position, funnily enough? Like, can we trade queens on my terms? So if you take me, the king gets out to d5?
You have to try. I think king c6 is by far the most resilient, but white says, I'm trading on my terms.
Oh, moves are happening, and he went knight d5 first, rook c1 check.
Oh,
did Hikaru miss that?
He probably did, but I still think that king g2 and queen e4 is very effective. No, he goes down to f2.
Well, no, but the problem with king g2, queen e4 is this rook c2 check. The queen is pinned on the e4 square. So you have to be very careful if you're Hikaru here. Like, you might just say, I'm up a point in this match. I can just make a draw by going king g1 back and forth.
No, but this has been just ridiculous defense. The other option, he does go back to g1. Let's see if Hikaru repeats moves. Obviously, Nepo at this point has no choice. And I think Hikaru might be going for the draw here. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Wow.
Can't blame Hikaru Nakamura. If the match situation were different, he would have sat and thought they're talking a little bit, but they know that they have 2 more games to play, so they don't want to be too friendly towards each other. But a big save there by Jan Nepomniachtchi, because first he looked like he had the attack, then amazing defense by Hikaru Nakamura, and ultimately for Jan Nepomniachtchi to save that half point at the end. That's big news. I mean, I think we should just take a look at that. You were mentioning it, rook c1 check, king g2. It feels like he could have played on a little bit, and if the match score had been tied, he probably would have.
But I think the reason he didn't consists in this move rook c2 that you pointed out. This is a very scary move. The king doesn't have too many safe squares. Now, apparently, and we have the benefit of the eval bar, after king g1, rook c1, now the king can zigzag over to f2. Rook c2 is no longer possible. And after a check on a2, white plays king f3, runs to g4, and apparently white is safe. But again, remember, Hikaru does not see that eval bar. Can you blame him for not going down this ridiculous path with 2 minutes left on the clock, having just pulled off the defense that he did? I think the answer is an unequivocal no. I think he's going to be thrilled with the draw and thrilled with the fact that he survived a furious attack by Nepo to remain a point up in the match with only 2 games to go.
Great game by both those players. Let's head on over to Magnus Carlsen against Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the 3rd place matchup. As we bring that board up to match the camera we have there, look at this. Magnus Carlsen, rook on the 7th rank, pass pawn on b7. Black is actually up a pawn here, Danya, but completely winning for Magnus. He just needs to play rook c8 check, and it feels like the game should be over in the near future, but maybe easier said than done.
I think that there's a pretty line. Rook takes b8, rook takes b8, rook a1. So this is kind of the classic idea. Now, here's the funny thing. If you take on b7 and say, hey, I'm going to give up my knight and win white's last remaining pawn, no, you will do no such thing, because knight d6 picks up the rook, simultaneously defending white's rook. So that's not an option. Black has to find a way to defend the rook with his knight, but if you go knight d8, well, there must be a win here. I don't know. Rook a8 and knight e5.
Yes. No. Rook a8 and rook takes d8 and knight d6 check.
Oh, same thing. So that just transposes.
Yeah.
Okay. So instead, Magnus, he goes rook to e1, keeping both rooks on the board. I think he's just heading for e7.
Yeah, that looks pretty simple, actually.
Yeah, it does. That's like a very Carlsen-esque approach.
Yeah, it's like, okay, why trade off some stuff and win that way when I could just put all of my pieces in attacking mode? And yeah, Black's 7th rank is being mowed down.
It's over. I think Magnus is going to rebound. That's an important game for the world champion, kind of showing his mettle there. We obviously have been following the Hikaru Jan Nepomniachtchi game, but this looks like a pretty smooth game by all appearances.
Wow, rook coming to e7. That's painful. And for Abdusattorov, he's down to 30 seconds on the clock. His position is in shambles. He doesn't have time to calculate the best possible defense.
Nope.
So knight d8 runs into rook e8 checkmate. Can't even bring your knight back there. This is a nightmare.
Literally.
And
yeah.
Nodirbek
Seconds.
perked up. rook b3, trying to get that pawn, and rook c8 check, followed by rook e8 check. It should do the trick.
Yeah, or you could start with knight d6 if you want to be clinical.
The rook on b8 was hanging. I'm like, throwing.
It is. Yeah. I also didn't see it. I was like, maybe knight d6 here. Wait a minute, you can just take the rook.
No, that's a clean finish for Magnus. Rook c8 check, game over. Magnus once again resetting the board. He did that even after his loss, so he's just. Well, it's actually kind of funny. He shouldn't reset the board because they're going to have an entirely new position. But either way, good sportsmanship from Magnus Carlsen. He locks this matchup in a tie, 1-1, 2 games to go. And in the other matches, Matthias Blubaum is ahead 1.5-0 over Hjorvar Stein Grettersen. And then Wesley So, Vladimir Fedoseev, that match is ongoing as well, 1-1. But all eyes on Nakamura, Nepomniachtchi. That's where the money maker matchup is. Danya, 1.5 in Hikaru's favor. It's been a very great match, an epic one already, and we still have a whole second half to go.
Listen, we are watching two players who are in excellent form. I think that's what it really boils down to. And when you have two players of this caliber who are both in really good form, that's where you get these incredibly complex games where the sides, they go back and forth. We see ridiculous sequences of accurate moves by both players. The way they handled that chaotic position, was it totally mistake-free? No. Would it be fun if they were just able to play like robots? No, but they did the best that they could. Both players came up with resource after resource. A draw, I think a very fair result, a frustrating result for Jan Nepomniachtchi, who was hoping to deliver checkmate. But the good news for him is that Hikaru's lead is still at 1, and Jan is only 1 win away from tying the match. He's got 2 opportunities to get that done.
You say Jan is 1 win away from tying the match. Hikaru Nakamura 1 win away from winning the match.
Yep.
And if he takes home the $150,000 prize in addition to the World Championship title in Fischer Random Chess, he may add more later this week in Toronto, because right after he finishes his match here, he heads on over to Toronto, Canada for the finals of the Chess.com Global Championship. It comes to a head live Wednesday, November 2nd is when the quarterfinals begin, with $500,000 on the line. We don't know who will come out on top. The upsets we have seen throughout this tournament, it is a wonder to behold. It is anyone's tournament, and Fabiano Caruana will join the commentary booth. The recently crowned U.S. champion, the former challenger to Magnus Carlsen, one of the best players of all time. You will not want to miss the commentary, along with players like, guys like Daniel Naroditsky, myself, Amon Hamilton, Gotham Chess, Nemo, James Canty, and the one and only Danny Wrench. But for now, we are going to head to a break. The players, they're going to reset, get a whole new position revealed to them. But for now, we will just take a quick breather. More from the Fischer Random World Championship. This coverage on Chess.com, brought to you by Brave.
I understand. 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7, a7's falling.
It is. e4, he pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy. Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3,
like knight f3,
king e4, knight e1.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
On b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King
knight
e2,
g3.
knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7.
Oh my gosh.
Takes it right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there's checkmate in 1 for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was me! And instead he played here, and he's now losing on time.
Oh my gosh.
A7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
Here at Championship Sunday at the Fischer Random World Championship. This coverage on Chess.com brought to you by Brave, and it's that time of day. It is the Brave move of the day, and Danya, we had no choice. It was an easy one. Hikaru Nakamura in game one.
Yeah, it really wasn't even a choice at all. The way that he played the entire game just revealed his incredibly good form, his total control over the position, and it all came to a head when Jan Nepomniachtchi plays the ostensibly totally natural rook fd1, doubling his rooks on the d-file. Jan down 2 pawns, but hoping to generate counterplay based on his piece activity. Did Hikaru just move his knight away from d8 like most of us would? No, he did not. Instead, Robert, he finds a brilliant tactical shot that's based on some gorgeous geometry. Talk us through it.
Oh, yeah. Rook takes e4, removing the key defender for that king on g2. It was already exposed, no pawns in front of it, but the g5 square was under its control. So taking that knight on e4, Danya, it allowed not just for an exchange sacrifice and some checks, but actually the win of material.
Yeah, there's another natural move. Queen takes c4 check, but no, that's not the point either. He calmly takes the bishop on c1, and whichever minor piece white takes, whether he takes the knight or whether he takes the bishop, there follows the same exact fork. The queen lands on g5, forking c1 or forking d8. It's a very unusual construction where the same square leads to two different forks. Neither piece can be touched. Jan Nepomniachtchi ended up taking on d8 after all. Hikaru picked up the rook on d8, calmly stepped away from Nepo's check, and emerged with an extra piece. This queen, the entire hero of this whole combination. Rook takes c4. What beautiful geometry. What incredible form. And that is what allowed Hikaru to score a convincing victory in the first game.
There's beautiful geometry in nature. There's gorgeous geometry in Hikaru Nakamura's chess games. And that was your Brave move of the day. So time to make your move from Chrome to Brave. Try it now at brave.com/chess. So Hikaru Nakamura, he is in the lead, 1.5 over Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan showed that he is not going down in this final without a fight. Danya, in game 2, that was a true battle between two juggernauts. Hikaru, maybe out of the opening, didn't find the best plan. Jan, at least on paper, according to the engine evaluation, had maybe a little something, but Hikaru defended well. And in crunch time, he found a way out for his king. He, in fact, had the advantage when the game concluded. And if it were not for game 1's result, he might have even played on in game 2, but a draw was sufficient to keep his lead.
It was, and there is a silver lining for Jan. His strategy, he looked more like the Jan Nepomniachtchi from yesterday in game 2. There were some missed opportunities. Arguably the biggest one was Jan rushing the natural move knight f3 check, refraining from bishop takes g2 and knight g5, which would have yielded a furious attack on white's king. It wasn't winning on the spot, but it would have set Jan up for success. With that being said, so many amazing resources found by both sides. Jan just needs more of the same. That was a 50-50 game. That could go either way. And when you're playing a Hikaru Nakamura, who's the kind of form that he is, that's really the only thing you can ask for. You won't be able to beat him wire to wire right off the bat. You're going to have to outplay him in a gritty tactical position. I think Jan is going to have to try to repeat that strategy in the third game.
For sure, the players are getting wanded, and
they're
getting wanded because there is a huge prize fund at stake. They're trying to take all the fair play precautions seriously, and we see that even for Hjorvar Stein Gretterson, who was getting wanded when we cut over to this graphic here, he's playing for a $5,000 difference between 7th and 8th place. And as you can see in front of you, the big prizes at the top, $150,000. Hikaru Nakamura with the inside track to that payday.
Yeah, give me some of that, says Hikaru, and it's not like he's going to Canada afterward to play for $200,000, so what a payday this could be for Mr. Nakamura. He is one win away from securing that top purse. If he wins this next game, he scores 2.5 points, and the final match concludes. So Jan with his back against the wall, and we see the players literally with their backs against the wall. You see Magnus Carlsen there, not in the greatest of humors today, as Wesley getting wanded, a little chat going on to his left, a nice little waiting area there. And always nice to see camaraderie between the players. That's Fedoseev and Gretterson there in the background. All smiles, nothing much on the line. Let me tell you, Hikaru, Jan, they're probably not smiling. They're focused, and they can't wait for this next position to be revealed.
No, they are very curious where the knights will be, will the bishops be in the corner, what's going on. But the players, many of them talking to one another. I think Hikaru is talking to Fedoseev over there. We see Matthias Blubaum with his second, Alexander Donchenko, Wesley So joining the trio of Fedoseev and Nakamura. Jan Nepomniachtchi back with Nikita Vitiugov.
There he is.
Yeah, he's ready to go. And I'm talking about Nikita Vitiugov, the Iceman, the legendary grandmaster from Russia. One of those players, maybe not as well known as he should be, given how strong of a player he has been for such a long period of time.
Vitiugov is so good. He's like 27-30 life. He's like a 27-30 lifer.
Right.
He's like one of those NBA players who averages 14 points a game since his rookie year and contributes to whatever team he's on. Vitiugov is not talked about enough. Not to mention that he's a massive French expert, probably one of the leading in the world. Yeah, I'm a big Nikita Vitiugov guy. When I played him with White in Gibraltar a couple years ago, I was like, I am making this draw right off the bat. I'm not even going to try to test him.
Well, here we see Henrik Carlsen, the father of Magnus. Magnus, he doesn't seem to be particularly happy. He did win game 2. It looked like a nice game. And he will need to find his form some more in the next two to take down the very hungry Uzbek teenager, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He just dominated the group stage of this event. It wasn't close. It looked like he was going to run away with the event, but Hikaru Nakamura was his kryptonite. And will Jan Nepomniachtchi be able to stop Hikaru? He's a runaway train. He's not looking back, and he's looking ahead to find out what this position is going to be in games 3 and 4.
Yep, and there we have it as the pieces get placed. We have a knight in the corner once again, followed by the rook. I think that's the king. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the king. Grandmaster can't identify pieces. The queen on its normal square. Then the bishop, rooks on the f-file, knights where they're supposed to be, and the bishops in the corner. So a couple of similarities here, Robert, with the regular chess configuration, but still unmistakably Fischer Random-esque as the players are gazing at the board there. We're looking from Nodirbek's vantage point.
And I'm wondering who Nodirbek is standing next to over there, but
Yeah.
It seems like they're writing down where the pieces are, trying to figure out. They're going to go find a spare board to analyze this position for about 10 minutes before getting seated. These positions, it just scrambles your brain. You're like, wait, I'm going to play e4. Wait, no, actually, that's a bishop on h1, not a rook. And there's my rook over there. You really need to have your head on straight, trying to map your way through. You need to be a cartographer to get through these positions.
That's a great comparison, and you have to be able to wipe the memory of the previous position from your mind because it is going to mess you up. One tiny difference, the bishop on h1 instead of g1 completely changes the nature of the position. It adds new tactical patterns, new geometry, and the players with their work cut out for them in these next 10 minutes or so.
For sure. And while they start analyzing the position, Donnie and I will do the same. We need to be able to present it to you. So we will take a brief break. And when we return, we're getting set for game 3 here on Championship Sunday, live from Reykjavik, Iceland. It is the Fischer Random World Championship. This coverage on Chess.com, brought to you by Brave.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack. How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dark, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dark chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
And we have this scene from Reykjavik, Iceland. This is the Fischer Random World Championship. The coverage on Chess.com brought to you by Brave. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my very good friend, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the championship match. Hikaru with that 1-point lead, but we do have the position revealed. So why don't you walk us through the possibilities here? And Jan will have black in game 3.
Great. Thank you for putting me on the spot. Okay. So happy to do it. The first thing that I like to do is just sort of take a bird's eye view of what the development is likely to look like. And some things we can kind of say for certain. For example, we know that if the knight on a1 is to be developed, it'll probably come out to b3. We also know that both sides are probably going to prioritize the development of their light squared bishop because that's some pretty low-hanging fruit, Robert. So immediately one first move that comes to mind is g2, g3. We could see g3, g6, but sometimes we see g3 and then the other side tries to grab more space. So I'm curious to see how they're going to arrange their pawns on the king side. The other thing I'd say is that it's actually not so easy to handle king safety. The king on c1 is a little bit awkward. Of course, the easiest way to castle is queenside, but then your king remains on c1, and it's obviously a pretty flimsy square. You pointed out during the break that castling kingside is a Herculean task here. That would be the ideal spot for the king, but you would have to basically clear the entire first row in order to do that. So those are a couple of observations that come to mind. Have I done a halfway decent job?
I think you've done a great job, partner. And a couple things I would add is you want to look for loose pawns, a2 and h2 in the starting position, not defended. How many games have we seen where somebody just doesn't notice it and they lose that pawn? In fact, Hikaru Nakamura against Nodirbek Abdusattorov in that first game of their semifinals match, Hikaru had to sacrifice the pawn. His position was not very good, but those pawns are often loose and people lose them with regularity. So I'm with you with g3 ideas. Another idea I would point out maybe is f2 to f4. By advancing that pawn, you might put your knight on f3 behind it, controlling more of the center, and then g3 and so on. So it's very difficult for me to figure out where this dark square bishop, and for white, the light square bishop for black, e1 and e8, where those bishops belong. That I am not positive about. But otherwise, I think it's just a fascinating position, and the players will really show us how to venture into it.
It most certainly is. And I'm going to predict move 1, g3 on most boards. Knight b3, the other sort of initial candidate that comes to mind. I don't think we're going to see too many early center pawn pushers just because the position is so undefined, and you want to be very careful about playing a move like e2, e4 just out of general considerations, because a move like that already carries the significant drawback of blocking in your own bishop. So it's a move that I assume the players will save for a little bit later when the position becomes a little bit better defined. But curious to see how they handle the question of castling. Will both sides try to clear the first row ASAP, get the king over to the king side, or are they going to keep this king and chill on c1 and surround it with the knight and the queen and other pieces?
Difficult question to answer. And sort of a game strategy, and I'm wondering about, is Jan going to take his same aggressive approach like he did in game 2? Or will he say, you know what? I just need to hold on. Game 4 will be where all the nerves are. I'll have a chance there as well. It's unclear to me how Jan is strategizing for this game.
Yeah, I'd be very curious to know that as well. I'm positive that he is conferring with Nikita Vitugov, and Hikaru is conferring with himself. Speaking of Hikaru and conferring, we had an interesting featured chat question as the players continue to analyze and get ready for the game. I think it comes from Jake Riegelman, Robert. And Jake was asking our opinion on the question of whether Hikaru is the true rival to Magnus, or if Jan has made a case for himself as the true rival in the last few years. And I think the answer depends largely on the time control, but I wanted to know your thoughts on that.
It certainly depends on the time control. And Hikaru went on the Lex Friedman podcast, and he said that his match, that hotel room match that people didn't really know about, it's kind of one of those urban legends. It's a myth, but it happened, and Magnus beat Hikaru in that match. And Hikaru was saying, I probably shouldn't have played him there, because then he was able to figure out my weaknesses, what openings I kind of played offhandedly, where my strengths were. And Hikaru, of course, struggled with Magnus over the years in classical chess. Now, if we're talking about blitz chess, quicker time controls, then they really scrap. They go toe-to-toe. I think that Magnus he doesn't really have a true rival. At least he hasn't historically. He has just been head and shoulders above the rest of the chess world. And that's no disrespect meant towards Jan Nepomniachtchi or Hikaru Nakamura. Just Magnus Carlsen has been the highest rated player by far, winning tournaments left and right. That said, so contextualizing it a bit, I do believe in the last bunch of years where we've seen more access to these players in these online formats, Hikaru has shown he can duke it out with him. And Jan Krzysztof Duda is a name that wasn't mentioned in the question, but he is somebody who has beaten Magnus plenty of times in the World Cup in 2021 in Sochi, in the Champions Chess Tour. He's knocked him out a few times. So Jan Krzysztof Duda, I think, has to be added to that list, even if he's not the highest rated or near really the top few highest rated players in classical chess.
I think that's a great point, especially in the context of his World Cup victory over Magnus Carlsen. We have Jeffrey Zhang, the birthday boy, in the chat. Happy birthday to Grandmaster Zhang. He suggests that he thinks that Hikaru should be considered the main rival to Magnus. And if you reason in the narrow framework of online chess, especially during COVID times, all of those Magnus Tour events, like you said, they were going neck and neck. They were going back and forth. And if they were to play, let's say, a 3+0 blitz match, maybe that'll happen one day. I think that they're going to go toe-to-toe. That would be absolutely fascinating. But like you said, it all depends on your frame of reference. And in the classical time control, I totally agree with you, Robert. I think the whole point of why Magnus is such a legend is precisely because he's truly unrivaled at the top of chess Olympus. And we see Mr. Nepomniachtchi taking his seat, crossing his hands over his chest, and studying the board intently.
Okay, well, Jan getting ready for the final stretch of this match. 2 games to go. Well, it could only be 1 if he happens to lose game 3. Magnus Carlsen will certainly have 2 more games. It is 1-1 against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And I'm still thinking about this rivalry question. It's funny because Dingley Ren is the number 2 rated player in the world. And yet he hasn't really had a rivalry with Magnus. They haven't actually played that many times. So it's just strange how the chess world plays out. But there are potential people who can be claimed as a rival for Magnus. It just is Magnus. He has been the best for a long time. And so I don't know if he quite has a rival like we've seen in other disciplines and sports.
Yeah, agree completely. I think that's a great point. And Hikaru taking his seat at the white pieces, adjusting them carefully. The game should begin very, very soon. I think Magnus needs a haircut. I think that might actually be the hidden problem. I tried a good new barber a couple days ago. I think I can refer him. I think the hair is interfering with his brain operation.
Well, I think they're clapping for your joke here. Jan and
Hikaru
Hikaru saying, "Good one, Danya. Way to be."
You see, Jan even made that typical Jan face. That was impressive.
Well, Jan will have to play some impressive chess in this next game. And we have seen players with the black pieces doing quite well in Fischer Random. And that's because the first move advantage is out the window when you don't have an opening tree to work with. Now we see a Scandi. Where's John Bartholomew when you need him? This is a Scandinavian type of idea, trying to get the queen out in the center. But Hikaru says, no, no, no. If we're going to trade pawns, my bishop is going to come alive.
I was wrong, but not like too wrong. They do play G3, and he did start with the move E4, which I will be honest, comes as a surprise to me. But I guess Jan just Hikaru rather prioritizing central control. Now the bishop opens back up, and white is not against spending a couple of tempi in order to open up the center. Black has the move knight F6 in his pocket, but Robert, we keep coming back to this point. You don't just want to develop with the same kind of abandon that you do in regular chess, because these natural developing moves almost always block in another piece, and knight F6 is a case in point. You might want to play it, but you want to invest some time before you decide to put your knight on that natural square.
For sure. And some other ideas that come to mind for Jan Nepomniachtchi is like playing F7 to F5. Now, in the standard game of chess, you almost never push your F pawn so early. It's the golden pawn. But here, F5 can be followed with E5, and you're just throwing your pawns forward in the center, opening things up. I still don't like these knights in the corner, A1 and A8. So I would be tempted to make a move like knight B6 right now for Jan. So it depends on the style of position that he wants right here, because he can just move his pieces or he can thrust his pawns forward.
Queen to D6 instead. What an unconventional way of playing. Is he threatening like queen A6 with some sort of a fork? I mean,
Wow.
could that be his idea? Taking a page out of Nodirbek Abdusattorov's book, but you know what? Giving the pawn away on a2 is not inherently scary. Giving it away with a bishop capture, now that's a different story, but I don't think Hikaru cares about black spending 2 tempi to take this with his queen. I just wanted to point it out as a cute little pattern.
Well, while we're talking about it, let's show knight b3. And if you play queen a6 with that double attack, have fun. Snack on that pawn on a2 because it's going to be your last supper.
Very good one. I'm actually trying to get some sort of a rook sacrifice to work, but forget that for a second. After knight e2, queen takes a1, queen takes a2. Don't go rook a1. There's something called checkmate here. But white doesn't even need to trap the queen, Robert. White can go, for example, knight c3. And are you really going to give up this lead in development and this central control for a measly pawn? The answer is probably no. And we're never going to find out because Hikaru does prevent queen a6 with his move, queen to e2. What do you make of this?
I really like that move because you're just centralizing your pieces. Now his bishop is going to retreat after knight f6. I don't think you want to give up that piece. Bishop slides back to g2. And then you see white's control over the position. You have all the correct highlights in all the correct colors. The e5 square is under white's control. And so for Hikaru, the gameplay seems relatively straightforward.
I don't like Nepo's position in the early going. This bind on e5 is actually a very serious positional asset for white. And I think this is where the players will have to return to the question of king safety. It's right about that time where a decision has to be made. From black's perspective, I think, okay, black already can castle kingside, but castling queenside might be a way to spice the position up just a little bit. The drawback of pushing the pawn to f4 is that white castling kingside is not something that should be undertaken lightly. What do you think Hikaru is going to do with this king? Or is he going to put that off until he's got all his pieces out?
Yeah, the big question is whether he trades bishops or plays knight f3 immediately. I kind of like the look of knight f3 first, just because the bishop trade, you're not going to grab this e7 pawn. I think we really need to show it because it's instructive. Bishop c6, queen takes e7, I believe would be a mistake because after rook e8, you can say, oh, give me another pawn. I'll take f7.
Give me another
then the
pawn.
queen comes
f7.
to g2. And your rook's under attack. If your rook moves, your knight's lost. Queen c4. Look at the lack of development here for white. You actually don't really have easy moves to make. And after queen d3, probably your only move. You can even castle queenside. Castle queenside.
Oh, you can castle queenside. Oh, beautiful. And look at this position. This is like the most one-sided position of all time. The queen continues jumping around and whoop, rook takes c1. And queen takes c2, finishes off the attack with check. But this is exactly how the game is going to end. Hikaru usually loses games like this. He needs a refresher in, basic opening principles.
First of all, that queenside castle is awesome. It's so easy to forget that it's legal because typically your king has to go through the d file, but here it doesn't.
I thought it was illegal. That's why I wasn't making the move. I was like, wait, it would be nice if you could castle, but you can't. The king is coming from c8, so you're not crossing d8.
Right, and that's exactly how you lose Fischer Random games. You don't want to just grab material because the development can come quite quickly. So knight f3 is Hikaru's choice. He's controlling that e5 square. I think Jan will just go knight to b6. And the question becomes, what is Jan's plan to control important squares? f4, knight f3, queen e2, all cover e5. White has more space in this position. So I just like the look of Hikaru's setup thus far. And the one thing I like for Jan is he's ahead on the clock. I think that has served him well throughout this Fischer Random Championship.
It has indeed. And what I want people to sort of understand is that it's not like the e5 square is going to give white victory in the next 3 moves. But left unchecked, after white solves the problem of his king, after white gets the knight out of a1, a knight on e5 could inflict tremendous damage on black's position. If you have this permanent clamp on the center, it impedes the coordination of black's pieces, and it just gives white a powerful long-term advantage. And it's the exact wrong kind of... There's no advantage that you want to allow Hikaru to get. But, I mean, the worst kind of position to have against Hikaru is this kind of positional squeeze where he's playing without risk, and he continues twisting the knife. That is not up Jan's alley. I think he's going to have to take perhaps even drastic action in the next couple of moves to change the course of the game and somehow contest, as you said, Hikaru's control over key central squares.
And now Jan is going deep in the think tank. So this is bad news for him. His position is not favorable. He is spending time. And I feel like Hikaru can just simply develop. Right now, after knight b6, he could play knight to b3, follow suit. He could push his d pawn, probably just one square, because I think a lot of people think, let's go d4. Let's be as active as possible, push our pawns forward. But you want your dark square bishop to shine, and you want to cover those important light squares. So the pawn on d3 covers e4 as in the green highlight, and allows your bishop to go to c3 to contest for the long diagonal.
Whoa, I got to see that again.
Instant replay.
Spaceship. Nepomniachtchi Airlines Flight 101 cleared for takeoff. Whoop! Castle's queenside. Unfortunately, the pleasure of this move is short-lived because Hikaru, he responds to the bishop f2, and he says, I think I want some of that too. Now he's ready to castle kingside. And he's ready to shift this bishop over to c5 and get this queen off of the center.
Wow, big moment here for Jan. I mean, knight a4 is an odd way to deal with that threat. Knight e4 attacks the bishop on f2 and covers c5, but then the bishop just moves out the way, and then d3 is going to become an annoying threat. So I feel like knight e4 is not the solution you may initially think it is.
And Nepo's solution is to drop the knight back to d7. This prevents bishop c5, and his dream, of course, is to liberate himself by pushing the pawn up to e5, essentially clearing the bind. That is the only way to address White's bind on the e5 square, but he is a very long way away from doing that. And Robert, White doesn't even have to panic and play this d4 move. White can castle kingside. Black is not ready to play e5. And if necessary, White can put a rook on e1, a bishop on d4. There are a million ways that White could reinforce his control over the e5 square.
For sure. The one downside I would say about castling kingside is what often happens in regular standard chess. Knight g4, when you've pushed your f-pawn, your dark squares become a problem. So is this bishop, really? Oh, here, yeah, of course, good tactic to show. Black would win a piece on d4 with check, very importantly. And is the bishop going to go back to e1? I don't think so. You're not going to take on a7. That looks terrible. So it feels like Black is suddenly springing to life.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So if you want to play bishop d4, you kind of have to do it now before the knight moves away from f6. Of course, that is not obligatory either. I mean, Hikaru could keep his king on c1. The king, for the time being, is quite safe. I wouldn't rule out the possibility of White castling queenside, but my intuition says that that kind of gives Black the imbalance that Nepo really wants in a position like this.
It's so crazy to me that just a couple moves ago, we're like, oh, I don't see a plan for Jan. And then I'm like, wait, I don't really know what Hikaru does here. That is what Fischer Random does to my brain. I'm like, oh, I like the look of it. Wait a second. The king went to the other side of the board. Forgot about that. This is what it looks like. Now e5 is an idea. Knight g4 comes to mind.
Make yourself right at home, Nepo.
Yeah, he's ready for his nap. Someone get him a blanket. Someone get him a blanket.
Coke. Wait a second.
Get him a neck pillow. He's getting on the jet plane. But bishop d4 done it. If Hikaru plays that, I think Jan might play bishop d5 in response and follow up with c7, c5, kicking the bishop out of the center. I feel like Jan has very good opportunities in this position to parry off the initial threats and then expand his pawns, which we've been sort of complaining about.
Yeah, I agree that I like to separate, the position in terms of current and potential energy. In terms of the current energy, White's got control over the center. White's got the good position. You mentioned that Fischer Random does this to your brain, and that's part of the reason why. Sometimes when you look at a position in its current form, you see the awkwardness among the ranks, but it's harder to sort of prognosticate what's going to happen when all of the pieces are brought out onto good squares. And I think what you're saying is that once Jan solves a few of the immediate problems in his position, his pieces are actually really well coordinated. He doesn't have any weaknesses, and we shouldn't overstate the case just because White controls one square. I think Jan is doing a good job of this so far, but he's got many more problems to solve, starting with the question of where to put this bishop. Is bishop d5 possible, or is there some sort of a trick here? Well, we're about to find out.
I was actually thinking, I was listening, I was calculating c4 with the king on c1. We have to remind everybody that king can quickly dart on over to g1. Like White's next move can be king picked up and put on g1. So that is what Hikaru is likely relying on here. And
I'm kidding. You could even do it here if you wanted to.
It is legal.
Go on,
but
go on.
It is important to show that what the plan is. So C4, that really was not what I was expecting.
Ooh.
What would your response be?
Bishop B4. I have an idea. D3, and I was thinking maybe bishop takes D3.
Okay, queen takes.
C5.
But then just castle and white has to be better.
Yeah, that's the problem. At the end of the day, you castle, and I keep forgetting that. I keep thinking, oh, I'm opening up the queen side. I'm going to start attacking your king. It's like white has the cheat code, and so black cannot put all of his eggs in one basket. Nepo takes on F3. Okay, that's a big move. I wouldn't want to part ways with that bishop, but at least he keeps the initiative going. And maybe he wants to meet knight F3 with knight G4. Whoa.
Bishop takes F3.
Allowing E5.
And E5, white does have the tempo move knight B5, hitting the queen on D6. A7 is also hanging. Like I was saying earlier, you don't want to take that pawn, but there could be a time where the bishop snags that pawn A7 and then runs right back somewhere to like E3. So I like the look of E5. Practically speaking, it gives Jan very good chances. He is sitting here calculating. The knight on D4 is also a little bit loose. So if you could time a knight jump correctly, and simple chess from Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Great move.
And the engine approves.
Great, patient, mature, professional move right there. C6. Let me blunt the bishop. Let me cover the B5 square. Let me not rush with the move E5 because that move ain't going anywhere. White has lost a lot of his control over the E5 square. And I think you called it. I think the trend of the game is squarely in black's favor. Would you agree with that?
I co-sign it. Like if you castle kingside, get that king out of there, go to G1, then E5 is still a very good move. And one of the biggest problems, that's the hugest problems, like that sounded weird. A huge problem for white is this pawn on D2. It's a backwards pawn. So if you trade pawns on E5, now the knight gets in, a rook comes to D8, you're not going to get the move D2 to D4, and that's what you really need. Great tactic that you're showing here, that the bishop on F3 is loose, but the D2 pawn would much rather be where the knight is on D4.
Yeah, if you could move the knight back, push D4, and move the bishop away, and play H3 to cover G4, okay, that's a mere 4 tempi, everything would be in order, but white isn't even close to getting one of those things done. This position could deteriorate even further once black puts a rook on E8 and X-rays the queen. Ugh. There's knight G4 in the cards. That bishop on H8 is rearing to go, jumping out of its cage. It's crazy how everything changes the moment that white relinquishes his control over this key square. This game has been a battle of square control, and right now, black has jumped out in front.
Oh, is right. Like, I just don't like the look of this position. The contour are just not in Hikaru's favor. And look at the clock, by the way. Now it's opening up into a 2.5, soon to be 3-minute lead for Jan. His play is easier, and that pawn on D2 is a long-term target. It is going to be stuck in place, and Hikaru is probably not enjoying the sight of his position right now.
Well, Hikaru is trying to decide what he should prioritize. He can temporarily prevent E5, but I don't think he can prevent it forever. If he plays Rook E1, Jan just shadows him with Rook F8, and that makes the threat of E5 even stronger. Do you think that white should bite the bullet and castle, or should white maybe drop the knight back preemptively so that E5 doesn't come with tempo? Does that help?
I just feel
I'd be scared here with white.
Yeah, because the king's still on C1. So let's say you move your knight to B3 or something, and then black plays E5 anyway. If you take on E5, the knight just jumps out. He played knight B3, so he might see this. No bishop C5 because knight D3 check.
Great
the king
point.
is still out in the open. It's not covered on G1. So this would allow tactical shots. And Jan's not even in his chair right now after Hikaru's move. He'll come back, and I'm guessing he'll play E5 quite quickly.
Well, all that caffeine and that coke is settling in. Jan has to jump around the playing hall. He's feeling confident here. You can just tell he seems somewhat relaxed this game, and this is the kind of attitude that brought him success yesterday. You can see Hikaru there hunched over the board, studying it intently, trying to figure out what to do if Jan shoves that E5 pawn, E7 pawn up 2 squares to E5. I could have said that in a much less verbose manner, but, you know, gotta Komsky.
I'm glad you said it because I didn't want to interrupt you with the FFL, the famous effing legend. But right now, Hikaru Nakamura, he's got his head in his hands. He's trying to will himself to appreciate his position more. I mean, the pawn on d2 is an issue. So if you play e5 for black, your pieces are coming to life. And one more important thing, Danius, let's say e5, chop, chop, and d4. So, like, I want to get d4, and Robert keeps telling me I need to push that pawn there. The
Robert
problem
keeps telling me
is,
I need to put that pawn, yeah.
Yeah, that you could take on f3, and when the queen takes back, you no longer will be able to castle kingside if I put a rook on e8. So I can say no castling for you to that way, and if you castle queenside, where the king currently is, the rook over,
Again,
your king is not in a safe spot. You don't want your pawns out on c4 like this when your king's on that side of the board.
And black can contribute to the problems with the move b5, carving out this incredibly dynamic and strong outpost on d5. This is a classic idea in a lot of Caro-Kann lines where you get this type of opposite side castling. Nepo, you didn't have to ask him twice. e5 is on the board, and Hikaru responds with the patient and the quiet move, bishop e3. I like it. He's keeping the tension. And obviously, e takes f4 not possible because the bishop recaptures, skewering the queen and the rook.
So if rook comes to e8, there's something that Hikaru can rely on here. So I was thinking just like rook f8, b8. I'm not sure which one, but let's put
say
rook
f8.
Castles kingside for white. E takes f4 doesn't actually hurt white. You would think you can't take with the bishop because the queen is hanging, but black's queen is also hanging, and that's a problem.
And to add insult to injury here, both of the rooks are hanging. So maybe in this narrow sense, it would probably be better to play rook b8, but then both rooks are hanging anyway. Because at the end of the line, there's a rook on f8. That's some funny geometry. And look at Nepo, a7, a5, as he strikes at the other side of the board, and he threatens to push this knight into Timbuktu with the move a4. Wow.
This big moment in this game right now because a5 is a wonderful shot. Just trying to distract the knight. Pawn count isn't as important as king safety. And Jan Nepomniachtchi has shown that time and time again. Against Magnus Carlsen yesterday, he gave away 2 pawns on the GNH files and the f5 pawn as well. He had no pawns on the king side. And then he launched a devastating attack. And look at him. He is like, all right, I'm feeling this. a5, how is Hikaru going to deal with it? And he may play the move pawn to d4 just to try to open the position up, finally get rid of that backwards pawn. But I'm worried about the king. Like, that's really the problem that I'm seeing here. I think that's going to be an issue that remains.
Yeah, this is such a hard move to play because just optically, after e takes d4, can't really take with the bishop because of a4. If you take with a knight, you walk right into this nasty pin. What makes this pin so much nastier is the fact that the bishop on e3 lacks support. So does the knight. Your pawns aren't defending any of the minor pieces, and so everything is loosey-goosey. The knight jumping out to c5. Black has a lot of these obvious improving moves, and I agree that this might be the lesser evil. Perhaps you can castle queenside here and keep everything together, but that is just such a hard sequence to play, especially in a rapid game with your time limited. Hikaru with his back against the wall here. I think objectively, the position might still be perhaps even close to balanced according to the eval bar, but there is such a wide gulf, Robert, between what the engine says and how you feel when you have this position with the white pieces.
Right. This isn't king and pawn versus king and pawn and just making a draw. This is dynamic equality somehow if you find all of the right moves. And after the move d4, it's not like black even has to take on d4, though I like the look of that. You can thrust your pawn forward to e4, follow up with Danya's b5. Just open this board up. There's a king on c1. That's typically what we call king in its starting place in the center of the board, but it's close enough to the center. The rooks are not connected. Look at the coordination of black's pieces. Sure, white has a pair of bishops. Top-level grandmasters love themselves a good bishop pair, but when your pieces are all over the place, your pawn structure is a bit odd, and black has this harmony going on. The bishop on h8 in the corner, defending the knight on f6, looking down the diagonal. The knight on d7, ready to spring forward to e5. The knight on f6, covering the e4 square, a rook ready to go to e8, this a5 pawn ready to distract the knight on b3. Black's pieces are so in tune with one another, white's pieces discombobulated.
And I think that the perfect operative word that you used there was harmony. Black's pieces are all fulfilling easily identifiable roles. There are more roles to be fulfilled, 0 unemployment among black's ranks after the rooks get to e8 and d8. All of the pieces, even some of the pawns, are doing specific work. White's pieces, They're performing tasks and roles, but largely those roles are defensive. And this bishop on f3, kind of lame, just sort of staring at the c6 pawn, and Hikaru Nakamura deciding on the move d4. It's on the board. The position's starting to heat up. Tabasco sauce being added after black takes on d4, which Nepo does without further delay.
Wow. And the knight captures back on d4. So I like the move rook e8 that you pointed out before. Rook f to e8 looks very good. If white decides to castle queenside, your king is going to be out in the open. If your king castles kingside, you lose a piece in the spot. I just want to show that variation of knight g4. Oh, I guess any move order works. But the point is the e3 bishop is captured, and then bishop takes d4. If the queen takes that rook, you lose your queen there because of the pin. So now there are tactics in the air. Castling queenside avoids the loss of material, but your king will permanently be unsafe. And knight c2. Hikaru can't castle now.
That's a terrifying move.
Can.
Now he's
he
cut
can.
along the d-file. No, he can't. Oh, it's the same thing that we saw with black castling queenside. Both of us again have this instinct to say, oh, the d-file is cut by the black queen, but the king starts on c1. All you have to do is shift the rook around to d1. But if I may make a quick philosophical point, Robert, you like to point out that one of your favorite aspects of sports is when offense turns into defense. To kind of piggyback off of that, in that rook takes e3, knight g4 line that we just saw, we saw one of white's formerly greatest strengths, the pawn on f4 guarding e5, turning into the bane of white's existence. And so I really think that this represents the multifaceted nature of chess, how something that allows you to control the game and potentially win the game turns into precisely the factor that loses you the game just a couple of moves later because the position changes.
You've used the word control in this game and to describe Hikaru Nakamura has felt like an apt descriptor. But in this particular game, I feel like Hikaru has already lost control from an early stage. That doesn't mean he's going to lose. That doesn't mean his position is beyond repair. But even a move like b5 for Jan Nepomniachtchi here, he says you can bring that rook from b1 to d1, but are you sure you want to do that if the b file is about to open up? So I just feel like Hikaru does not have control over this position. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, despite giving away key squares in the center early on, once he was able to strike with e5 and gain space, the bishop pair, who cares? Let's go with the open board, and black's pieces are doing good work.
And I think there's no question that white is going to castle queenside. Hikaru has committed to that with his last move. He's not going to castle kingside. If he moves the rook from f1, then he cannot castle kingside once the rook in question has been moved. So my guess is that we're going to see either knight c5 or your excellent suggestion, b5, preparing to open up the b file. And if black can get that done, that bishop, that rook, they're looking at one pawn and they have blood on their mind. Man, oh man, is this an unpleasant position. The one thing Jan has to avoid, Robert, is getting into time pressure here. He has to do what he has done so well throughout the tournament and against Magnus, trust his instinct and find that happy medium between calculation and intuition.
For sure. I mean, this position, it looks like it's ready to explode. The board is going to open up, and there he goes. B5.
Engines.
This is just a problem for Hikaru. And maybe he has a way out. I think for Hikaru, he needs to untangle. And he made a quick move there. He castled queenside, and he says, I literally don't care about the opening of the B file. You can have it, but I actually feel very concerned for his king safety. Bishop on h8. That is lurking in the corner.
And it's not just the B file that presents problems. If white goes c5 to try to close it down, then the e file is the reason that white collapses after knight takes c5. He's pinned and skewered and attacked all over the place on all sides of the board. So I just don't see an easy way, as you said, for white to untangle if the queen just calmly drops back to c7. It is important for Jan to keep this c6 pawn defended because that pawn kind of anchors the entire position. You don't want to go queen f8 and give that pawn up. I can make these moves on the board. b5 castles. Why involve yourself with these complications? Would you agree with that?
I certainly agree. I mean, you're just giving away a bunch of pawns, and then you have to prove that you have enough compensation. So if you can keep the material as is, well, you know you're better. Your pieces are all looking in the correct direction. And c4 is about to be captured, opening the b file. You mentioned c5 not available because of the pin on the e file. No, queen c7 for sure is the way to go.
It's been played.
Keeping your queen nice and tucked away while defending the base of your pawns.
And a point that I like to make frequently is a point made to me by Yasser many years ago that really stuck with me. Yasser pointed out that in Dortmund in 1970, Yasser pointed out that very often you think of the queen as the leading attacker. Well, the queen should be involved. It should be, at the front lines. But if you look at how very strong players attack, oftentimes the queen is actually directing the attack from a distance. Because it's such a valuable piece, you want to make sure that it doesn't kind of stumble and bumble around. And often that means keeping the queen back and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Right now, Black's rook and Black's knight and the other rook and the bishop are more than capable of handling the attack. The queen lies in wait and fulfills a crucial defensive role that is no less important than the attacking roles fulfilled by Black's other pieces.
And there are already so many tactics that White needs to keep an eye out for, because if you just pick that knight up and he was queen to d3, so b takes c4, and now we can actually just see this. bc4, queen takes c4, and then pick up the knight on f6. I'm not sure where it goes, but just hold it up for a second. The b2 pawn is loose because of the rook on b8 and the bishop on h. Maybe knight e4, maybe knight g4. I'm not sure if it's enough to give away a full piece, but the point is it looks like an attack is about to hurt White's king.
I think knight g4 should be seriously contemplated here. If we follow this line real quick, bishop takes b2 check. Okay, king b1, I wouldn't wish upon. Exactly. I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. You have to take a dip in the center. And here it actually is hard for Black to find a follow-up. Maybe rook bd8, maybe moving the knight away with tempo to open up the d file is the way to go. If you can get rid of this bishop, Robert, then the king is essentially toast because it will be cut off along the e file. So imagine having this position with White with less than 10 minutes on the clock.
If there's one player I trust with their intuition in a tactical skirmish down a piece but against an open king, it is Jan Nepomniachtchi. This guy is amongst the best, has always been, and you can hear all the top players go back in their interviews talk about Jan as a generational talent. So he is knowing that this is the moment. He took on c4, Hikaru took back with his queen, and he just wants to pick up that knight somehow. He wants to put it somewhere, anywhere, and win this pawn on b2.
This is the moment of truth. There are so many tactical possibilities. We haven't even talked about the sacrifice on e3, followed by queen b6, attacking both the knight and the pawn at the same time. It's not quite the devastating fork that it appears, because the white queen can slide back to e2 and guard both of these liabilities at the same time. And for Jan, once again, it's so important to make a decision relatively fast to leave himself with enough time to conduct the attack. But at the same time, this is obviously a crucial moment where the correct decision is the difference between a critical win and a very painful loss.
Wow. Rook takes e3 is also a nice looking move. He has so many options here. He knows that king on c1 is unsafe. And Hikaru, he's probably saying, let me just get one free turn. Give me that one chance, because then he can make sure that his king ultimately finds safety. But knight g4, I really like the look of that one. Rook takes e3 is hard to pass up, Danya. I mean, now that you mentioned it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was just going to say that the Soviet schoolboy inside me says, you know what? If you don't want to calculate and you want to keep yourself with enough time, I wouldn't rule out a move like c5. Okay? Defend the pawn. Prevent bishop d4. Technically not preventing it, but it doesn't look all that appetizing. And, keep all of your potential tactical opportunities alive. Do you agree that a case could be made for a slower move like this, as tempting as it is to go down the rabbit hole of these sacrifices?
I kind of love c5 because you're going to bring your knight to b6 and you're just going to attack. If White plays b3 just to make sure that b2 isn't lost, look at that diagonal and look at the bishop on h8. That is the money piece in this game. And even if there's not an immediate checkmate, you can't line the queen and bishop up. Like the queen going to g7 would be awesome. Your queen's not getting to the diagonal yet, but a4, c4, ideas to blast open where the white king is. And the side with the safer king is typically the side with the advantage. Who cares about the bishop pair Look at this king on g8, shielded, no attackers against it. The king on c1, I don't like the look of that.
I don't like the look of that king either, and I think neither does Hikaru. And I think a lot of people in their minds, they associate the words attack and sacrifice almost as synonyms. They think of them as part of the same operation. That's not always true. You don't always have to attack by sacrificing. You can just attack by attacking. And I think c5 is a great example of a move that may not look all that sexy, but gets a lot done. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he cannot resist. And secretly, Robert, I love seeing this. We have our first sacrifice of the game. Rook takes c3 and queen b6 is on the board. Here we go. Strap yourselves in.
What a try here for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Hikaru Nakamura better be resilient because once again, his king's going to come under fire. I just want to give a shout out to the over 45,000 people watching on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you so much for being so great. Appreciate all the subs and primers out there who make these shows possible. And right now, the impossible might have to happen for Hikaru Nakamura. How do you save your king? Because there's a queen and rook barreling down the b file, a bishop on h8 waiting in the wings. The knight on e3 is loose. Donnie, you point out that the queen can move back to defend. Somehow, the queen b3 covers the b file, also protects the knight. But then the black queen steps out the way to a7, and there's still tactics available, or a6, whichever way you want to go. The bishop on h8, that's the best piece. It is better than a rook, I would argue, and the b2 pawn is still a huge target.
And notice how patiently that bishop is lying in wait. Jan resisting the temptation to move this knight too early. He's waiting for the perfect moment for when the attack on b2 reaches ahead as he knifes his way into white's position with this last slide of the queen from c7, flicking it on to b6, hitting it where it hurts. And for Hikaru, you're right, the big choice is between two queen moves. Queen e2 defends from the center, queen b3 defends from the queen side and forces black's queen off of the b file, but obviously carries the drawback of kicking the can down the road. After black's queen moves away, you pointed out that again, white's queen will have to find a safe haven. And I don't know if there's a single safe square to be found on this entire board. Also, last thing, notice that black's queen from a7, once again, following Yasser's advice, directing the attack from a distance and playing as crucial of a role as all of the other pieces combined.
It's true. And right now, Hikaru, he's digging deep. The eval bar is hovering around the center, and white is up material, but the king is not safe. And Hikaru under 8 minutes. So Jan with a slight lead in the clock. Only 21 moves have been made. So 9 more turns for these players to reach move 30, gain an extra 5 minutes and the 5-second increment. And Danya, some positions, easy to make 9 moves, a series of trades. It's an end game, whatever. Right here, 9 moves in 7 minutes and 20 seconds.
Eternity.
Good luck to Hikaru Nakamura because his king is going to come under fire. But if there's a player we trust in a time scramble, it certainly is Hikaru.
And Hikaru fans might be saying, well, why isn't he moving? Why isn't he leaving himself with enough time? If he knew what to do, he would be moving. He understands the gravity of the decision that is in front of him. He understands that queen e2 and queen b3, they may look similar, but they lead into entirely different positions. After queen e2, you have to consider every single knight sally. You have to consider knight d5 and rook e8 and knight c5. There is so much calculation to do and not enough time to do it in. Hikaru is going to invest as much time as it takes for him to be absolutely sure that he is making the practically best decision about where to put his queen. I don't know what the practically best decision is. That's why Hikaru is sitting there in Reykjavik. I'm sitting in my heated room in Charlotte, giving wrong lines and sacrificing other people's pieces.
Well, let me ask you a question. In the event of queen e2, the most natural move that comes to my mind is knight d5. Hitting the knight on e3, hitting you where it hurts on b2 with that bishop. Oh, and I guess that is what it is. It's just a winning attack for black, it would appear, based on how the eval bar reacted.
Okay, knight takes d5, you want to grab b2.
I would love to grab b2.
Oh my gosh, and after king c2, I think there is this, at the very least, this intermezzo check on c5, driving the king further into the center. We don't have to analyze any further. This should be pretty obvious to everybody. And the worst thing, Robert, is that black hasn't even sacrificed that much. Black has sacrificed in exchange for a pawn. Big deal. So black can have his cake and eat it too in a lot of these lines.
And that's what Hikaru is trying to work out here. Like, if he doesn't have queen e2 in the live position, queen b3, but he knows queen a7 is the auto reply, and then he needs to come up with an answer after that. You're pointing queen d4, but being in line with that bishop on h8, that looks scary. It's the same thing as queen b3. The black queen will not trade, it'll move out the way, and then you need to find your follow. And I think that's what Hikaru wants, Danya, is he wants to make move 1, and then when the black queen moves out the way, he makes his second move right away to put Jan on the clock.
Yeah, without question. And he will have to, because now he has dropped to 5 minutes and now below 5 minutes as he leans in, studying the position intently. Jan, he has his Coke on one side. He's got his water on the other. He's taking sips of each. He's watching Hikaru suffer. And now he watches Hikaru move his queen back to b3. The decision has been made. And I have a feeling, as does the eval bar, that this is far more prudent and far more practical of a defensive try, Robert, than allowing that knight d5 idea after queen e2.
For sure. And you see Hikaru was ready to move his queen, but he didn't move yet. He's probably a bit nervous considering the stakes and the attack that is about to hurt his king on c1. So where is he moving that queen to?
He moved it to a3.
Oh, wow.
And I think we're going to see knight d5, and
look at that,
sure
Danya.
Hikaru wants knight c4.
The eval bar hated that move. You can't really blame Hikaru. He's keeping an eye on b2. But as you said, knight d5. If it's met by knight to c4, you're.
And then rook b4.
I'm going to let you do the honors. Rook b4. You're just kicking that knight around because if the knight moves, b2 hangs.
And if it doesn't move, well, the question, how do you defend it? b3 is, again, I almost want to say, let's not talk about it. I'm sure black has to still be accurate. Probably queen c5 is the winning move. Setting up a discovery. White's queen has literally no squares. You can take on a5, doesn't help. Rook takes c4, still eliminates the defender. So that's out of the question. If you're not playing b3, well, then how are you defending the knight? Maybe bishop b2 keeps white alive, but after knight b6, black is going to force this knight off of c4. Bishop takes b2 is going to come, and it's going to win white's queen. I think Jan is one move away from potentially gaining the decisive advantage. Knight d5 has been played, and rook b4, I think, will be played without any further delay.
Rook b4 is such a logical move, and I think there's one line that illustrates your earlier point, that black has not given up a ton of material for the rook. If rook b4 happens, and white takes this knight on rook b4 just played,
and it does.
If bishop d5, where Hikaru grabs it, c d5, you have to take back, knight e5. Let's start trading pieces to save my king. But after the swap on e5 and an eventual bishop takes e5, it is a bishop and one pawn for the rook, and the white king is in worse shape.
Oh, that's a great point. And b2 is still hanging, and black's attack rages on for the foreseeable future. This is happening. Knight e5 is on the board. Now, no question, Robert, that this is a much better practical chance as opposed to something like b3, which really is not a chance at all, loses immediately. At least here, Hikaru keeps his king alive, and we have seen for so many years how he's able to come back from the dead regardless of how much time he has on the clock or how weak his king is. Hikaru is impossible to checkmate in a lot of these positions.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's now down to 6 minutes and change, still ahead of the clock. That was White's 26th move. It's not going to be an easy next set of moves for Hikaru Nakamura, but so far, he's hanging in there. The evaluation bar has been swinging in Jan Nepomniachtchi's favor. The b2 pawn is the target that he needs to build up pressure on, and Jan takes that knight on e5, immediate capture back. And my big question here, Donna, is queen c5 check. No, he takes back on e5.
He rushed it a little bit.
Bishop.
I think he should have given this check. I'll show this really quickly. After queen c5, the difference is that after bishop b5, rook d2, there would have been rook takes b2 check. Game is not over. White grabs the rook with the queen. Maybe Jan evaluated this position and thought, well, I'm probably going to lose my d-pawn. No question that white has great drawing chances here, but I think this was the top computer recommendation. Instead, he keeps his options open, but now queen c5 check. Robert, that ship has sailed. If you give the check now, white has both rook c2 as well as king d1, and obviously queen c5 doesn't come with the same luster as it did on the previous move.
Well, I actually think that rook c, this is a beautiful variation. I believe that rook c2 doesn't quite work out for when bishop takes b2 check, and after queen takes b2, queen e3 check, giving you that check, taken on b2. So king went to d1. Hikaru scurries away into the center of the board. Not something you typically want to do when pieces are attacking you, but he realizes that rook c2 didn't work. King b1 fell for the tactic. So now the question for Jan Nepomniachtchi, can he actually take the pawn on b2? I believe The answer is yes. The tactics still favor his ability to capture on b2, but with 4 minutes and 30 seconds, look at him. He is over the board. He is trying to make the tactic work. He's looking at the b2 square.
He set his beverages aside and he is calculating your recommendation. Bishop takes b2. And the reason this works is that rook takes b2 meets with the devastating discovery on the queen. And again, White's king is the bane of his existence here. White has to keep this rook as the only protector of the king. And I think White can keep the game going by sliding the queen to the other side. And suddenly, Robert, it is Black who has to deal with a mate threat on f7. And the check on c1 might not be quite as devastating as it appears. Somehow, the White king zigzags and maneuvers and jumps its way around the obstacles and stays alive.
Wow, what a position we have here in a championship match. And that was White's 29th move, king to d1. So Black has this move and the next to make to gain 5 minutes on the clock. But even once those 5 minutes are gained and the 5-second increment is allotted to the players per move after move 30, it's still such a complicated position. Yes, Danya, you showed the right continuation. Bishop takes b2, queen f3. But even if Black just brings the queen back to e7, White's king is going to be in trouble for the remainder of the game until the queens are traded off the board. But Jan is not going to trade queens. No, no, no.
He will most certainly not, unless he can take 3 or 4 pawns with him. But this is beginning to remind me of the previous game. Now Nepo's down on the clock. You can just sense the change in his body language. You can sense that I feel like he was hoping that there would be a knockout blow, that there would be some winning move. And he's really going to kick himself if he doesn't win this game for not giving that preliminary check on c5, for rushing bishop takes c5, which you can't blame him for. But queen f3 is on the board. And this is a tough spot for Nepo. He does not want to lose either of these pawns. Definitely not f7. But losing d5 could also result in a deterioration of his winning chances.
Right. No, that's a fair point, especially if a queen trade can be offered in the process. So if you play queen e7 to safeguard your pawn f7, queen takes d5 already threatens queen d8 check.
Exactly.
With the queen check. So bishop f6 looks like a very nice defensive resource because, after, well, actually,
I think
maybe
immediately.
I was really going for queen e7, queen takes d5, and then bishop f6 just to protect the d8 square and open up the b file, thinking that Black has great chances to go after the White king, and White's big threat was eliminated.
Agree completely, but psychologically, this can be a hard line to go to because here, Nepo is saying, yeah, listen, I'm not going to checkmate you in the next couple of moves, although rook b1 is indeed virtually a checkmate threat, but he has to come to terms with the fact that this is probably going to be a long game. Hikaru is going to keep defending for 10, 15 more moves. Jan has to abandon the hope of finding a knockout blow and keep some time on his clock. This is, however, his 30th move, so he can take the remainder of his 90 seconds because of how important this moment is. And then, Robert, we will need to strap ourselves in extra tight because we will be playing a blitz game from this position. Here we go. Queen e7 is on the board.
Yes, he retreats. It's just the sensible decision. He now has 6 minutes and 26 seconds. Ben Feingold with Go Wesley. He always says that no matter if Wesley's playing or not, he is playing. So we should remind everybody that there are other matches going on right now. Wesley's taking on Vladimir Fedoseev, but we are going to keep our eyes on the prize.
Don't worry.
The championship matchup is Nakamura, Nepomniachtchi, and right now this d5 pawn can be captured. But Hikaru, he has not grabbed it yet. He might be thinking about another move to throw in here, but Danya, it's currently a bishop and 2 pawns for rook. So if we just do the math, 3 plus 2 equals 5. So the bishop and the 2 pawns equal that rook. And with the kings the way they are, this is clearly in Black's favor. So queen takes d5, you take one of the pawns, you're up material. But with the king unsafe on d1, Black remains better despite the material deficit.
And I agree with you completely. I think if you don't take the pawn on d5, that pawn can be reactivated, born again from the dead. As an attacker, you could push it down to d4 and create an anchor point for that Black bishop on c3. I just don't see a reason for White to inflict any further pain on himself when queen takes d5 doesn't lose immediately and forces the bishop back from b2. I would be shocked if Hikaru doesn't take this pawn. So you might ask, well, why is he thinking? Guess what? Look at his king. Look at the number of Black's threats. He has to ensure that he sees a defense after bishop f6. Because, Robert, rook b1 is actually not that easy of a move to parry effectively.
No, it's not. And he might be thinking about like a rook sack, exchange sack, I should say, for that bishop on f6, trying to trade queen. Let's show that very quickly. Queen d5, bishop f6, rook f6, queen f6, and queen d8 check. This endgame, if the a pawns were gone, it would be a draw. If the queen, king g7 looks good, whatever. But if the queens are traded on f6, without the a pawns, this would be a draw. With the a pawns, much more difficult for white, because black went a4, a3, and white can't just sit the king over on g2 because the a2 pawn is a problem and the rook can go up to b2 with the pawn coming up to a3 for black. So this is not that simple. It's not a straightforward set of decisions for Hikaru, and that is why he's using his time wisely right now.
Great point. I think this is such an important line to highlight, and it's so important to highlight that the rook on b4 is optimally placed in the context of this endgame. You mentioned a4, a3. The other idea is to position the rook on a4 and tie white down to d2. I think this is an absolute last resort for Hikaru. I feel like he will only go for an endgame like this if he truly feels that in all other avenues, he essentially gets checkmated or he loses all of his pieces. He would much rather seek his fortunes, especially in the framework of a time scramble, in a position with the queen still on the board and with a material advantage still as something to suffer for if you're playing with the white pieces.
And we agree with you, Rodrigovich. This is one of the many games that remind us of why chess is such a great game. This started as Fischer Random. The pieces were all over the place, but this is chess at its finest. And we have two of chess's finest, Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now, Jan, he may be swiveling in his chair, but that's because the tactics are swiveling around in his head. He's trying to figure out when this bishop leaves the b file, is rook b1 going to be a knockout? Hikaru saying, can I grab this pawn on d5? Danya, another idea that comes to mind is maybe throwing in the move rook d2 to f2 first, just to pile up more pieces on the f7 pawn. The problem is black can play rook b7 or rook d4 check. I guess, I was thinking of retreating move, but queen d5 is not available because rook d7 with the pin.
And you can't even get two rooks for the queen if you say, let me take the rook and let me take the bishop. You're in check. And again, we see that king on d1 costing white the game in a lot of these lines. Another question that Hikaru might be tackling here is which piece to take on d5 with. I somehow forgot that rook takes d5 is very much a possibility. And the zen behind this move could be to keep, as you were suggesting, the queen and the rook on the f-file in order to at least somewhat limit the mobility of white's queen. Of course, the problem here, much the same as in queen takes d5, could be connected with the bishop dropping back, opening up the b file, and black is just harassing white on all of the avenues on all three sides of the board. What an unenviable task by Hikaru as he drops now to below 5 minutes.
We knew it would not be easy for him, even when he reached the time control, gaining 5 minutes on the clock. You could give him 55 minutes, an hour and 5 minutes, 3 hours. It would still be a difficult position to work out. So rook e1, attacking the queen on e7. The bishop can slide back to e5, opening up the b file, but Jan has to be certain that's a good idea because you're walking into a pin of your own. So it's not the simplest move to play. He, in fact,
he plays it.
Is retreating. He plays bishop e5 and rook e3.
What a deep defensive idea by Hikaru. And I stand corrected. I said I'd be shocked if he doesn't take on d5. Well, I am shocked. But the more I look at this, the more I'm beginning to appreciate the sort of underlying philosophy behind how Hikaru has chosen to defend this, Robert. Are you with me?
Wow. I mean, he wants to hide his king on e2. So the rook is pinning the bishop. No checks along the e-file. And if you throw in the move rook b1 check, king e2, there is d4. So the rook cannot leave the e-file, but rook takes d4 might be available because the bishop is pinned.
Wow. And if you give the check on b2, the rook slides back down to d2. Now, in this position, black could consider a move like queen c5, which keeps the tension. I would be absolutely terrified here. But Jan has started with the move d4. The drawback of that move is that after rook b3, white has shut off the avenue to b1. I think that Jan's fingers are starting to slip from the ledge here. He's still not really risking. Again, black has 2 pawns for the exchange. But if Hikaru can get a trade of rooks, Robert, I don't think he's going to lose the game. Black's bishop is not enough of an attacking force anymore. How the mighty have fallen, surrounded as it is by pawns on the wrong color, to win black the game. The attack is fizzling out.
Right, but for Jan right now, the big decision is, do I allow the rook trade, or should I move my rook over to a square like c4? Keep the rooks on. Rook b7, easily met by bishop retreat to c7, cutting off the 7th rank. So I don't see the attack. I don't see the checkmate. I love the defense so far from Hikaru. And you are right to point this out time and time again. A rook trade is not devastating for Jan. He actually still has even material with a bishop and 2 pawns for rook, but he chooses to keep the potential attack going with rook c4. And I like that choice. And Hikaru is ahead on the clock. And Jan, he is trying to push, but Hikaru is being a tenacious defender.
He has not lost a single game in this entire tournament, and we are beginning to see why. Anytime Hikaru has had his back against the wall, he has turned on beast mode. He finds every tricky defensive resource in the book. My lands. And for Jan, he has to keep the match situation in mind. This is not technically a must-win game. If he gets into a situation where you can force a draw or you can go for a highly speculative line that runs the risk of losing, White will have the white pieces in the next game. Now, it's not as big of an advantage in Fischer Random, but it's still something. And I think Jan has to be wise here about the amount of risk that he is taking on. Rook b7, queen e6 on the board.
Okay, and the evaluation still in Black's favor. I think from a practical point of view, Danya, though, I think Jan has great winning chances. Hikaru is playing really good defense here, but Black has all of his bases covered now. f7, safe. The queen on e6 doing all the work, not only in attacking positions, but also in defensive positions. The queens are doing the heavy lifting. And so for Jan right now, it's how do I continue this attack? And for Hikaru, is a move like queen f6. Please trade these queens off available. But the problem with queen f6 is the black queen slides back to d7, Danya, right? And you have queen a4 check. So if white is not careful, you may be hit by a check out of nowhere, and that could cost you the entire game.
Yeah, rook e2, queen e7, a case in point as you're illustrating. By the way, Vladimir Fedoseev has won the 3rd game against Wesley, so he leads by a point. And Magnus Carlsen has defeated Nodirbek Abdusattorov for the 2nd consecutive game. He leads with a score of 2-1. But back we go to this game. Jan's last move, bishop c7, slicing off White's rook, which is on the 7th rank. I'm with you. I think the Black's practical chances are immense, and they are increasing exponentially with every second that ticks down from White's clock.
For sure. I think the resulting time scramble is only good news for Jan Nepomniachtchi. His king is very safe. It has been this whole time, and every decision is taxing for Hikaru. He's digging deep. He's working really hard at the board here, but at some point, you just get tired. But Hikaru Nakamura has proven himself to be a guy who can defend any position, no matter how difficult it seems. So right now, Danya, I'm struggling to come up with the move. Rook e2, the queen just moves away. Queen f6, you're all opening up queen g4 check or a simple queen retreat. So I just don't see a 3-move sequence for White. That is my struggle.
Yeah, it's so tilting that wherever you go, you're opening up some sort of avenue to White's king. And Hikaru, he has played rook e2. And interestingly, Jan slides his queen not to d7, but actually to d6. So that might be in order to keep the f6 square under control and limit White's activity. There is a check on e8, but it seems totally innocuous. The king actually, in some senses, wants to go up to g7 in order to avoid back rank shenanigans.
And you know what else he might want is queen c5. The queen on d7 could not get to the c file. Queen c5 immediately threads not just rook c1, but d3, opening the diagonal to g1. So Hikaru has to be very careful in this moment. Multiple threats are uncorked with the move queen to c5.
And he's taking his time yet again, because how can you not? There are so many things to keep track of as he drops now to 2 minutes on his clock. And Jan Nepomniachtchi has opened up a 2.5-minute lead. That is going to be so crucial. If Hikaru makes a decisive mistake, Jan does have enough time to hunker down and essentially do as much calculation as he needs. Hikaru looks like he's about to move, but how is he going to coordinate his defenses here? Can he use his heavy pieces to keep all the bases covered? 90 seconds now on his clock.
And he might want to make a move like rook c2 trying to trade, but even rook c3 is a viable response. Let's trade on my terms. If you take my rook on c3, it opens the d file with check, and your king is under fire. Rook d2 was instead Hikaru's choice here. Queen c5?
Queen c5? He didn't defend against queen c5. And after rook b1, I think he might have missed d3.
Oh my god,
is that
d3.
Just... Oh my god, Robert. There's something crazy. Wait, d3, queen f2, and then I think the queen can drop down to the other side of the board with a devastating check on h5, and Jan, you didn't have to ask him twice.
My goodness, what a game this has been. An epic struggle. Rook c1 check will be followed with a bunch of other checks, likely leading to checkmate or the win of material. So rook b1 looks like Hikaru's best move, but d3, opening that queen up, the g1 square is black's for the taking. And once the queen lands there, there are too many threats to deal with. Hikaru, now he's at barely over a minute. King e2 played, and rook c3 or rook c1, both are tempting.
He plays rook c3. I think Jan should slow down a little bit here. I think he should take at least 10-15 seconds per move, but he seems totally confident in the winning approach. Rook to d3 by Hikaru. Desperation as the white king is getting surrounded by black's bloodthirsty pieces. But rook what is the finishing blow?
I think rook c2 check. The king has to step away, I feel like. And then once the king steps, just take on h2. Give me a third pawn for that exchange. Then g3 is loose. Queen c1 check is a threat. And white still has no attack against the safe black king on g8.
And that's such an instructive idea, Robert. So many people forget in the heat of the moment that you don't always have to finish an attack off and checkmate. You can use the weakness of your opponent's king just to take all of the pawns to produce a massive material advantage. And he plays queen c4.
Okay. Reasonable
the
decision.
Eval Bar didn't like that, though, at all.
But a card down to minute plays rook.
Oh, he let him get back to b2.
That was a big mistake.
That was very sloppy for Jan. Rook c2, Robert, was just asking to be played there.
I think what Jan can do, though, is play bishop e5, king g7, and say, so what's your plan, Hikaru? You may have survived the first avalanche, but my pieces are going to continue to attack you, and there's a pin on this rook on d3. So I feel like Jan still has the edge, and he can just play simple chess while Hikaru hovers around a minute.
But Jan has to avoid getting flustered. He clearly overlooked rook b2. And if we can nitpick the one area it seems that Jan has struggled throughout the tournament, when he gets into these time scrambles, he's made a bunch of these uncharacteristically sloppy moves. Rook c2 seemed to end the game on the spot, but Jan gathers himself together, mature and calm and collected, and bishop to d8. I love that move, Robert. I think the bishop is heading for g5, and Hikaru says, no, you are not heading for g5. I won't let you get there. And he pushes the pawn up to h4.
Yeah, bishop g5 would have covered the d2 square, so there would be no blocks or protection of the rook on d3. Now, h4 is a good move because it stops bishop g5, but if we think bigger picture, then the g3 pawn is tender. Now, white can also play h5 at some moment if you're not looking carefully and try to put that pawn on h6 to keep that king on the back rank and maybe a back rank checkmate. So now there are chances for both sides. Bishop e7, calm chess from Jan. That's the best thing he has done throughout this event, and honestly, the last couple of years. He doesn't just, make these huge decisions, throwing pieces forward and not thinking about his own king and the way the position goes from there. He is just making good, improving moves, even if he has spoiled some of his winning chances.
And I don't think he spoiled just some. I think he spoiled maybe even most of his winning chances, because if Hikaru can keep himself composed and avoid making any one-move blunders, and what that basically means is just maintaining the status quo. Hikaru just looks up at Nepo and says, hey, how are you going to make progress? You're not dislodging my queen from e4 and f3. You're not moving my rook away from the second rank. So what are you going to do? Nepo can make a bunch of cosmetic improvements in his position. He can play h5. Maybe it's worth getting the pawn to a3, but then the rook is going to slide over to d2. I think Hikaru is very close to setting up a fortress, but that clock of his, that might be ultimately what brings him down.
Clock does him no favors. At 40 seconds left, Jan, on the other hand, he is above 145. And now, after rook to d2, the rook on d3 is defended. Jan brings his rook over to a3, going after the a2
Great
pawn.
move. And how does Hikaru defend that pawn? Rook takes a2. This is a rook trade that Nepo will not mind. When he has 3 pawns for the exchange, that would be a winning position with that additional passer on a5.
Hikaru down under 30 seconds. He's thinking about the h-pawn move, but after h5, maybe
King g7.
Jan will just take it.
Oh, yeah, you can just take it.
There's also bishop g5. The whole point of playing h4 was taking away the g5 square. Bishop g5 ensures the black king will be safe, and the rook on d2 is being kicked around.
He goes king g7. He lifts the king up and prevents the back rank checks and prevents the check with the pawn on h6. Queen f4, maybe?
Down under 20 seconds.
Queen f4 played, but
Good
now
call.
gh instantly by Nepo.
Give me that
and
pawn.
how g4. I think g4 is the move. No, it's not. It's queen f5.
Queen f5. So rook
He's
takes
playing
a2.
perfectly.
He can just grab this pawn a2. That was his point of rook a3. Oh, what a tricky move. h6 to play bishop g5. Queen takes h5.
Amazing. And bishop g5 also functions as a way to prevent perpetual check. Anytime white checks on g4, black can cover with a bishop. 7 seconds by Hikaru Nakamura. He's running out of time. He plays king f2. And now rook takes a2.
Why not?
And now rook takes a2.
Give me a fourth pawn for the exchange. Jan grabs that pawn. Hikaru quickly brings his king over some more to g2. But is it time to run that pass pawn forward? Sprint to the other side of the board. a4, a3, trade rooks, and a2.
Get that pawn as far as it'll go, because white still has to spend a tempo the king to relative safety on h3. These are golden tempi that black has to put to use. You don't know if you'll have the opportunity to push that pawn if white is able to coordinate his pieces. Jan now dropping to below a minute. He's deciding whether to play a4. I absolutely think that he should, and he does.
Yes, he does. And there is a slight delay coming from the live event in Reykjavik. So you see the player's hands move after the board has changed. Queen takes h5. That does not look like it's a good move. Rook takes d2, rook takes d2, and bishop g5. Just start pushing all your pawns. A pawn, D pawn. You pick them, it's going to work out.
The one trick I thought after bishop g5, maybe queen back to g4 to pin the bishop and attack d4.
Oh, I missed that.
And he plays it. He plays the immediate bishop g5.
Okay, and we see 15 seconds under that for Hikaru.
I can't believe he's been holding this for as long as he has, but what does he do now? Oh, and that's got to be a blunder. But why?
That's a great question. Maybe queen d5 check. Oh, and then f5. You
dislodged the queen. Queen d5 and f5 ends the game. You got it.
Oh, goodness.
And can Jan find this? And he plays it.
He plays queen d5 check. And we see the players on camera. 8 seconds for Hikaru.
And Hikaru sees it. Hikaru sees it.
Brings king to g1, and now Jan
f5.
27 seconds. Will he play f5? That is the big question. It is winning here because you break the pin on the g file.
You could probably even take on d2 first, but he plays f5 and he finds the clutch move, and it's over. And bishop takes d2 even.
Just don't play bishop e3 check. And there's resignation. Jan Nepomniachtchi ties this matchup 1.5, 1.5. Hikaru Nakamura put up amazing defense, but Jan Nepomniachtchi was not to be deterred in his quest for a victory in this Fischer Random World Championship. Danya, that was a game between two absolute stars of chess.
Two giants indeed. And what may have been most impressive to me, Robert, of course, the way that Jan played in the middle game, the way that he attacked, the way he kept his foot on the gas pedal, but the way that he recovered from that mistake. He allowed rook b2. It seemed like Hikaru was knocking on the door of a fortress, and no, Jan kept his calm. He didn't tilt. He found every last chance until he won that a-pawn. And then when push came to shove, when he had to find the winning sequence, he spent the remainder of his time and he pushed that pawn to f5, and he has tied the match. This is unbelievable. It has not only lived up to its promise, it's lived up to its promise and then some. This is a treat.
Let's go back a little bit in this game, because one thing we were noting that while some of the advantage slipped, in fact, according to the engine, a lot of it slipped. That decision, even once the edge was lost a bit, sure, there were some ideas. When the rook went back to b2 around this moment here, we were saying, wait a second, white's king is feeling safer, but we kept reminding ourselves more than anybody that there was a bishop and 2 pawns for a rook. That is even material. So Jan did not have to freak out. He did not have to panic. And the way he did this, bishop d8, inducing h4, and then slowly but surely improving his pieces, Danya, that was wonderful stuff from Jan Nepomniachtchi, going after the a-pawn as well.
Going after the a-pawn and just always finding the right square for the bishop and not panicking after Hikaru pushes this pawn to h5. This is a scary looking move. It ain't easy to take on h5 and weaken your king in the way that Jan did, but this exquisite technique, h6, creating an anchor square for the bishop, and then grabbing a2 at the right moment and pushing the pawn. And every single time he had to find a critical move and a clutch move, he did. And it culminated in the move f5, dislodging the queen from the g-file and leaving d2 as a sitting duck. What an unbelievable game, and what a finale we are in for.
Seriously, knotted up 1.5, 1.5. And it would be a disservice to Hikaru to sort of get under the microscope and look where he could have saved it. He had mere seconds on his clock. He was defending all game. It's credit to Jan Nepomniachtchi winning game 3. This match is tied 1.5. So when we return, we are going to see Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura. We've seen many wins with the black pieces, Danya. Is it really an advantage for Jan Nepomniachtchi to get white in game 4?
It's impossible to say, but I think largely the answer is no. We have seen so much unpredictability in the openings that I really think it almost doesn't matter who plays white and who plays black, because in Fischer Random, what we see so often, sometimes we see copycat chess, but a lot of the time we see players pursuing their own agendas, and that greatly dilutes the effectiveness and the meaning of having the first move. So I can't wait for this game. Whoever you're a fan of, Robert, let's take a moment to tip our hats to these players for putting every single thing they've got, every last ounce of energy after such a long tournament is out on the playing field today, and they have to give up their remaining energy for this final game. They're going to have to brave the storm.
It's the last game of the season. They're going to hold nothing back. And as you say, brave the storm. We should give a shout out to our presenting sponsor, Brave, because Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster playback. It means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth for Android, iOS, and desktop. Get the best browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. Switch in 60 seconds at brave.com/chess. Danya and I will run around our rooms. We'll be right back because when we return, it's game 4 here at Championship Sunday, live from Reykjavik, Iceland, the Fischer Random World Championship. This coverage on Chess.com, brought to you by Brave.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
As we return to the Fischer Random World Championship, $65,000 and a world title is at stake in the matchup between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, alongside me, my good friend, my buddy, my partner in crime, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, that was an epic Game 3.
I'm still processing that. I'm probably going to process that all throughout my time in Canada. I don't like to make, these general global pronouncements, but in terms of like all-time matches, all-time mini matches, this is definitely top 5. And we haven't even played our last game.
No, we haven't. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's demonstrated in multiple matches now against Magnus Carlsen, against Hikaru Nakamura, that he is the comeback kid. He would like to be the comeback king and be the world champion in Fischer Random if he can win this Game 4. That's easier said than done. Yes, Hikaru is probably upset that he just lost Game 3, but Hikaru Nakamura, he is an unbelievable player. He is determined. He has $150,000 in a world title in his sights, but if this game is a draw, they will go to Armageddon. So it is anybody's shot. Jan, Hikaru, Danya, I don't even know who to call the favorite.
Oh my goodness, Robert. I mean, your form is often measured by how difficult it is to beat you. Hikaru has lost only one game in this entire tournament. It was just the one we just saw. And how many times did Jan Nepomniachtchi have to beat him over and over and over again? How many times did Hikaru rise from the dead in that game? It was a staggeringly difficult task for Jan Nepomniachtchi to defeat him once, and to defeat him twice and to do it on demand right now is going to be even more difficult.
Good luck to anybody trying to take down Hikaru Nakamura. But in this time control, right, 25 minutes to start with, no increment. You got to reach move 30 to get that extra 5 minutes and the 5 seconds added per move. I feel like Jan Nepomniachtchi is probably happiest of all the players in this format. He just moves at a blazing pace, but Hikaru Nakamura has matched him, and I think he's matched him on the clock. He's matched him on the board, and that's the reason we see this 1.5 tie. Both players are taking their shots. They're playing exciting chess, and Hikaru Nakamura, he may be regretting that decision to agree to a draw in Game 2, but the past is the past. He should only focus on Game 4 now.
Yeah, I just echo what you said. The time management has largely been excellent by both players. You could argue that the last game was the first one in which the clock really was a defining factor. But even then, I would argue that even with a lot of time on the clock, you made this point, White's defensive task would have barely gotten any easier. So this, again, is a testament to the players' form, to their level of confidence that they have built up throughout this tournament. And it's going to be important if you're Jan, to adhere to the strategy that he has adopted against Magnus and that he has successfully implemented after losing the first game against Hikaru. Quick play, relatively quick decisions in critical moments, trusting his intuition, but taking his time when calculation is actually required, such as before he sacrificed on E3. It was just excellent, excellent time management for Jan Nepomniachtchi in the last game.
And there's a word that we keep coming back to, and for good reason. The word is control. We felt like Hikaru Nakamura throughout this entire event was in control. He didn't lose a single game. He was in trouble yesterday, Game 1, the semis against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He ended up winning that game and the 2 others to make it through here, but he didn't have control after the opening stage in Game 3. Then Jan Nepomniachtchi was able to seize control perhaps of the match. So if you're Hikaru, this is your first loss in your entire stay in Reykjavik. What do? Who do you consult? How do you go right back into studying this opening in a position you've never seen before, except for that game you just lost? It is very difficult stuff. There's a lot of psychology that comes into play. And if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi, well, you've got on that wry smile ready for Game 4.
And obviously, I'm nobody to give Hikaru advice. Hikaru is one of the greatest players of all time in terms of coming back from losses. He channels the frustration into playing even better chess. But I would avoid, obviously, in his shoes, making overgeneralizations or trying to cardinally modify the type of chess that you are playing. He played an excellent game in the last round. His mistakes, I don't think, were due to a false approach or were due to something psychological. They were mistakes on the board. And I think he needs to try to play the exact same way he's been playing this match and, let the better player prevail. I have a feeling that we are going to get a topsy-turvy, back and forth, nerve-wracking, epic struggle in the final game as Jan, we saw him pacing there. He can't wait for this game to begin. These players, they just want to be sitting at the board and moving the pieces.
There are 6 other players. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he now trails against Magnus Carlsen. Nodirbek won game 1. Magnus has rebounded with 2 straight wins. And in the other matchups, Vladimir Fedoseev actually leads Wesley So 2-1. And for the 7th place, Matthias Bluebaum, he leads 2-1 over the local hero, the number 1 player from Iceland, Hjörvar Stein Gretterson. But our attention will not leave the top board. Jan Nepomniachtchi, I believe he's got T in that cup there. His jacket is off. The gloves are off as well. And Hikaru Nakamura takes the black pieces, and he is going to look to stop the freight train that is Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And the players, they're going through their routine, both adjusting their pieces. Jan taking his first sip of tea. He's gone through all of the beverages. Caffeine was the focus in the last round. Right now, I think he's trying largely to calm his nerves. They are as caffeinated as they need to be. The game itself is caffeine enough. Oh my goodness. I've only had 1 cup, but I feel like I've had 7. That was something else.
You know I don't drink coffee, but I do feel the hype, and I hope everybody who's watching feels it as well. This is potentially 1 game for a world championship title. Now, if they draw, we do go to Armageddon. It'll be tied 2-2. We will get another game. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, after a win in game 3, he might want to end it here. If you're Hikaru Nakamura, you can rely on the fact that players with the black pieces have done quite well throughout the Fischer Random Championship. We see all 8 players. Some of them laughing, a first move made in the game between Fedoseev and Wesley So, ceremonial first move. But all eyes should be on the bottom right. Rare thing to say when Magnus Carlsen is in a tournament, taking on the world rapid champion, the Olympiad champion, the Uzbek teenager, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But Jan Nepomniachtchi or Hikaru Nakamura, those are the names that will be etched in history as the Fischer Random World Champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one for the ages as the handshake takes place and the first moves are made, and we see Hikaru and Jan on camera. And the important first move is indeed G3. That is the move that I predicted originally, and should Jan play E4, we would have had a transposition to the previous game, but a fundamentally different approach from Jan. Robert, I feel like throughout this tournament, he has put an accent on largely playing on the flanks. He has shown a predilection over pawn moves with the A and B pawns, as opposed to a direct kind of central campaign. Let's see how he continues here.
And we see the players are settling into this game 4. I liked Hikaru's position. I thought the plan with E4, just trading there, playing F4, I liked how that looked out of the gate. But then when Jan was able to bring his king from C8 all the way over to G8, let's remind everybody of how castling works, that if the pieces clear out between the black king and queen there, so if the queen moves, the rook can go from B8 to D8 and castle. But if all those pieces that Daniel's highlighting on the king side are gone, then the king can fly across the board to G8. So that needs to be kept in mind. We see central moves so far. Daniel, you said before we got into the last game, you didn't really like the strategy of pushing pawns in the center.
Yeah, I personally like flank play. I'm also a King's Indian player, so I like openings where you apply pressure in the center. And despite what I just said about Jan, he does push a pawn in the center. I think they are taking a far quieter, more solid approach insofar as you can play solidly in Fischer Random. And just the definition of that word, Robert, is greatly diminished in the context of Fischer Random, given how unbalanced and chaotic the position is from the very first moves. But insofar as you can play solidly, I think they are. And the position already beginning to resemble something out of a Grunfeld, especially if both sides find a way to castle kingside. We might literally have almost a transposition into a real Grunfeld position, obviously with the inclusion of bishop h1, bishop h8. But maybe they'll bring their bishops back to their regular fianchettoed squares.
Yeah, it's a funny looking position. It's a bit of copycat chess. And how is one side going to deviate from the other? That is up to Hikaru. He can keep copying Jan. If Jan goes bishop g2, or bishop b4, bishop b5, bishop g2, bishop g7, and so on. So at some point, Jan will have to find a strategy that Hikaru cannot copy, and he plays knight c5 here. So if black goes knight c4, then I think Jan is ready to kick that knight out of there with a move like b3. So he will be first to the action. So no more copycat chess. And for Hikaru, let me ask you, Danya, the knight on c5, is that really threatening? Do you feel worried about that piece, or it's just kind of a paper tiger?
It's a paper tiger for the time being, but it could become a real tiger if white makes more improvements to his position, such as putting the other knight on e5 and maybe supporting the knight with bishop b4. And again, it's a question of priorities for Hikaru. Priority number 1, he needs to figure out what to do with his king. Priority number 2, do you want to deal with this knight on c5? And priority number 3, what is he going to do with his own knight on b6? How is he going to sort those priorities? If he prioritizes trading the knight on c5, then I think we're going to see him drop his own knight into e4, or maybe do so in a more conservative manner by pushing his own knight back toward d7. Benefit of that move might be that he's also preparing a pawn push on e5. And there we go. He goes knight b6 to d7, taking care of 2 priorities at once. He uses the knight on b6 to dislodge Jan's knight from c5.
But I have to say, I don't like the move, and the reason why. Now, black's pieces fighting for similar squares. When you have more space, like Jan does, you want to have more pieces. I would retreat my knight to d3, because now I control the pawn breaks on c and e5, and I feel like with the knights on f3 and d3, you are more advanced than black's knights on d7 and f6. So I just think that the knight on d7 doesn't look great. Jan instead decides to develop the bishop to b4. Can't fault him for that, but I just like keeping more material on the board when my opponent doesn't have the same breathing room.
But I completely agree with it. I thought knight d3 would have really highlighted, emphasized the awkwardness of the knight placement on d7, and maybe Jan was worried about a superfluous knight situation where both knights are competing for the same square. But no, they're not really competing for the same square. The knight on d3 has plenty of prospects on f4 or b4. I thought that this was a clear edge for white, but instead Jan following through on his original plan and playing bishop b4. And if I'm Hikaru, I am snapping that knight off the board. I am not letting it live another day on this board.
Right. You could take the knight on c5, then put your knight on e4. I guess what Jan is relying on is that he has the first pressure in the position. It's not a huge deal. The e7 pawn's defended, but he at least is creating the first semi-threat. And that means that Hikaru can just capture, bring his own knight into the center, things like that. Or he can make quiet moves like bishop g7, continue his development. I like taking on c5. I think ultimately that's the easy decision to make.
Is there any case to be made for Jan recapturing with the pawn and vacating the d4 square for his knight? I instinctively think the answer is no, but I'm just trying to figure out. I mean, bishop takes c5, black plays knight e4, and it seems like black really has solved all of his problems. Taking on a7 is really unthinkable due to rook a8. So could Jan be cooking up something a little bit more creative? What do you think?
Well, now that you mention it, it's viable. I don't love it because the bishop on h8 just seems to benefit more than any other piece on the board. And we saw what that bishop did in the previous game. So there is a little bit of recency bias in my calculations here. But black just controls the center. c5 might be a long-term target. So it does open the d file for white, gives the d4 square to the knight. But I think he'll take back with the bishop on c5. And Danya, this is making me ask you this question. Who is happier to make a draw and head to Armageddon?
Who is happier to make a draw? Man, that's such a hard question. I would guess that it's Hikaru, but only because of the fact that Nepo has won the last game. I feel like that bad taste in Hikaru's mouth could allow Nepo to build up some momentum. And I just feel like Hikaru is so clutch all throughout the RCC and all of his online events. He is just a nightmare to face in any game that decides a championship. This game, of course, also decides the championship, but I think you know what I mean. I'm going to have to go with Nepo, but these players are so ridiculously evenly matched in a tournament where both are in good form that I think it's virtually impossible to say.
Well, you mentioned the RCC. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi ultimately has the happiest memories of that event. He won the Rapid Chess Championship Finals, hosted by Chess.com. He won the grand prize, and he looked dominant doing so. So bishop b5, Hikaru's bishop, it sees the light of day, putting pressure on e2, just like white's dark squared bishop is putting pressure on e7. And the copycat chess may continue here, Danya. Knight e5, to my eyes, looks like the most reasonable move. And you're now staring at the knights in the center. At some point, one might be captured.
To my eyes as well. And white now has to solve the same exact problem that black had to address a couple of moves ago when white had the knight sitting on c5. And fundamentally, the question is, do you want to trade this knight on e4, or do you want to kick it away with your pawn? If you want to trade it, then you'd love to play the move knight d2. So maybe starting with c3 would make sense to blunt the bishop and to reinforce d4, but that just seems passive to my eyes. And c3 is a weakening move, especially now, given that white is not yet ready to castle. If I had to predict a move, I'd predict knight e5, but no, Nepo does play the move c3. Do you see why I'm a bit surprised at that move?
Yeah, it just feels like it weakens more than it defends. The pawn d4 was not in any danger whatsoever. He may want to play queen c2 and then castle kingside. So that might be his main plan right now, is to get the king over to g1.
Oh, Hikaru has something to say about that. That is an amazing move. Oh my lands, he wants to go bishop h6, and he exploits the fact that the rook is pinned. Can Nepo address that effectively?
Yes, I thought he was going to go to e5, but the point is that with the bishop trying to go to h6, you have the move f4. So I thought the knight could have just gone forward rather than back, but the point still stands. He is working his way to a defense on the diagonal.
In the early going, it seems to me that Nepo is playing in a somewhat more flimsy manner. He's got to be careful the next couple of moves. I think he should be able to breathe easier once he's able to castle kingside and get this knight off of v4, which now seems to be imminent. Now, Hikaru still could play bishop h6. He could play it not in order to win the knight, but in order to invoke positional weaknesses, force white to play f4, and then maybe ensconce his own knight on e4 with a move f5. Not entirely sure how Hikaru should handle this.
Yeah, these kind of f-pawn pushes in standard chess, you refrain from doing that for the most part, but here you want to keep your knight in the center. Trade on your own terms. We can show that f5, if white takes the knight on e4, that would be a mistake, I think, because knight takes e4, f takes e4, before bishop h6. So instead of
the immediate f5, okay?
Yeah, so immediate f5, knight e4, f e4. I just feel like that pawn on f2, there's a happy rook on f8 and a sad rook on f1. I don't think it's the end of the world where white can continue developing, but I just feel like the rook on f8 gains the most.
But Hikaru actually going for our original idea. He does throw in the move bishop h6 and meets f4 with f5. So the position remains largely symmetrical. And once again, white has to decide whether or not to take on e4. Now, Robert, I think you'll co-sign this. Knight takes e4 is more appealing to me now that the pawn is on f4, but I would still be very guarded about making this move because now the bishop is blunted. Black has this relatively nasty idea of chipping away at the f4 pawn with the move g5. And the fact that this rook is pinned, the pawn on e2 is pinned, is so tilting for white because the rook just doesn't have any safe squares on the f-file. If it moves up to f2, you're potentially running into the move e3.
Yeah, g5 is a nasty threat. So my first instinct is, can I play in the live position to stop g5? So instead of trading, I was like, can I play knight f3? And he does that. But you could still play g5. And what I'm now coming to terms with in this position is that white doesn't have to castle. Like at some point, you could just play king up to c2 if your king is in check.
You can, but g5 creates the immediate threat of taking twice on f4, and it is on the board. And Jan is so hurt by the fact that he can't play e3. You could move the knight, and maybe it's finally time to put it on e5. He's shown a resistance to this move. What catches your eye here? What do you think is the safest way to defend the pawn?
Wow, knight e5 is really good.
To answer.
Well, if you go back before knight e5, what I was trying to say was I could take on g5 a bunch of times, like fg, knight g5, bishop g5 check, and I could just play king c2. It's not the end of the world. It looks like you've castled queenside. I don't prefer white's position, but it's not that bad. But I like what he's done with knight e5 instead, because he is actually safeguarding the f4 pawn. It's hard to team up on it anymore.
So finally, he has a breather. He has essentially a move that he could invest on improving his position, or does he? That move, queen e8, it's really, really sneaky because you might think, oh, he's creating a battery. Maybe he wants bishop a4, but no, look at the other side of the board, and you will see that the queen has far more violent intentions. It is threatening to swing to h5, and white's king side is not well protected. That pawn on h2 is a sitting duck. The pawn on e2 is going to be targeted. So I think Nepo has yet another threat that he has to address in this position. How do you think he's going to do it?
There's one bit of good news for Jan. The queen on e8 is protecting the e7 pawn. So while queen h5 will cause some serious problems with bishop takes e2 and queen takes h2, as you've been mentioning, there is that pawn hanging. So maybe he has a useful move here. Maybe he can actually give up like the h2 pawn, play like queen c2, castle queenside, and say, have my h2 pawn, have my king side, but your king is still on c8 and e7 is hanging in many different variations.
And you could even grab it here Castle's queenside exists on demand. You could castle queenside, but then you're running into bishop takes c2. So this is a very tricky position. Another defensive resource, Robert, is a timely bishop f3. You can say the important pawn is e2. Go take my h2 pawn, as you're saying. And in the blink of an eye, Black could get into a situation where his pieces are all uncoordinated, the rooks are not connected, and this could go south really, really, really quickly for Black. So
Can you go back
Hikaru has to
instead
think
of
twice.
Castling queenside. Was there rook h1 just there?
Rook h1, I take it.
Can I take your bishop? Or no?
Then queen takes f4.
Yeah, maybe it's I'm asking for trouble.
I think you do have a move here, but it's probably maybe to castle now, actually.
Just give up all your pawns. I mean, it's serious strategy because
yeah, look at White's pieces.
Yeah, the H file is open. The bishop's hanging. H7 will fall if the bishop moves. Now, this is actually something that doesn't look that appealing to my eyes. We have the eval bar going up and down, criticizing our every mistake.
Well, it's saying bishop e4 is the move.
Ah, that makes sense.
And then you can take on h6.
Right, because after queen takes f4 check, you can block it.
Somehow the White zigzags and swings his way over to c2, and it's so important that bishop a4, no, it's not mate. White always has the resource b3. But how hard is this to calculate in a real game?
Oh, it's nearly impossible. I think some of it will rely on intuition, where you're like, just take h2, I'm going to castle, I will have the necessary compensation. Hikaru
Great
Nakamura,
song, by the way,
is ahead on the clock right now by a minute. And we've been harping on the clock, the time management, and Jan has almost always been ahead, except for game one in this match, which Hikaru won. Otherwise, it felt like Jan throughout the entire tournament was leading on time. So Hikaru, he's sitting back in his chair. He's coming up with some queen h5 ideas. Jan needs to find a way out, and queen c2, opening up the door to castle queenside, seems like a good start.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting out of this without at least putting yourself in a position where you are ready to castle queenside at a moment's notice. It would hamstring White's chances greatly if queen h5 were already on the board and your king would be stuck on c1. You made an important point. The problem isn't so much that the king itself is weak, but rather you want to connect the rooks. You want to move like bishop takes c2. The effect of that, you want to be diminished. You want to be able to play rook h1 in the event of queen takes h2. And all of that, the only way to achieve it is to castle and get the king, get the rook to the other side of the king. That's really the point of castling in this position. The king is already on the castled square.
Right. The rooks just need to be connected. That's a big deal here for Jan. And he's spending a lot of time. He's weighing his options. And he understands that this is a critical moment because it's not just, oh, I make one move, Hikaru makes one. It's, will his king find safety? Will his rooks be playing a part in this game? And is e7 an actual problem for Black and the queen needs to stay put? Or can Hikaru continue with his queen's journey over to h5? And Hikaru, I mean, he does not look amused. He's calculating. Jan, we have the close-up on him there. He's really working his way through all the possibilities.
And I can guarantee you that he is calculating queen c2, queen h5, and he decides against it. A very committal choice there. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He takes the knight on e4, and that is a type of idea that we have criticized in a similar position. What do you make of it now? Instinctively, Robert, this looks like a pretty serious concession.
It does. And Hikaru, he hasn't captured back. I'm pretty positive he has to take with the f pawn on e4.
Well,
I mean, if you take,
I would say definitely, yeah.
If you take with the d pawn, queen b3 already looks like a huge problem.
Oh, then we could have something out of Carlsen's game where he smothered mated the black king. Yeah, this is out of the question.
So that means f takes e4, but why is he thinking?
Is he thinking about g takes f4 first? No, that's ridiculous. Just bishop takes d5, and again, after the king goes up to c2, this is never effective because of b3. So I just think he's surprised. I think he's surprised at Nepo's move. Maybe he's trying to figure out what Nepo's follow-up is to f takes e4, and frankly, I'm wondering the same thing.
Oh, after f takes e4, I'll play queen d2, right? And just defend f4 a bunch of times.
I thought maybe he wants fg.
Whoa. Maybe.
Well, your idea. Move the king up to c2 and say, hey, my king is safe. Black's king is the one that experiences some problems. But of course, Black can also castle queenside on demand.
That's true. And I think ultimately what the dynamic shift has been is if the dark square bishops come off the board, White is strategically winning pretty much. the light square bishop against a knight on e5, that's a disaster waiting to happen from Hikaru's perspective. So, of course, that requires the bishop on a3 to somehow trade for its counterpart in h6. That's a long ways away, but it's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, this is a very thorny situation for Jan. I mean, the eval bar expressing its relatively strong disapproval, although it's going back and forth, testament to how complex the position is. You were absolutely right, Robert. Jan prefers to keep the position closed with queen d2. And the smoke beginning to clear just a little bit, especially if both sides get a chance to castle. The kings will finally become safe, surrounded by friendly forces, and the battle will sort of shift, perhaps even to some positional kind of tone.
Right. And I feel like white can more or less pre-move, rook b1, jumping over the king to d1. And then the annoying part is you still need to move your rook to play e3. So it's not the end of that story. And black has some pressure on white's pawns, but the fact that e7 is loose, that is what's holding Hikaru back. If e7 were just defended by some piece, queen h5 would be a huge threat, and one that I don't think white could successfully deal with.
And what complicates the situation even further is that if black castles queenside, not only does that not solve the problem of the e7 pawn, it exacerbates it, because then bishop takes e7 comes with a fork. So this is a long-term issue, and Hikaru has no easy way of solving it.
No, he does not. And that's why he's spending his time here. And I think you're right. He was surprised by bishop takes knight on e4, and that's why he didn't recapture immediately. And where's he going? It kind of looked like he was grabbing something over there on the queen side, and he's shaking his head. He does not look happy about how this game has gone.
And
transformation of structure.
Yeah, looking at the eval bar is totally meaningless, because look at white's knight. White's knight, as someone in the chat pointed out, is a monster. White's bishop on a3, aiming at the e7 pawn. From a purely piece placement standpoint, white is doing great. And all Nepo needs, Robert, is a couple of moves. Rook f2, then you go e3. You castle queenside. Once he has all of the bases covered on the king side, from a purely positional standpoint, he holds most of the trump cards here. Hikaru has to do something decisive and perhaps something drastic to highlight the temporary weaknesses in white's position.
Right, because strategically, black is in trouble. As you're putting the rook on f2, pawn e3, the bishop on b5, the light square bishop, is not a particularly good piece. It will be staring into nothing, right, into the abyss. So Hikaru, it's a vintage Hikaru face. I'm digging the shirt that he's wearing. He's come ready to play, but he doesn't seem very happy with the last bunch of moves, and now he's the one down on time.
Now, it should be pointed out that in the future, if he kind of wants to try to bail out, he can drop his bishop. I know the bishop on h6 is such a nice piece, but he can move it back to g7, potentially trade it for e5. But we should resist the urge to say, oh, if he does that, the game will end in a draw. If white controls the f-file, then white will be uniquely poised to benefit from that move. And in the resulting position, that pawn on e7 is going to become an even bigger problem, with black lacking the only piece that can effectively defend it, the dark-squared bishop.
Right. No, this is not an easy moment for Hikaru. He takes this pawn on f4. Okay. I think that Jan can simply take... Oh, what?
Whoa!
They're allowed to offer draws? Since when?
They are? Isn't there a 40-move draw rule?
I hope so.
I was sure there was a 40-move draw, but I guess there isn't. I don't remember us talking about it.
And I think what the players are talking about, or maybe what their thoughts were, is that Hikaru would bring the bishop back to g7 and take the knight on e5 and just have opposite colored bishops. And
well, that's what I just, yeah.
Right, like hovering around even, but that is surprising. A game 4 reminiscent of the final game of Carlsen-Caruana World Championship, when all the action was still to be had, when there was a lot to play for. They agreed to draw. They're talking with the arbiter right now. So actually, we can see that Jan and Hikaru are talking with the arbiter about this decision and about what's to come.
And don't shovel dirt on this game just yet. Obviously, if there is no 40-move draw rule, then this is completely within their right. You can criticize the decision, but you cannot criticize it from the perspective of following rules. And obviously, assuming that this draw offer stands, they're simply putting off the action to the Armageddon. One way or the other, this match is going to have to be decided. So I guess both players just wanting more of a breather. And both of them believe that they benefit in the event of the Armageddon. Your question from the start of this game was incredibly prescient. And it looks like we're going to be returning to the question of who benefits in this, what seemed to be unlikely event of a draw. Nepo hadn't made a single draw. And, well, what do we have here? That's sad that his draw has to come in the last deciding game of the final.
And I've said this a million times, and we're getting word that the chief arbiter might not even be around to discuss what's happening. But I have, hoped that organizers would ban the draw offer. There's no reason why that game should have ended there, but we still have chess, and we have a great matchup, and we will see more from Nepomniachtchi Nakamura in the Armageddon. But now our eyes will turn to world champion Magnus Carlsen taking on world rapid champion, Olympiad champion, teenage superstar sensation Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So Danya, where we sit, about even on the clock, Magnus with a 1-point lead in the match, and not a single pawn has been traded. Only a dark squared bishop from white is off the board and one of black's knights.
And we remind you that Nodirbek down 1-2. He must win. This position almost looking something like a Rosalimo. I like what Carlsen is doing here. He's got that bishop on h8, aiming down the long diagonal. Both sides have castled queenside. I don't know if I really believe in Nodirbek's winning chances in this position, Robert.
No, it's hard to imagine him outplaying the world champion, but he has already done it once in this match. He brings his rook to e1, pieces lined up against the e7 pawn. Seems to be a theme in this starting position in the Fischer Random. So what should Magnus do here? He can simply take on e4, but that opens up the d file. We'll probably see a series of trades. But Danya, the h7 pawn, that is hanging over there.
It's kind of the elephant in the room here.
I don't really think that you want to grab it too soon, especially with the queen on d7 eyeing the pawn on g4. But if black's pieces move around, h7 can be captured at some point.
Yeah, that is a pawn. And you can't just fall asleep on a pawn just because it's a corner pawn that doesn't play a direct role in the sort of middle game struggle. But definitely something that Carlsen has to keep in his peripheral vision. But again, with rook fe1, Nodirbek tosses the ball back into Carlsen's court and says, hey, I have the center. I have my pieces on relatively compact squares. How are you going to make progress? What are you going to do with this uncontested dark squared bishop that you have? Yeah, it looks pretty, absolutely. But I'm more than capable of defending b2 and defending all the squares along the long diagonal. And Carlsen is taking a significant chunk of time. Robert, he has spent oodles of time all throughout this tournament. He has experienced really unprecedented problems with his clock. Someone who is just known for his unbelievably filigree time management. He just never experiences the issues that he's experienced in this event.
Yeah, although after games 2 and 3 in this match, he might feeling a bit of a revival, a renaissance. I mean, the guy played 2 great games to take down Abdusattorov. And here in game 4, you are right. He has been a little bit slower, more deliberate than he has in many of the other events he's played in. But Fischer Random can do that to people. But this no longer looks like randomness. This looks like actually just a better position for black. And he's just trying to figure out, what is my move here? And all right, let's talk about move candidates. I mentioned you could take on e4. You said a5. I like the look of that. I can move my king from c8. Typically want to move my king away from the center, but I don't really like the look of king b7, so I don't want to put it on the diagonal. I think a5, yeah, your move checks out.
Yeah, I mean, it depends if Carlsen wants to take sort of an active approach or if he wants to make these small improving moves that bide his time. I think both strategies are totally valid. King b8 is kind of a Carlsen-esque move. He likes these semi-waiting moves that force his opponent to make decisions. But given Carlsen's frame of mind, he's feeling aggressive. He wants to end this tournament in style, and he doesn't want to leave anything to chance. I think we're going to see an a-pawn push here.
Looks good. The knight on b3, misplaced, dominated by all the pawns around it. So a5 keeps the position closed for long enough. Instead, he pushes the other rook pawn with h6. So the pawn is off limits. Queen takes h6, will give up the g4 pawn. We just talked about that, so I wouldn't grab it. But what about e takes d5 and going after the e7 pawn? Is that something to consider?
Well, you're forcing my hand here. Knight takes d5 would follow. And are you eyeing the e5 square for your knight?
For sure I am.
So let's keep this line going. Bishop takes e5. I
Pawn
assume.
takes? Oh, I was thinking
Ooh.
of the pawn because f4 was a little tender.
True, but I thought maybe you want to keep the e-file open. Yeah, pawn takes c5. Okay, I think the position is totally decent for white, actually. I really don't like the prospect of black giving up his dark square bishop unless it's for a really good reason. And I don't think this really qualifies as such a good reason. You see what I'm saying?
I 100% see what you're saying. So what does
that's
Magnus
why you proposed
have?
DD.
Yeah. Well, I was just trying to go knight e5. So what does Magnus have in the works here? That's the big question because h6 was completely unprovoked. And for Abdusattorov, e takes d5, it changes the nature of the position, but it's also quite forcing. And maybe he doesn't want to, liquidate to a position he may feel that Magnus will hold without difficulty. But I do think it gives white the best chances.
But I think this position is sufficiently unbalanced, and it's also completely forced. I mean, they are very likely to get this position if, in fact, Nodirbek takes on d5. And guess what? There's ideas to go e6. The pawn on h6 is still quite loose. The pawn on f7 could get loose if white shifts the rook to f1. The knight from b3 has a lot of prospect in the center. It can shift back to d2 and then jump forward again to c4. The dream square, of course, is indeed e5. So I kind of like the look of e takes d5. I think this gives Nodirbek practical chances. We're not talking about objective advantage. I have no doubt that the position, objectively speaking, is equal, but you don't have to ask the Uzbek prodigy twice. He is going directly for the Robert Hess approach. And last thing I'll say, Robert, Carlsen's move h6, it's almost like the roof is falling off in the house, and the water heater isn't working, and he's working on a tiny section of the wall that has some discoloration. Like, I would have expected him to fix the major problems in the center, but instead he tries to take care of his corner pawn.
All he was doing, Donnie, was making sure the TV still worked. How could you blame him?
That's
who
the
cares
important
about
part.
the
Internet
rest of
and
the
then
home?
TV.
Yeah, there you go. h6 is irrelevant here, but h6 is a pawn that might be captured at some point. And look at this kind of blockade that he has set up. He does not want to allow white to ever push that pawn to e6. He plays queen e6 himself. And now queen takes h6 is not so good because the g4 pawn can still be captured, or rook h8 first. So I think that he's making Nodirbek's life difficult, even though the position seemed to be improving for him. G5 for black is the next turn.
Let me push back a little bit and ask you what happens after queen takes h6. So you want to take on g4 straight away, or you want to throw in rook h8? I get that the eval bar is laughing at me. I'm used to it.
I'll play rook h8, sure. And queen
My
g4.
idea was to meet queen takes g4. I really think a lot of white's success hinges on his ability to play 6, but maybe after f takes c6, the point is that there's simply no follow-up. I don't know. And c4, there's always knight b4, which is very important, defending the bishop.
Yeah,
so
c4 is like
I guess this is just unclear, and black isn't even obligated to take on e6. Black could play the move f5 to keep the integrity of his pawn structure. So, okay, I stand corrected. E6 is just not as impressive as it may appear in some positions.
Yeah, it's just an interesting moment. I mean, queen e6 allows for g5. It also kind of threatens your a5, a4 idea because a2 is loose. And with the knight hopping over to b4 eventually, that could be a serious problem for white to deal with. So queen g3 is Abdusattorov's decision. He wants to avoid g5 with tempo. He's taking control of the f4 square. But shouldn't black just now trade pieces? Like knight b4, anyway, looks pretty good.
Yeah, given the match situation, I think knight b4 is almost automatic here. Once the bishops are off the board, especially if the knight can reroute itself to d4, if the knights are also withdrawn from the board and traded, I don't think that Magnus should have any problems holding his own in that position. If I had to choose a side, I'd probably still choose white just by a smidge because of the benefits of having this pawn on e5 and claiming the small space advantage. But, the world champion just doesn't really lose these types of positions like ever. He doesn't lose simple positions.
No, there's not enough play, really. Not enough to be a struggle. And we are 17 moves into the game. So black's 17th move about to happen. They need to reach move 30 before they get the extra 5 minutes and the 30-second increment. So Magnus's clock could be an issue for him. If he doesn't start making moves a little bit more quickly, he may find himself struggling to get to move 30.
And he takes the same approach that we discussed, but the knight shifting back to c7. And the idea is totally unequivocal. After the trade of bishops, he wants to vacate the e6 square for the knight. That's a nice blockading square. That knight from the center contesting the d4 square. just sort of stabilizing the whole position. And the principle of two weaknesses comes into play. You could say, well, look at this f7 pawn. That's a backward pawn. Black has sufficient resources to defend this one weakness, and there are 0 other targets in Black's position.
Yeah, knight
and
e6.
the trade occurs.
That square for the knight is common in many different Sicilians. So this knight rerouting itself into Rossalimo, the most notable time that happens. And yeah, the knight is such a good blockader because it peers over the pawn. So it's stopping the pawn from pushing and looks to the f4 and d4 squares. It might jump there eventually. I see you highlighting c5 to c4. That is a push that I don't think White really wants to deal with, but Black is spoiled for choice with queenside play.
Yeah, I mean, White can prevent c4 by moving the rook up to e4, maybe sliding the other rook over to f1. I think at some point White should put at least one of the rooks on f1 to at least aim at the only serious target in Black's position. But again, Evalbar is showing a small advantage for White, but I'm feeling very pessimistic about Nodirbek's chances. And rook e4 on the board.
I think that's a good move, though. It's a good start for him in his attempt to even up this match because it just prevents some of Black's ideas. And 96, what's Black's next move down here? What's Magnus's actual plan?
Well, I wouldn't rule out a5, although at this point you might argue that you now have a4 to fix the weaknesses on the queen side, or maybe you'll say that a4 isn't that scary anymore. Maybe I should let you talk, so I'll find out what you have to say. What do you have to say about a5?
No, I was enjoying what you were saying. So a5, it doesn't feel that scary, but if you can carve out the d4 square for your knight, then yeah, I'm with you. a5, a4, but g5, giving him the f4 square. That's what Magnus wants. That knight on e6 is super strong where it sits, and I don't see a plan for White, actually.
Ooh, and after h5, if you play knight f4, you're already carrying this massive threat of queen takes e4, and that threat is not addressed by a move like knight d2, because the problem is that there is a fork on e2, and that actually just wins the queen back. So that's not an option. White would probably have to move the queen. You can't move the king either because of queen takes e4. So are we going to see this on the board? h5 has been played.
Pretty nasty fork idea that you just showed there. The e2 square needs to be covered, and knight f4 seems...
rook d2 maybe, but okay.
Well, I kind of like your a5 idea. I know I was saying it doesn't seem as threatening, but I don't really believe that White wants to play a4 himself. So
yeah, because
a5,
that ties down the rook.
Right, because a5, a4, like if you just put that on the board for a sec.
Yeah.
Then you can even play knight d4. And already you're threatening not just this queen sack on e4, winning the queen back on g3, but the a4 pawn is loose.
That's exactly right. And the b6 pawn, yes, it's a cosmetic weakness, but it's so close to Black's territory inside of the board. It's totally unattackable. So when you're evaluating weaknesses, it's not just about the sort of academic definition, oh, this is a backward pawn. You always have to ask yourself, but can this weakness actually be attacked in the near or distant future? And knight f4 on the board. Magnus refraining from pushing that a-pawn for the time being, just trying to stay as flexible as possible. I think he's just saying, hey, Nodirbek, how are you going to make progress? The position totally locked up. Black has all of his bases covered. I refuse to believe that Black is worse here. I don't care what the Evalbar says.
Yeah, what is White's plan? Rook f d8, Magnus's move, and where is Nodirbek going? He needs his knight involved. So I see the argument for knight d2, but it actually blunders in the spot, right? Knight d2 is met by knight takes d2.
Oh, brutal. Bang, bang, bang. And the knight on d2 is lost.
You can play knight f3 there. But yeah, your king is in trouble.
Woo! King c2.
Queen
I guess
a4.
maybe a quiet move.
Oh, I blundered the queen. I played queen a4. I want queen a4.
Queen a4. I thought you said queen e4.
No, I just blundered the queen over there.
No, you're distracting the rook so that the bishop from h7. No, okay, there's no bishop on h7.
Okay, well,
I guess queen d5 is the move.
Simple and strong. Don't need to take anything. Don't need to give a check. Sometimes the threat is stronger than the execution, as they like to say.
Don't worry, Chad didn't hear you. We're just going to pretend
I appreciate
you were
that.
briefly possessed by the spirit of a beginner.
I just wanted to be honest with everybody. From the very beginning, I would let everyone know that I'm transparent and letting my mistakes be shown for the world to laugh at.
This is very admirable. You're going to bring me to tears with this level of honesty. Queen f2 played.
Okay. Queen F2. What's the idea?
Something juvenile like rook c7, knight takes c5. I wonder if Carlsen would see the threat after rook c4. Probably not.
How about queen e6 here for Magnus? Can you just go after the g4 pawn?
Yeah, that's a lovely move. Maybe white will slide back up to f3 then.
Okay, protecting and threatening on the diagonal. I see you.
And hoping for this move. Rook takes f4. But at this point, white is sort of relying on these one-move threats. And as long as black sidesteps the prosaic traps and tricks, again, it all comes back to the fact that black has all of his bases covered. Where are the targets and how do you attack them? There are none.
Yeah, that felt like a rhetorical question, which is why I wasn't going to answer regardless.
Well, I answered it myself.
No, I appreciate it. But it just, I think we're both saying that with this stronghold of the f4 square, that outpost, I don't see how black could possibly be worse. There's not something to attack. The files are closed. You went rook d5, just protecting c5 preemptively. That queen can shuffle around from e6 to c6 later if it wants. The black king can go to the corner, king b8. What's the plan? How does white win this position? It's not like white's position is bad, but Abdusattorov needs to win.
And in another universe, if they had this in a classical game, and this could very well be confused at this point for a position that comes from, there's not a single element of the position that stems or directly resembles something out of Fischer Random. If Carlsen had this in Tata Steel, he would be playing for a win with black. I think you'll co-sign this point. He would not just be shuffling his pieces back and forth. If anybody has an active plan, it actually might be black. Maybe I'm overstating the case here, but Carlsen is going to draw this from a position of strength.
Yeah. And I mean, he might win this game because at some point, Abdusattorov has to go all in. A draw is a loss. So just like Magnus lost game 4 to Jan Nepomniachtchi, it was the same as drawing at that point. And all right, let me try to think of something, anything. All right, I don't see a plan for white. You need to break through. You need to create tension between pawns. The knight on f4, pawn on g5 configuration is too powerful.
No, this is just, and sacking the exchange is totally out of the question because that doesn't actually do anything. It's like, oh, you opened the f-file, congrats. I can defend f7 very easily. Knight c1, but okay. I like your move, queen e6. Look at how quickly Carlsen's playing rook d4, seizing the opportunity to trade rooks, and white cannot refuse.
He just showed Nodirbek exactly what was wrong with his last move. Like the knight was covering that square. It goes back to c1, and he immediately takes advantage of the knight's retreat. And if you just say, oh, all right, I'll go back knight b3, then we'll start swapping pieces, and I just don't know where the win is going to come from. There is no queen e4. Just show that there's no back rank mate.
Yeah, that's an important point because of knight c1. And sometimes if the white queen were to be on g3 here, you would have rook takes c1 and knight e2. Here, the queen covers e2. So no need for shenanigans. c4 doesn't work for the same exact reason, but this is all unnecessary. Queen e6 is fine. Still, our old friend a5 could very well make an appearance. And to add insult to injury, Nodirbek is imperceptibly now down 3 minutes on the clock. The time was even. Carlsen was down. All of a sudden, it's Nodirbek who is burning into the remainder of his clock time. I think the Uzbek youngsters' days in this tournament are coming to an end. Well, so are Magnus's, but that's the wrong way to put it. Everybody's days in this tournament are coming to an end, but you know what I mean.
They have no choice. This will be the last day that they play in the Fischer Random World Championship. But
Whoa, stop making these wild conjectures and spreading conspiracy theories, Robert. Where are you getting all this information?
Don't you put that on me. But right now, I think that Magnus wants to play queen g2 to try to trade queens. He will be concerned about his pawn on f7 that is hanging after the queens are swapped. But g4 falls, black gets a passed pawn, white gets some passed pawns. Maybe it's messier than you would want.
But I think you're absolutely right. No, I think queen g2 is incredibly strong. So first of all, here, you could actually defend e7 if you so desired with king d7. Queen g2 is on the board. Great call by you. And you might say, but wait a second, rook h7, rook takes d4, rook takes h6. I think the big problem for white is the total passivity of his knight. Black could drop the knight back to f4. This is the simplest move. And there is a massive threat of rook g1. There is no way that black is losing this game. Black is actually winning it just by pushing the pawn to g4 and g3 and g2.
The pawn
g1 and g0
becomes a queen There's hardly anything that white can do to stop it, and black can easily stop white's pawn. This is the problem when you play without a piece. The knight on c1 is not helping out in the position. So queen g2 played. If you play queen e1 just to avoid the queen trade, you're going in the wrong direction. And after that move, g4 can be captured. Just steal all the pawns on the king side. g4, then h5, and black's king is not in any danger.
And I have to give a lot of credit to Magnus for the way that he has handled these last 3 games. He's not playing a pushover. He loses the first game in a kind of uncharacteristic style that has cost him a lot of games this tournament. And it would have been easy to lose motivation. It really would have been easy to tilt the rest of the match. But Magnus got himself together, and he did what world champions do. No, he's not playing for first place, but yes, he's playing for additional money. And yes, he's playing for pride. And Magnus puts pride in the way that he plays, regardless of what's on the line. I think a lot of people have to realize that. And I'm impressed. I'm really impressed with the way that he's handled these last 3 games.
Great signs from the world champion after an initial loss. He was disappointed. You saw him just overlooking these tactics. And we usually call it uncharacteristic, but it has been characteristic of this tournament. Against Hikaru Nakamura, blundered a rook. Against Vladimir Fedoseev, simply dropped an exchange. Against Abdusattorov in game 1 of this match, overlooking tactics, whereas king was in trouble. So Magnus, I mean, he hasn't been the Magnus from, well, really just before this tournament. Like the Magnus that we know just kind of beats everybody, but Fischer Random is a different variant. It might cause you some headaches and confusion.
Yep.
I don't think Magnus is confused right now. He knows he's going to lock up 3rd place in the $55,000.
And one aspect of chess discourse that I don't quite like as much is the sort of reactive period of discussion that ensues after, let's say, a bad tournament by the world champion, where the questions begin. Is he in a slump? Is he past his prime? You know, what's going on? It reminds me of this article I saw on my NBA team, the Golden State Warriors, who won the championship last year. They've played 4 games and they were 2-2, 2 wins, 2 losses. And the article's title was something like, "What's wrong with the Golden State Warriors? What's going on?" Relax. They played 4 games. Magnus had 1 bad event. He had a shaky event prior to that in AIM chess. I was able to play him in that tournament. But this is way too small of a sample size. And the fact that Magnus has arguably, you know, one of his worst tournament performances in recent memory and still comes in 2nd place, or I guess in 3rd place.
3rd place, yeah.
Is still pretty ridiculous when you think about it. Like, this is like the lowest of the low, and Magnus still gets 3rd.
That is how strong he is. B4 played by Abdusattorov. I think Magnus can just take that pawn. And not only is, you know, rook g1 pinning that knight,
G4.
There could be some checkmate configurations helped by that pawn being on b4 for black. So c takes b4 seems like a pretty good move, but he might have the more precise, as you're highlighting, rook g1, g4, g3, g2, and get a new queen.
Yeah, I would definitely lobby for the immediate rook g1. I simply think that once the pawn reaches g2, the defense goes to the knight, and then the rook is free to roam about the cabin, move away from g1. It's the classic mechanism, and white's h-pawn is going to be too slow. So Magnus spoiled for choice here. I want to quickly update the viewers on the other 2 matches. We don't have to go to the games, but Vladimir Fedoseev is knocking on the door of a victory against Wesley So. He won the previous game with black, and with the white pieces, he has virtually an unlosable position. That would be a huge final round win for Vladimir Fedoseev. And Matthias Bluebaum, similarly, I think, is on the cusp of defeating Jorvar Gretersen for the final spot.
Okay, so 7th place for Bluebaum, 5th place for Fedoseev is likely. And here we see Nodirbek Abdusattorov on camera, the world rapid champion. He is faced with this move, rook g1, done a good call there. And for him, like 92 is a threat, so he brings his king up to b2.
Okay,
but
G4.
G3, want to do it together?
G2,
G1.
Oh, you want to say them in unison, G1.
Yeah, I thought we were going to.
You know, it's that game where it's best played with a bunch of people where you have to go through the entire alphabet, but 2 people can't say the same letter at a time.
No, never played that game. I have.
That's actually a really fun game. We should do it sometime, maybe during the coverage.
No, I'm gonna not do that and instead pretend like I have. But we've reached past the time control. It's move 34. B takes c5 played, and I think Magnus. There he goes. G3.
Whoa. He doesn't care about anything.
All pawn captures.
I don't care. Get off me. He's going to go king c7, and then he's going to go g2. And knight d4. What's funny is that knight d4 actually creates a mate threat. So he had to calculate this accurately. Here, here, here. If you just play any rook move, you get checkmated in 2 moves. But Magnus saw the move rook b1 check. And not only does this promote with tempo, but the rook covers the b5 square. So king a3 is futile, and king takes b1. This is check. This is a fork. And I think this is how the game is very likely to end.
Yeah, because the alternatives are way too obvious. If instead of the knight going out, if you play rook somewhere, rook h8, and then g2 and play rook g8, you're like, yes, I stopped your pawn. You remember the knight on f4 is protecting the g2 square. So the rook just gets out of the pawn's way. The path is cleared, and then with the pawn g2 and the rook sliding over to h1, you simply get a queen next turn. So there's no chance here for Abdusattorov.
I can show this line here. Very important in this position to avoid the temptation to play like rook takes c1. That's actually a horrendous move because the knight won't be able to stop the h-pawn in the end. No, no, no. You want to keep your rook, and you want to just slide it over to h1. Nodirbek, one final try, rook g6. Ooh, that's a nice move, but it ain't going to cut it. You can just go g2.
You can go g2. You can even take the rook. It's actually
and take on c1. Beautiful.
Well, no. If you take on c1, then there's... Oh, yeah, actually, I guess that does work.
What were you thinking?
I just thought slide my rook anywhere, like rook f1 or rook e1, sorry, to stop knight e2.
Oh, but I think this is better because you're doing the same thing, but you're winning the knight, no?
Yeah, no, completely. Actually, rook e1 might lose. I'm blundering left and
I
right.
go g7.
And rook e1, you think, oh, I stopped everything. There's still knight e2.
Wait, but I don't understand. Why not g7?
G2? Then knight e2.
Yeah, but I thought g8 and queen d5.
All right,
man.
Oh,
I see what you're saying. Wow. No, this doesn't work. I go g1.
Oh my god, I give up. It's been way too late in the day.
We need to abandon this line. This line is not. We're not going down the right path. It's okay. It's okay.
I saw precisely 0 good moves in that one. Just letting everybody know, not using the engine over here.
It's okay.
I wanted to make that as clear as possible.
It's been a long day, and the day is not over. For those just joining us, the final between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura has ended in a 2-2 tie. And no, they are not going to share first place. They are going to play it out in an Armageddon game that will be contested after the other consolation matches are over. And it seems, by the looks of it, that we won't have any other Armageddons to play. But it ain't over yet. Magnus, I think this was the final move of the game. Rook e1 played. Is there any reason for Nodirbek to keep going?
No, because once black gets the queen, the rook will slide behind the h-pawn and stop it in its tracks. So Magnus Carlsen, he is going to take this one home. And for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, it's going to be a disappointing finish. The way he obliterated his group that consisted of Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wesley So and Hjorvar Stein Gretterson, and then to come to the semifinals, lose 3-0, beat Magnus in game 1, and then lose 3 straight games to him. It feels like a disappointment, even though if you take a step back, it was a successful event.
It absolutely was. And again, we can't repeat the cliche enough. He's still 18. He's young. He's going to acquire consistency. We know what he is capable of as he extends his hand and resigns the game. We know what he is capable of when he is in top form. We saw that in the preliminary group. We saw that in the Olympiad. He's proven himself time and time again. And as the years go by and he gains experience playing the top guys, he's going to become more consistent. And he's going to only become more terrifying as that experience shines through and makes him even stronger and even more consistent.
Absolutely. So we will see more from Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Not in this event. The only people we're going to see more from are Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are tied 2-2 after a pretty topsy-turvy match. Game 4, they agreed to a draw. Gives them a chance to get a break, relax those nerves. They must have the jitters. But when we return, the position will be revealed, the players will get set, and then the title for Fischer Random World Championship will be up for grabs. So we're going to take this quick break. We want to shout out to our sponsor, Brave, helping us present this coverage. And when we return, the finale of the Fischer Random World Championship.
Run for my life. Okay.
What's up, man?
Hey, just solving some puzzles. Get my coffee. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
Which one is that? Is that our new one?
Yeah. I can't get this one, man. Oh, shoot. What's wrong with you, man? Oh, this is hard.
You sure you're feeling okay?
One. Got it. Ah, shoot.
Fischer takes me one.
And we are back here at the Fischer Random World Championship. Matches for 5th place and 7th place still ongoing. You see Wesley So studying the position against Vladimir Fedoseev. Fedoseev needs just a draw to move on. But look at Wesley with the black pieces. He is trying to earn a chance at Armageddon and a tiebreak to get the 5th place prize. But on behalf of Chess.com, I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess with Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. We are excited by all chess, but we will keep our focus on the Armageddon matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi after these matches are done. The bids are going to be made, the players are going to get set, but that only can happen once these games finish.
Yeah, and it seemed to be a surefire victory for Vladimir Fedoseev in the match. It was a totally symmetrical position, which only white could win. Of course, Fedoseev doesn't need to win. He needed a draw. But a shocking series of blunders has led to the position in front of you. Black is up a pawn, but more importantly, the pawn on e4 is collapsing. Vladimir Fedoseev doing what he can to create threats against Black's king. But it appears that this match will similarly go into on Armageddon, barring another miracle here.
Yes, the queen on h8 saves the day because
we'll
the
have a
black king on b8, there's a back range checkmate. But yeah, the knight is under attack. And if it moves, d6 falls. So this is not an easy situation for Wesley So, despite having an advantage. Knight f6 might be met by a move like bishop h4 at some point. Not yet, because the queen can actually capture it. But the point is that there are threats in the position that black needs to take care of. What?
What? No! No, there's no way he played that.
He played it.
He blunders the knight in one move?
And he wants queen c5 check and then take on c4 with check.
But bishop b4, how are you expecting to win that?
I don't expect him to win it. I'm just saying what he might have been going for.
Well, I'm saying that just
look at Fedoseev, though. He can take a knight on e4. He has about 2 minutes on his clock. He is making sure that's the best move. There could be an argument, Danya, for bishop b4 first. Because queen d7 is only one check, and the king goes over to a5.
There's not just an argument. I think you might be right. This might be the way for white to get an advantage, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. And look at this line. After knight c5, if white wants to draw, take a page out of Fedoseev Carlsen. Takes queen. Wait, no. Sorry, what am I saying? There's a deep one. Robert, it's been a really long day. I'm sorry.
No, I'm glad that you're just making me look better. That's why you did it. I know. But you were trying to go for a stalemate trick.
Oh my God.
When the d5 pawn is free. What happened?
Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, I saw such an interesting trick. I was thinking d6, f3. Okay, here white is winning, but I was like thinking queen e8 and d7 almost leads to a draw. But unfortunately, of course, black doesn't have to take the pawn. Black can just play queen d8, and you have these darn squares on this diagonal. Anyway, sorry to go down the rabbit hole. Bishop b4 has been indeed played, and Vladimir Fedoseev, I think, is going to pull off the ridiculous comeback and hold at least a draw.
Yeah, this actually just looks terrible for black. You're up 2 pawns if you're Wesley So, but d6 drops, then e5 will fall as well. And your king on b8, it's not any safer in a8. In fact, it will probably just get checkmated along the a file. So this is really bad news for Wesley So. He is actually, the previous Fischer Random World Champion in 2019. He beat Magnus Carlsen, and he did so quite soundly. It was a one-sided match. But Fedoseev, he has been a force online for years, and during the pandemic and the surge in online chess, he's become a household name as somebody who's always there to take care of business.
And people forget that while he's had a bit of a downturn in his classical career in the last couple of years, at his peak, he was 27-30. I mean, the guy is knocking on the door of, the top of the top. I have no doubt in my mind that he will return to the 2700 club in short order. And he keeps proving time and time again, especially in the rapid and blitz format, that there is a reason he is always playing on equal terms and sometimes even on better terms with these top guys. And what a disappointing performance it is for Wesley So. All Vladimir Fedoseev has to do is, I think, make the move. Yeah, queen f6 is good enough. And okay, I think Wesley is just going to resign here.
This game turns into Pac-Man. Like e5 falls, then f4 falls, c5 is going to be loose. Just grab everything. There's nothing that anyone can do to stop it, no matter if you're a ghost or human.
And the worst thing is that Vladimir doesn't even need a win. He is going to get a win, and he's going to get one Perhaps not even by capturing any of the pawns, but by promoting his d pawn. Queen c7, d6, d7, d8, resign.
Yeah, that's over.
Yeah, queen c7 is game. Okay.
It's very simple. The pawn is ushered to the other side, and Wesley.
That's it.
Queen c7 might even just throw in the towel. He does.
And he does.
Vladimir Fedoseev gets 5th place. And what that means is that there's only one Armageddon game. We thought that for a second we were going to have Fedoseev, Wesley So as well. That means for real this time, we can focus our attention only on Nakamura Nepomniachtchi. And this game is over. Fedoseev, he concludes a successful event. He qualified from the online event on Chess.com.
He did. And what a successful performance. Of course, he was hoping to qualify into the finals. He has very high standards for himself. But to defeat Wesley So in the final consolation match, to claim 5th place really below, the top guys, the Nepos and the Carlsens, it's an impressive performance. We congratulate him heartily. And finally, Matthias Blubaum, the German Grandmaster, has indeed defeated Hjorvar Gretarsson to claim the penultimate spot. Also, an impressive victory, not the kind of performance he was looking for, but Blubaum just lacks a little bit of that consistency, a little bit of that pizzazz. But I'm sure that this is an experience that he's going to cherish for a lifetime, as we see Fedoseev and So all smiles. They're on friendly terms. The tournament is over. And Wesley very graciously analyzing the game with Volodya. But all eyes on Carlsen, on Hikaru Nepo.
Well, Vladimir should be very happy. A 5th place finish here at the Fischer Random World Championship. He was not guaranteed. Wesley So knew he was playing in this event because he is the previous champion. So Vladimir had to fight through a gauntlet of a field in the online qualifier. Then he had to get through his group stage. He didn't make it out to the semis because Magnus and Hikaru were there, but still, success for Fedoseev. And as we see the final scores from the 3rd place matchup, Magnus Carlsen is in 3rd, Nodirbek Abdusattorov in 4th, Vladimir Fedoseev takes 5th, while Wesley So is in 6th, and then Matthias Blubaum, he wins 3-1 over 8th place finisher Hjorvar Stein Gretarsson. So Iceland's number 1 finishes 8th in this very, very tough field. So let's now move on to the Armageddon. That's what's about to happen. That's what everybody wants to hear about. And the format of the Fischer Random Armageddon consists of a bidding system. So we don't know yet if Hikaru or if Jan will get the white or black pieces, but white will get time advantage based on the bids, but will have to win the game. So that is why players like to choose black. They only need a draw. Now, Danya, Fischer Random is different. It's a totally different variant. I feel like having a time disadvantage and draw odds, not quite as meaningful as it is in a standard game.
Not quite as meaningful in the sense that you mean it is more advantageous to the side with draw odds or the side playing against draw odds?
I would rather have
side
more
do you
time.
benefit?
I would rather have the white pieces and more time in Fischer Random.
I actually kind of disagree. So I have played Fischer Random Armageddon once when I played the qualifier for this tournament. Fortunately, I didn't get in, but I did manage to win an Armageddon game with black. I definitely felt a time deficit. And I think one of the reasons you might be saying what you're saying is that you need all of the time you can get to get a hang of the position, to adjust to whatever unique opening your opponent is playing. But on the other hand, I would offer the argument that the just concept of playing white, as we've discussed by now many times, is less meaningful, right? White, black, the position is often so unbalanced that you have no idea who's better out of the opening. So from that perspective, I think playing black really isn't a disadvantage at all. So you're really only dealing with the clock disadvantage.
And that's where my concern comes in. Is I'm with you. I don't care about first move advantage. I don't even think there is one because nobody knows what to do. They're all scrambling for ideas, and that's what happens after the bid. They'll get only 5 minutes to look at the position. So I don't care about having the white pieces in first move. It's just the clock. And without increment, I feel like the time advantage is very real. And with the speed that Jan and Hikaru play with, that's why I'd be worried to say have 6 minutes to somebody's 10. That's where I start getting worried. But that's neither here nor there. I think the is getting set up in the lobby. I think the players are about to make their bids.
The one clarification that I have is to determine how much time white starts with. So the sides bid, but is it 25 minutes or is it 15 minutes? Let's see if we can find that out. How much time does the player with the white pieces have? And remember that white always has the same amount of time. Just because let's say Jan bids 11 minutes and Hikaru bids 12 minutes, the player with the lower bid gets the time that they bid in the black pieces. But the player who bid the higher amount, they don't get that amount of time. They get a set number of minutes. The bidding is just to determine who has the black pieces. The side of the lower bid has black, the side of the higher bid has white, and a set number of minutes, regardless of what they actually bid.
Okay, well, we see their bids
15 minutes, I was right.
Placed in envelopes. Yes, 15 minutes for the player who gets the white pieces. So, if I were making a bid right now, I think that I would go no lower than something like 11 minutes. I already feel like that's cutting it a bit close.
It really is, because there's no increment. And this is perhaps the most important change. There is no increment after move 30. The main tournament time control was a 5-second increment after move 30. There's no time addition. There's no increment. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Flagging is very much in the mix. We might see a sloppy time scramble at the end of the game, which is why you don't want to miss this. I completely agree, Robert. In the context of an OTB game, I am probably not even going lower than 12, to be completely honest with you, especially when you're playing Hikaru.
Right. No pre-moves. You have to be very careful with what your bid is. The players are walking around. It looks like the arbiter is talking them through this. Oh, we have audio, so let's listen in.
Rett inn I hallen, de diskuterer.
Sorry?
Ja, for nå, hvor må vi se trekninga? Åja, trekninga kommer ikke på tavle. De får trekninga rett på bordet.
Well, it seems like we had somebody talking not in English, so I couldn't understand what they were saying. But Hikaru was asking some questions as well. So it's seems a bit chaotic there. Probably not expecting Armageddon, but that is where we are, and chaos will ensue, maybe on the board as well. So I'm just curious who is going to have the white pieces, what the time situation is going to be, and they're actually revealing the position right now. So let's check in on the piece placement. Is that a bishop on A1, a rook on B1, king on C1, rook on D1. So castling kingside will be very interesting in this one.
Yeah.
Knights bunched up together and the bishops in the corners. Okay, this is a really good Fischer Random position.
This is a rich position, and I love the fact that the players only have 5 minutes to study this, because the whole point of the Armageddon is that they are supposed to think on their feet. You want to minimize the effect of preparation. And there goes Mr. Nepomniachtchi, determination on his face. Hikaru a little bit in front of him. And just lovely camera work there. We have the position. Have the players already bid? Or are they going to bid now?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. So maybe we will take a break. And when we return, we'll have all of that information. It seemed like, the players would love to know that, want to know their times, and they have the position. So they're going to study that. We're going to take this short break. And when we return, it's Armageddon time. Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi here for the Fischer Random World Championship title. This coverage brought to you by Brave.
The only thing better than chess is more chess. So don't miss a moment of the Fischer Random World Championship or the women's candidates. We will be squad streaming both events, so you don't have to pick just one. Simply click this button at the bottom of our streaming panel to watch multiple events at once. Click again to switch back to a single screen. Don't miss a moment of top-level chess with squad streaming on twitch.tv/chess.
And wow, they've already taken off. That was not when they were supposed to start, but it's not Fedoseev and Wesley So. Nope, not them either. There are the two players. They are fighting for first place. It's a $65,000 difference if Jan Nepomniachtchi can at minimum make a draw. So Danya, we're in this game right here. The pawn push to F5. Lots of tension in the center.
And again, the position is entirely symmetrical. A copycat approach adopted by both players now. Nepo has 13 minutes. He started with 13 minutes. Hikaru with 15 minutes. Draw odds for black. So if the game ends in a draw, Jan Nepomniachtchi wins the Fischer Random World Championship. There is $65,000 on the clock, and there is central tension to explore. E takes F5 by Hikaru. And Robert, both bishops are currently hanging at the same time. Which one of them does Jan Nepomniachtchi capture? Is he already worse?
Looks like it, because right now it's an extra pawn. If we freeze, 7 pawns for white, 6 for black. So H1 is hanging because of the bishop stare down, and the bishop on E5 is also under attack. So I feel like I would take on H1. He answered the question for me, thankfully.
And we're going to get opposite colored bishops. Now Hikaru with an important decision about what he takes on E5 with. I would not automatically take with the bishop. In fact, taking with the queen might result in a clearly better endgame. I think white is better in both cases. What do you think he takes with?
I think if he wants winning chances, I feel like taking with the bishop makes a little bit more sense, just because you want to keep the queens on the board. And Hikaru still is ahead on the clock by a couple of minutes, just like the start. 13 minutes is what Nepo started with, but the presence of opposite colored bishops should make Jan feel pretty good in the early stages here.
Yeah, regardless of his damaged kingside pawn structure, and it will be damaged after he takes on f5, the queenside structure is totally symmetrical, opposite colored bishops. This is beginning to look a little bit on the uncomfortably drawer side for Hikaru, and I think that is why Nakamura is spending as long as he is making the decision about what to recapture with. Robert, one of the motivations behind taking with the queen is that after the trade and black plays GF, I'll try not to make too many moves on the board so we can follow the live position. White can jump out to e3, and if White wins the f5 pawn, then you would agree White will generate significant winning chances, but that's much easier said than done.
For sure, especially because there's a light square bishop that will venture back toward the center. The knights will get out. I do feel like Hikaru has a clear advantage here. That's undeniable. Both players would acknowledge that. But winning chances, that's the hard part. And we saw Hikaru looking at the position with Wesley. We saw Jan looking at it with Vityugov. You can only prepare for 5 minutes, so there's not so much you could predict. And in this position, Danya, the kings can still castle in either direction. What does that look like? The queen has to move out the way, and if you're going to castle queenside, you have to move the d1 rook first. And if you're going to castle kingside, you move the queen and the knights just to get your king to the other side of the board.
Your entire army, both of your horses have to move, and only to castle to a side where you're already incredibly weak. It's safe to say we won't have kingside castle. What we might have is a queen trade. Hikaru drops his bishop back to c3, and this is not some sort of admission. He is trying to trade on his own terms. He's saying, listen, I don't mind the queen trade, but you're going to have to give me the only open file on the board. That is a major asset for White. And with black sliced off along the e file, Nepo would have had a hard time defending f5. So he says, no, we're trading on my terms. And Hikaru says, hey, you didn't want the queen trade. You're not getting another chance. The knight is on e3. Can Nepo successfully defend this weakness of his?
Okay, so we see that the queen just slid out to f2, covering the h2 pawn. And in this position, if I'm Jan, there he goes. He's going to bring his knight out to h6. The live camera feed a little bit delayed there, but the knight comes to h6, protecting the pawn on f5. And later in the game, if White's not looking out, knight g4 becomes an option. You're pointing to bishop g7, Daniel. I think you want to remove the defender.
I'm trying to remove the defender. White has to focus all of his efforts on winning this f5 pawn. That is the only target. But you could also play this a little bit more kind of conservatively, gradually. You could try to get the g1 knight out of the gates, send it either to f4 or to d4 to hit the bishop and the f5 pawn. So how is Hikaru going to manage this pressure on f5? But I like this opening for Jan. Also, if we look at the clock, the time advantage has dwindled to something like 40 seconds.
Yes, and that's not good news when you're needing to win the game. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he moves at a lightning speed, and he has everything defended. Now, the move bishop g7, it's tempting. You're trying to win a pawn. But I actually think we've seen in Fischer Random that the players, they prefer the activity over the material lead. Jan Nepomniachtchi in particular, how many times have we seen him jettison a pawn here, sacrifice one there? He did against Magnus, he's done against Hikaru, and that's why Hikaru just goes knight e2.
Love this
move. Let us prioritize our development. A rook can slide to f1. Danya, you seem to like it as well.
I like Hikaru's position. He's not panicking just because they're opposite colored bishops, but neither is Giannis. He brings his own knight out to e6, and there's rook f1. Hikaru not mincing his words, not hiding his intentions, and nor should he, because there's only one thing that he can really attack right now, and only one thing that Jan can defend. I think we're going to see the rook sliding over to f8. Another important consideration, Robert, is the clock. There is no increment added after move 30, so time scramble is entirely possible. You have to avoid getting below a minute. Any situation where Hikaru, let's say, has 3 minutes and Jan has 1, Hikaru can simply flag him. It doesn't matter what position you have. Jan has to stay relatively even on the clock, and he's doing a good job of it so far.
And we just have to move d4, threatening a little baby fork. d5.
Bishop b5, though.
And knight. Bishop b5 is a good way to avoid a fork while giving a pain to your opponent. Knight g4 actually looks very interesting, just removing the defender of the d5 square. I like that most. It was just the plan that we had been drawing up, and Jan Nepomniachtchi agrees. He brings his knight into g4, and if you take on g4, f takes g4, the bishop on c3 looks silly, while the bishop on c6 looks very powerful.
Now, this is bad news for Nakamura. I think Hikaru might have forgotten that here he doesn't have the move d5 any longer. And here's the important thing. If he takes on f5, you say, gotcha. Well, Jan says, no, you didn't get any, but queen takes f5, knight f5, and the h2 pawn falls. And this is not an endgame that Jan Nepomniachtchi is going to lose. If anybody is better, it is now black. d4, an incredibly committal move by Nakamura, but it was a panicky move. And I think Jan has punished it effectively. Robert, am I overstating the case here by saying that Nepo is already knocking on the door of a successful result?
No, this is a great position for Jan Nepomniachtchi, objectively speaking. He has the advantage. Why? Because both sides have isolated pawns on the king side, but g3 seems like an easier target, and white has to spend another turn bringing the king out to b2. The bishop on c3 is blocked by its own pawn. The bishop on c6 stares down the length of the diagonal. So I'm loving this position for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Maybe knight f3, bring the knight back first. Bring your rook over to f8 as well, just to attack that knight. Maybe bring your rook to f2 afterwards. I feel like you're spoiled for choice if you're Nepo.
Whatever he does, he has to be paranoid about falling behind on the clock, and I think he is. He realizes that Hikaru is not going to hesitate to flag him, and he continues to play quickly. Don't miss the fork on d5 if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi. How is he going to deal with it? You mentioned, I think, moving the bishop away. And Nepo does exactly that. Bishop centralizes on e4, and the knight from h2 can evacuate back to an even more active square on f3. Robert, this is really bad news for Hikaru. He has to find some way of mixing it up, introducing some complexity to start milking Jan's clock back down.
But Jan just continues to move quickly. Knight to g5. Now his knights will connect with one another on the f3 square. Bishop on e4 defended. Pawn h7 is also defended. So the good news for Hikaru is he has good squares for his pieces. These dark squares are under his control, but he can't actually attack anything. So now he's have to win on the clock, because you see the time difference at 45 seconds. That may not seem like the biggest deal. I guess I jumped ahead. Now it's about to be 45 seconds. But for Hikaru Nakamura, who's among the quickest players on the planet, there is no shame at this point. If you flag your opponent, you get the world title.
There is zero shame. In fact, it would be ridiculous if he didn't rely on every advantage he has to try to win this game. Jan, he realizes it. He probably talked through this exact scenario with Nikita Vitugov. He's focusing more on keeping even on the clock than necessarily making the best move. And here's that attempt to mix things up. Hikaru pushing the pawn up to d6, saying, here, take my pawn, but ruin your entire structure and give my knight the c4 square. That's a great practical decision by Nakamura. And Robert, how many times have we seen him successfully complicate positions that to many of us will seem unwinnable?
Oh, countless times. And Jan Nepomniachtchi knows that. He pushes the pawn to c6 quickly. Does Nakamura play the move knight c4? Here comes that knight to e5, hitting the d7 pawn. So watch out for rook e7. Watch out for knight e5. And there we see Jan Nepomniachtchi bring his knight to e4, attacking the bishop on c3 and putting pressure on the pawn on d6. I love that move, knight e4.
Yeah, Nepo knifing his way into white's position, attacking g3. Hikaru responding by attacking d7. This is the pawn that Hikaru has to focus on right now. And Nepo has to decide whether to defend that pawn with a move like king c8 or to start trying to liquidate by, let's say, taking white's bishop. Somehow Hikaru is able to keep all of his pieces under control. If black eliminates the bishop, then the rook steps up to defend the knight. This is a really powerful construction by Nakamura. He's suddenly up a minute and a half, but we won't really focus on the clock until Nepo gets down below 5 minutes. He still has plenty of time to think things through.
And just like the arrows you have on screen, black is doing the same thing. If knight takes f3 from white, the black knight takes that, and the e4 knight is defended by the rook on e8. So there is a ton of tension down the center here, where all the pieces are just perfectly placed to defend one another, allowing king c8 as a possibility. Now, there are some tactics that you have to watch out for, because you may want to move your bishop. No, your knight on e4 is hanging. So you just have to look out across the board. Knight takes c3 was the choice. And after king takes bishop g4, he wants to defend his pawn on d7. That way, the rook on e1 can't slide over to h1 without dropping the knight on e5. So for the moment, black has everything under its guard.
I don't know if I'm enthralled with the decision to give up that knight on e4, but I get it. What Nepo was saying is, hey, you've got these good-looking knights on f4 and e5, but my bishop is a major defensive asset because it's anchored to the pawn on d7, and it's incredibly hard to dislodge from the c8, h3 diagonal. I think Nepo might park his bishop on f5, but Hikaru is saying, I don't care about your bishop. I care about the e file. I'm going to bring my other rook to e1, And eventually, once the knight moves away from e5, there's going to be a potential rook infiltration to e7. I'm going to take a stronger stance. I really, really dislike Nepo's decision to take that bishop on c3, and he might be slipping away from the ledge here.
Wow, an
h5, what a move.
Rook h1 looks like it traps the knight on h2, but look at the tactical vision. That's why rook e1, if you just go for a second back, if rook h1 were played, black had the resource rook to h1, knight to f3. Sorry, I was trying to tell you to play rook h1. And there, knight f3, the knight on e5 is pinned.
It's pinned. You can't take with the knight. You can't take with the rook because of the fork. But rook be1, Hikaru obviously not falling for that trick. And I think what Nepo might have overlooked, he might have been relying on the move h4. He's saying, hey, I'm going to undermine the knight on f4. No, you're not. Knight takes g4, wins a piece because the rook hangs, and the very same knight can now take on e3. Nepo has lost his mind in the last couple of moves. I think this is looking really bad for him all of a sudden. How did Hikaru do that? It took him like 5 moves to take a clearly worse and symmetrical endgame and turn it into basically a winning position.
Right, because if you move the bishop, down goes the h5 pawn. That's an extra pawn that Hikaru will play with for the rest of the game. And now it's a nearly 3-minute lead on the clock for Hikaru Nakamura. I think there might be drastic measures here. How do you like this? Exactly. You knew where I was going. That rook takes e5, sacrificing the exchange. And once the white rook takes h4, trying to dislodge the defense of this knight on f4. I think that actually is Jan's best chance because his next bunch of moves will be easier. Not so many pieces will remain.
I don't see a single alternative. If you move the bishop away, you drop the pawn on h5. You cannot keep the status quo and be down 3.5 minutes. He has to gather the guts to take on e5 and play h4, try to trick Hikaru in the tactics. But with every ticking second, his chances continue to dwindle. He's frittered away both the position and the favorable time situation. Nepomniachtchi has not been able to keep the tension in the last couple of moves. Does he have it in himself to take on e5 and complicate the game tactically? Yes, he does. And the game is not over after rook takes e5.
And the problem for Jan is if he goes knight f3, he does that. Isn't there rook e8?
Rook e8? Rook f6, I guess he wants. Okay, I don't know about this. Now he's down in exchange.
It does make sense, though. He's going after the d6 pawn, which is the biggest thorn in his side. And for now, h5 defended, f3 defended, the bishop on g4 doing great work covering the entire board. So I don't hate the decision, even though we had a preference for h4.
I don't either. And we should not forget that he's not obligated to take on d6. The idea of playing h4 still persists, especially if white's rook moves away from the first rank. That pawn lands on g3 real fast. So maybe Hikaru should consider playing the more prudent move rook h1, and he does. And now the effect of h4 is greatly diminished, but maybe Jan wants to play it anyway.
But if h4, I think Hikaru is going to bring his other rook to g8.
No, g8 simply.
The bishop lost his defender, so Jan takes on d6.
Correct.
And now if Hikaru takes on h5, thinking, give me an extra pawn, rook h6 pins and wins that knight. There's no way to defend it. So good decision-making from both players right now.
But Hikaru is now playing perfectly. What the problem is, Hikaru smells blood, and we know what happens when he smells blood. He won't let you go. Rook g8 is an excellent move. Knight takes h5 is ready. I think Jan's last chance is to send the rook down to d2, full send on the queen side, take advantage of the temporary awkwardness of white's rook, and try to go after white's king. And look at Jan Nepomniachtchi fighting tooth and nail, exhausting every resource, but it might be too late. As his clock shows 4.5 minutes, rook d2 on the board, and bishop f5 is coming next.
What a good move. The knight on f3 covers that rook on d2, so the bishop can go to f5 to attack c2. Hikaru says, I don't care. Give me the pawn. Rook c1 defends, and rook h2 attacking that knight and making sure the black knight is free. So you better watch out if you're Hikaru. d5, d4 can hit you before you know it, and that king on c3 is out in the open.
And this is a strong initiative by Nepo, which is why Hikaru tries to gain the tempo with knight g7, attacking the bishop. And the bishop doesn't have that many good squares anymore along this diagonal. Once it was the most stable piece on the board. Now it's the least stable. Bishop h7 runs into rook h8. Bishop g6 walks into a discovery. Bishop e4 just puts the bishop in the middle of everything, and the knight can travel around from e8 to d6. I think Nepo is on the cusp of losing this game. He needs a major turnaround. He needs a blunder. He needs a gift from the heavens right now to avoid losing this Armageddon.
Well, here's a major idea for you. If bishop h7, rook h8, there's c5 followed by knight d4. You're just carving out that square for your piece, which threatens not just the c2 pawn, but a fork on e2. So I think that there's a chance here for Nepo. If Hikaru is going to hope for a pin, the knight coming to d4 is the rescue.
But I'm starting to look at the clock. My eyes are pegged to the clock. 3.5 minutes for Jan. At some point, we'll get to a situation, a place where the objective evaluation won't even matter as long as Hikaru will keep pieces on the board. He will simply be able to flag his opponent. He is up 4 minutes on the clock, and Jan Nepo is, rook h6. That's a sign, Robert. That's a sign that Nepo just doesn't see any future in his initiative. He is now down a full exchange. Unless Hikaru misses a fork, he is going to win this game.
Right, because there's an extra G pawn. If that pawn removed, I still would favor Hikaru's chances because of the clock. So Hikaru needs to keep up the pace and come up with an idea. I think C5 followed by knight D4 is the best try he'll have. The knight on E8 is awkwardly placed, but rook F8 by Hikaru. He wants to play rook F4 at some point. The knight can come back out to F6, things of that nature.
And D5 by Jan, his last attempt to anchor the bishop on E4. The bishop anchors the knight. A conga line formed. The problem is that he is down in exchange, and White's king is safer than it has ever been. Hikaru still with the challenge of kind of untangling and coordinating his pieces, and he's trying to do that by playing rook F6, vacating and opening up the pathway for the knight to get to D6. How is Nepo going to avoid a trade of either rooks or minor pieces?
Maybe he's not so afraid of knight D6 takes E4 because he'll just put a pawn on E4, and if he can get this G3 pawn, if he could trade off the pawn on E4 that's about to be there and the pawn on G3, maybe he feels like I'm down in exchange, but I have chances to hold this one.
He most certainly does. If he takes G3, I agree. Even knight and 3 against rook and 3, that is a lost position, though. And Hikaru says, forget knight and 3 versus rook and 3. You are not getting my G-pawn. The king is too weak here. If black tries knight H4, you have this check on G7. It's an intermezzo, and the other rook gets into the game. And once that happens, I think the game is over.
It was rook H2. He needs to play C5 followed by knight D4. That's his biggest idea in this position. And for Hikaru, is there a way to free up that rook on C1? You're saying rook E6, just going after the E4 pawn. That actually looks very promising because if E4 drops in favorable way for Hikaru, then Jan will not be able to drum up enough counterplay.
And he's about to play it. And remember, after rook E6, rook E2, you can send the other rook over to H1. And there is a ladder mate threat. I think rook H1 ends the game. I think rook H1 ends the game here. I just don't see a single chance here for Jan. Maybe king D7 after rook H1.
Or B5.
Defending. Which move?
Is it after rook H1? Is there... Well, rook takes C2 check is not out of the question, but I think you lose the resulting endgame. But otherwise, B5. B6 to B5 to give your king the B6 square.
Great tactical eye by you, but B5, I'm afraid that White will go rook H to H6. I will try to eliminate your C-pawn in order to close down your last source of shelter, the C-pawn along the 6th rank, which gives the king this escape pathway to A5 potentially. But it's not coming fast enough. B5 is played.
Yes, Jan plays B5. I think rook H6 looks very powerful, but
that's
in
game.
The event of rook H6, I think black is B4 check as the only move. Just trying to save the black king by distracting White's king.
But he plays A3, which is also good. You're just stopping B4.
All right. And
rook E3
check, but the king runs away, and now you're in just dire straits.
No, knight comes back to D4. Jan's still trying to use his remaining pieces, fighting tooth and nail. All of the blood has been spilled here. Can Hikaru put the finishing touches on this game? He's going to go B4. He's going to go B4. It's mate.
Oh, my goodness. It is checkmate.
Oh, my lands.
And he tries to run away. But B4 check still is good, right? Because the king goes up to C4, and maybe there's not a mate there. Rook E5, rook C5.
Yeah, that is a mate. I think B4 forces king D6, but then you win the knight. Rook D7 and rook H5. B4 ends the game.
Wow. And if
B4 is immediate game.
Hikaru Nakamura will take this Armageddon if that's the case, and we'll see Hikaru on the clock. He has so much extra time. He is calculating. He's doing the right thing. He's not rushing because he knows the position on the board is winning. He doesn't need to worry about the clock.
If you see Hikaru touch the B-pawn, the Fischer Random World Championship will be over. Hikaru is one move away from $65,000 additional dollars as well as the title, and he's taking all of the time he needs to take. He doesn't play B4. He plays rook D7. The game extends for a couple more moves.
But now B4,
he plays it.
It will lead to checkmate. Because if the king goes up to C4, you have rook H5 swinging to C5 with mate. If the king goes back to B6, there's rook B7, rook takes A7, and the other rook comes. Here it is, rook H5 on the board. Hikaru Nakamura wins the Fischer Random World Championship. What a performance from him. He lost game 3 in the match. Game 4 was a draw offer agreed to. And Jan Nepomniachtchi gave all he could handle. But when it all is said and done, Hikaru Nakamura stands atop of the world in Fischer Random.
That was an insane finale. I'll be totally honest. When the queens were off the board and when Jan found the move knight g4, I thought that he basically had the draw in his pocket. It was a symmetrical position. Black was flat out better. He wasn't even down on time. And then all of a sudden, Hikaru's ability to build up his piece activity in the span of 3 moves, and Jan's decision to trade that bishop on c3, that I think was the initial culprit. But the way that Hikaru punished him, the way that he built up his advantage and then converted his extra exchange, eliminating all possible counterplay, that was exquisite. And that is what we have come to expect from Hikaru Nakamura in the last couple of years.
For sure. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's walking away. You know, he must be disappointed with how that finished, but he was a half point away from the $150,000. And more importantly to him, the Fischer Random World Championship title. So Hikaru Nakamura being interviewed live there in Reykjavik, Iceland. I mean, he has so many fans around the world. Iceland has a huge history of chess. 50 years ago, Bobby Fischer played Boris Spassky there for the World Championship. So Iceland celebrating their new world champion in Fischer Random. You see Hikaru Nakamura. Maybe we can hear him. Would that be possible?
Let's see if we can tune in.
Maybe. Okay,
right.
we are
I guess
unable
we're just going to look at him.
tune in, but we are seeing Hikaru answering the question. There are so many of you out there. Shout out to everybody watching around the world.
Oh, yeah.
Your world champion, your content creator, your Twitch hero, your world champion in Fischer Random, Hikaru Nakamura. So he is doing the interview. He's going to make the rounds, but he must be feeling ecstatic.
I mean, he must be feeling ecstatic. He must be feeling exhausted, but he's going to have to recover real quick because he is hopping on Iceland Air, Reykjavik to Toronto in order to participate in the CGC finals with another world championship title under his belt. What an unbelievable performance. I mean, just remember that Hikaru did not lose a single game in the entire event. This is a rapid time control format. It's unheard of to play a tournament like this without losing. And until his 3rd match game with Jan Nepomniachtchi, he went lossless the entire tournament. The form that he displayed, the consistency, the opening preparation, the tactical vision, the technique. He has the whole package. He brings the whole package to every tournament. And that is why Hikaru is such a nasty opponent. And couple that, all of that, with his ability to perform seamlessly and flawlessly under pressure, a skill that he has brought to his Twitch stream time and time again, and now a skill that he has used to defeat Jan Nepomniachtchi here at the Armageddon in the Fischer Random World Championship 2022.
And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, it's just another 2nd place finish. And, you know he's going to be disappointed. He played that match versus Magnus Carlsen for the first 5 games. It felt like, he had everything under control. He was doing well. And then Magnus ran away with things. And here in the Armageddon tiebreak, Hikaru Nakamura outlasts him. The time difference was not huge, 15 minutes to 13 to start. But you're right, Danya. There were some critical moments where Jan had a very nice position. But once Hikaru dug that pawn into d6, he just was able to maximize the potential of his pieces. And then it felt like Jan Nepomniachtchi could not withstand the pressure.
Yeah, the move d6, move 21. I think that was the game changer. That is where he planted the seed of the turnaround that would happen a couple of moves later. As we look at the prize layout, everybody is going to come home with, at the very least, a decent car that they can buy. Hikaru will have 10 cars that he can buy. Big difference between 1st and 2nd place. Robert, this is going to be a tough pill for Jan to swallow. I agree completely. He was so close. He defeated the world champion. He played amazing chess all throughout the event. But I remember in Madrid, I interviewed Hikaru and I asked him whether he feels like his regular streaming, his participation in as many online events as he played helps him put in reps and practice performing under pressure. And he said, absolutely. He said that without all the Title Tuesdays and the Arena Kings and all of the online events that he has played, he wouldn't have been the same Hikaru Nakamura that he is under immense pressure. It's like nothing impacts him. And he showed that yet again today. He showed that it's not just an online phenomenon. He is the same exact Iceman over the board.
Well, he was able to secure this championship title, and he's going to fly right on over to Toronto, Canada, where the Chess.com Global Championships reach its conclusion. There are 8 players remaining. Hikaru Nakamura is one of those players. Fabiano Caruana eliminated from the competition, which is good news for us and good news for you because he is going to be commentating alongside the rest of the people you see on the screen. So he is the special guest. $500,000 of the $1 million pot will be handed out in Toronto. And will Hikaru Nakamura make it a 1-2 punch? First, the Fischer Random World Championship title. Will he next win the Chess.com Global Championship? That remains to be seen November 2nd through 7th. But Danya, I mean, what an display of chess. Exquisite technique from Hikaru. Just when you think like things are knotted up, nothing's going to happen, he just finds ways to give himself chances. When the position is completely even, everybody who is playing him knows it. Jan's like, yeah, not an issue. Then 2 moves later, like, wait, what? How? What? Why? It's just Hikaru Nakamura. He wins games.
Listen, anybody who says that chess is not a sport, I show them this. I ask them to look at this broadcast. I ask them to look at these performances. I am sweating all through, and I'm 5,000 miles away, sitting in my comfortable cabinet. I can't even imagine how Hikaru and Jan must be feeling. But you say that he wins games. The greatest athletes in the world are bound together by their ability, regardless of the sport, to impose their will, regardless of the circumstances on the ground, whether it's Michael Jordan playing with the flu, playing without a supporting cast, winning a key championship game, whether it's Roger Federer or Rafael Nadal playing through an injury, playing down 2-0, and whether it's Hikaru Nakamura playing in a worse endgame, his time advantage gone, Jan Nepomniachtchi more confident than ever and turning things around in 6 moves. It's the willpower, it's that desire, it's the motivation, and it is this unbelievable ability to perform under pressure that, to me, is the most impressive thing of all. Because even when I'm playing a Title Tuesday game for 3rd place, my throat closes up, my fingers turn into thumbs. I can't even imagine what it must be like playing for $65,000. And no matter who you love, who you support, you just have to admit that this is one of the beautiful things about chess. These performances and these just situations where players transcend everything that seems possible for a human and perform at the level of a superhuman.
Felt like a trademark Hikaru Nakamura performance. This is one for the history books. And we're not just saying that. This is a world championship title. It is all Hikaru Nakamura's. I'm sure he will celebrate with his huge Twitch community. Enjoy it. He deserves it. He's going to fly to Toronto to try to get another title and add that to his already illustrious career. But on that note, we are going to say goodbye. We appreciate all of the organizational efforts in Reykjavik, Iceland. We want to give a shout out to Brave for sponsoring this broadcast. And thank all of you who have been at home watching throughout this entire event. The final 8 players, they took part, they fought, they dug deep, they gave it their all. And when all is said and done, Hikaru Nakamura is your Fischer Random World Champion. So thank you so much. Thank you to you, Danya, for joining me for the ride.
Likewise,
I'll see you soon in Toronto, buddy. But for now, we say goodbye. Keep enjoying chess, no matter if it's Fischer Random or a standard position. Bye, everybody.